シルフィー配信始めたからよろしく。ああ。もうまあ早めに始めて損はないかなと思いまして。きめー。オッケーオッケー。招待してるから早く来てくんね。招待してるっちゅう。うん、ガチ。知らない。マジ？ランチャーライバグマ？じゃあお前招待して、お前招待して。ウィズシルフィーって書くの忘れた。わかったわかった、普通に。ぶち切りえんぶっちぎりえんまじきれ。あ、やばいやばい、音入っちゃった。いいからリーダーよこして。ちょっとごめん、ちょっと待ってて。喋んな。多分これはシルフィーの声が小さいって言われてるけどさ、シルフィーの声小さいんじゃなくて多分ゲーム音ごとちっちゃい気する。シルフィーの声はちっちゃくないんだよ全然。ね、一緒だよ。多分これゲーム音ごとちっちゃいよね。キンプライムと青ハンマーゲーム音ごとちっちゃいかな。教えてみんな。教えて。ゲーム音ごとちっちゃいこれ。うん。やっぱちっちゃいな。ゲーム音もちっちゃいよな。はいはいはい。任せといて。またバグだよ。このバグだよ。もう嫌だよ。慣れたよ俺は。
いや、ゲーム音も小さいけど、多分ディスコードのライブの音量ね、バカ低いと思う。
全然ゲーム音だけだよ。
マジ？
ガチガチ。デスクトップ、両方まとめてデスクトップ。これで直ったはず。
さ、前さ、マイクラやった時にさ、なんか入れたくない？あれ。
入れてない。早く。おはようございます。おはようございます。こちらオール。
何？は？
ごめん、ミスった。ミスった言うとるよ。おう！そういえばさ、なんか、4時半ぐらいからってさ、言ってるけどさ、みんな、正確にいつ試合スタートなんだろう。よくわかんないんだよな。いつから見ればいいのか。
でもオフラインだからちょっとぐらいなんか誤差ありそうだけどね。
ね。なんだこれゲーム。
いや、お前エアで何使ってる？
ハマハマ。
やばい。変な声出しちゃった。
え、聞こえなかったよ。
普通にイケオジキャラなんだけどな。
ジジイか。
いや、俺さ、なんて言うんだろうな。おじさんっぽい好きなんだよね。別におじさんが好きとかじゃないよ。
おじさん好きか。そっちタイプ。
お前もでもなんかさっきなんか、今でなんか。
いや、それあれ5社。ガチの5社。
お前の方がキモかったよ。
いや、あれちょっと言えないね。45分くらいだと思うよ。あ、待って、俺配信ツイートするの忘れた。待て。
ちょっと待って、今のうち殺して俺キル数稼ぐわ。ガチでタコだと思われる。誰こいつ。ねえ、嫌なんだけど。
何？
なんか思ったより強い。
30分スタートだよね、公式のね。でも多分あれ、試合が実際始まるのはもっとあとだ。やばい。
自分から見てさ、お前のその剣バト中の欠点はどこ？
わかんない。剣バトの欠点を探してもな。
いや、例えばなんかどこがそれやっててケアできてないとか教えてもらったらさ、どうで、もう過去しか狙わなくなるから。
いや、わかんない。実際試合スタートさ、
まあ、もっと遅いだろうね。
ね、絶対はオフラインだからグダグダするだろうし。そんなパッパパッパできないと思う。
ワールドカップに女の人とかいないのかな？
いや、いると思う。
いや、まあでもそりゃそうか。
今選手のインタビュー中だよ。マジか。マジか。選手のインタビュー中か。ごめん。選手のインタビューとか違うんで。俺は試合を埋めたい。あくまでも競技勢として学びに行くんだ、俺は。応援と言ってるが、俺は学ぶんだ。
ちなみに、誰が勝つと思う？
俺はミリムザゴだね。
で、身内ビーキなしで？
いや、なし。マジで。いや、なんなら嫌い、あいつら。
ああね。
相手銃撃つの遅って
あ、もう勝ってるぜ！
選手紹介とか見たいけど、ごめん、選手紹介ってさ、アーカイブなし、まあ、残しても全然いい。どっちもいい。残しようか。どっちもいいんだよね。選手紹介ってさ、どこで見れんの？知ってる人、なんならミラー配信 OK なの？選手紹介って。
あ、OK は言ってた。あ、どこ車線？
おはようございます。配信頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。ダゴパイさんの入場の仕方見たい。見るか。まずいよ。こんばんは。公式って
会社さん、俺の上に屋根置くのやめてくんね。
いや、置いてない。
そのせいで俺のやりたいこと何もできないじゃない。
それこそどこ車線ってことだよ。
いや、なんか、ちょっと空いてた。
あ、やばい。 けたな俺は。
ね
1試合目5時過ぎらしいですね。5時過ぎマジか。
なんかさ、
倒れるな。
コメントにもあってさ、
う
年齢でいけなかったって書いてあるけどさ、
ん。いや
例えばじゃあさ、なんでいけなかったっけ？
年齢でいけなかった。俺は年齢のせいでいけなかったんだ。
じゃあさ、例えばじゃあさ、ポリポリさんもさ、
うん
年齢あれで、お前も年齢あれだったら、その場合どっちがいってたの？
ポリポリだろうね、間違いなく。なぜかっていうと、補欠の選ばれ方っていうのが、今井さん、ごめんこれ言っちゃいけないかもしれないから言わないと思う。そうだ、言っちゃいけないかもしれない。いや、まあ、もちろんだとは思うけど。わかんないな、言わないと思う。とにかく、マイポリだろうね。年齢だけじゃなくもっと別の実力じゃないけど、実力はね、まだいいんだよ。マイプリの方が歴が長い。何 ?1 試合目5時優勝とかインタビューとか。ああ、なるほどね。配信終わる？アリーナマッチせんだろ。
いや、そうじゃないです今なら。
しないだろ。
待ち時間長いロデみたいな。
学校やねんな、みんなな。
学校じゃないでしょ。
学校でしょ。
いや、土曜ですけど。いや、今日日曜だよ。
あ、マジや。そうだ、2日目だ、学校が。
そう。
コルスさんが学校と被るとかなんとか言ってたから、学校かと思った。いや、エディターだな、これ。エディター界隈だ。よー、ヘッドライン。ほら。あれ
ディズニョンコー。
あ、それ番対象だよ、その発言。
番対象か。
番対象。
危ない、イエローカードできた。
まず。どうだこう
はは、はは。
あと1分とちょっとでショーティメが始まるって。
なんてさ。
ごめん、ショータイム。
ああ。興味ないけど。なんか面白いことやってくれんのそうやって。
わかんない。多分見てたら面白いと思うよ。
じゃあ見てみて。
俺さ、マジで世界大会メンバーのさ、紹介とかどうでもいいんだよな。
いや、ほんと右下の字。
プレイだけ見せてほしい。とにかく。
なんかあれでしょなんか前回のさ、ワールドカップじゃなくて世界大会みたいな同じだわ、意味。なんか猫くんとかがさ、ああいう挨拶してたよみたいなもんでしょ。
そうなんだ。前回のワールドカップ見たことない。わっ
あれ
あれ
なりけんはい、上はセグンです。
もういいね。
あれまずいんちゃうの？
全然。まずいぞ。まずくねえぞ。黙れよ。あエディター界隈。
なんなのさっきから言ってるけど。
いやエディットミスってる時そういう。
あね。
まずいね。
可愛くてごめん。
不協和音なんだけど。
あ、あ、
前みたいにマシュメロみたいな感じのショーやんなんか。ショーやんなんかショーやんのかなやんのかなか。マシュメロマシュメロってあれワンタイムイベント的判定じゃないの？
だからだったらダースベイダーが来るんじゃない？
マジか。気分いい。
じゃあジュラシックパークの
ごめん全くわかんない。
ああテレビは見ないやつは。あ待って。
可愛くてごめん。一応始まったよごめん。一応始まった。なるさんのこの配信切り抜いてもいいですか？ああいいよ適当に。切り抜きは全然いいよ。チャンネルさえ入ってくれれば。え？チャンネルさえ貼ってくれれば。
なるボットの切り抜きとかまだ飲みなさそうじゃない？
さすがにね。
あおいうまかったにこいつ
と思うじゃないですか。それって実はうまくないんですよ。なぜかっていうとこうやって雑魚なんですよ。やばい。
ガチでフォートナイトねあのさ前お前と剣馬としたぶり。
それまぐれごめん。かわいくてごめん。おいしいやみが一応始まったってさ、フォートナイトの公式の配信が始まったのかな。
ヤミーははは
またいっぱい食べたいな。はいで編集今入場してる。マジか。ポルスさんのでもよかったよ。ガチャしなきゃ。なんですか。
補欠ってさじゃあ出んの？マイポリ君は出んの？
マイポル君は出ないよ。あいやマイポル君は入場とかにはいるかもね。ざまあまん。じゃあ一回見るか。ちょっと待ってな。腰つべ開くわ。腰つべや開く。インビテーションデイワン。あった。いや見るしかねえ。待って今スクリーングラブする。あごめんめっちゃ画面重なるわ。これでできてるかな。
できてるよ。
音も聞こえてるかな。
まあそれはちょっとめんどくさいかな。視聴者に聞いてくれ。
これさ日本語バージョンあんのかな。
俺が読んであげようか。
頑張れ。日本語バージョンあんのかな。
Coming out, the Raleigh Convention Center are absolutely losing their minds. I hope you guys have enough in the tank. I'm still getting another 40 duos, so please don't pass out. That was just
字幕つければ。字幕ね多分ねこれ。
What are thoughts? We're stacked. We are
英
stacked.
語以
I
外
haven't
ない。
seen the rest of the We're stacked, right?
字幕多分
Snacky
英
and
語
Faz being one of those
その
dominant
さ
duos
デフォである
being
さ字幕
showcased
使えば
right
いいや
there
ん。字
in one of
幕
our
のなん
first
か
10 to present. Listen,
ちょっと
we're on a
ゴミ
hot
だけ
streak
ど
right now. Coming out of the NA
まあいい
West
よ。
region back to back
これ日
FNCS
本語バージョン
wins
ない
in
のかな。
season 1 and season 2 of this chapter,
い
followed
や
by
コラボしてる？
してない。
コラボしてない。
いいよ。
可愛くてごめん。
日本語ない感じね。了解。あごめん。間違えた。アリケンさんのミラー配信開いちゃった。
Now that
お
今の女の人めっちゃ可愛かったな。
ね。今のあれでしょ、ロリの方でしょ。
あれ
Oh my god! Let's fucking go!
うるせえ、黙れ。これどっちがサベージ？
あれ黄色の方。Oh my god, Chris! Let's fucking go! Yeah! Yeah, Duke! Yeah, fool!
クリックスイケメンじゃね？
あ、ごめん、それ俺。親を切る、ごめん。はぁ、興奮してた。Oh, cold and scented, bro! Yeah!
クリックスイケメンじゃん。
Oh my god! Pep under the head! I love you! I love... 待ってごめん。イエー！
あ、これがクレイジーラクーンのあれなんだ。ユニフォーム的なやつなんだ。
Oh my god, no way! Yeah! はぁ、落ち着け俺ならいけるぜ。俺ならチーできる。
かっこよくね？
黙れよ。静かに聞けよ。かっこいいよみんな。今のところ
かっこいいんだけど。
今のところかっこよくないやつなんて誰もいねえよ。Oh, アリス Let's go アリス Yeah! 頑張れ勝てるぜ。
相方誰なのこれ？
相方あれ、アメニシのマルカ&メスタッチ Best dude! Oh my god! お、かっこいい！
うるせえ。
ごめん、間違えた。マッキーノーノンのかっこいいな。ヘイヘイ。ごめん、知らね
なんか TTQ ってよくなんか聞くけど、このチームなんて読むのか知らんけど。
どれ TT9。あ
まだまだ子供って感じの顔だね。
まあそんなもんだろう。ここら辺わかんないな。最初の方に知ってるのめっちゃ
聞いたことあるけど。
ミニミサコはごめん、ちょっと俺興奮して声大きくなりそうだからマイクの音量下げるわ。確か今3とかにしよう。オッケー、3にしといた。これで大丈夫。イエー
これさ、デバイスとかってさ、
持ってくんだよ。
自分の家から持ってくんの？あ、そうなんだ。マウスパッドも？
全部デバイス系全部。
モニターとかは違うでしょ？
モニターは違うと思う。モニターは違う。
I'm feeling great. It's like the experience is insane. I'm loving it.
You're absolutely loving it. Are you guys loving it too? Clicks and Duke, thank you so much, guys. And let's hope to get
最初の方で喉やったわ。
でもなんか会場とかにいたら楽しそうだよな。盛り上がってて。
別に。
これイケメンじゃん。金髪の方。
なんか事故って見えねえかな。
何？ちなみに何が？何が？
あれ
I heard that it's your birthday today. Everyone, on three, can we give Mr. Savage a big happy birthday? 1, 2, 3. All right, guys, good luck in game number 1.
イケメンだな。ハンサムしかいないけど子供が。おう、このハンサム。なんだこのハンサム。生まれながらにして最強。あ、ザゴとか見れなかったか。ザゴ。いや違うか。今からか。チーム紹介えぐいなみんな。かっけー。ファルコン。
ファルコンパンチ。丸眼鏡欲しいんだよな。ポッターみたい、右側。ハリー・ポッター。
いやごめん、ここら辺わかんねえな。なあ、どっから
なんでみんな帽子かぶってんだろうね。
いや あれじゃない？知らないよ。海外じゃない。
どういうことで
海外はそのあれじゃん。海外は帽子が主流とかいう地域もあるんじゃないの？わかんないけど。
だね、カルチャーの違い。
ビーコンビーコンビーコンビーコン
兄弟みたいだね。
ビーコンミルブザゴまだかな。いやいいなあ、かっけえな。
ブラジル代表かな。
わかんねえな。ごっつ。
お父さんと子供みたいだね。
奈良さんマジでそんなに叫んだら親起きないの？いや、俺の部屋あれ防音やばい。俺の部屋防音やばい。めっちゃ叫ぶから結構防音にいるのしかしてる。いや、わかんねえよここらへん。
だからあれだね、右が日本人っぽいね。
アジア人だろうね。服かわいいね。かっけー。
知ってる人？
うん、知らない。かっけー。グータッチかっけー。もうただならぬ感がすごいわ。あ、ザゴたち飛ばしちゃった。最初の方見てなかったからな。あ、いや。30 duos. まだ途中
？We have possibly ever seen 7 regions being represented on this stage right now.
多分まだだよ。
The first duo to walk out though. I mean, some more of the more notable players in EU.
They're definitely a fun duo to follow along with, although it's only their third FNCS actually competing together.
やっぱあれだよね、日本とカルチャー違うからなんか服装とかなんかあれだよね、なんかちゃんと違和感あるよね。
世界中の人々が集まってきてるんだ。おはようございます。
More specifically, is kind of take that to the next level. You've made top 10 before, but let's see you actually win it all.
There you go, win it all. Tall task,
全然何言ってるか分からん。
ごめん、俺も。何言ってるかね。
大学生敗北しました。
大学生敗北。イエーイ Let's fucking go! Peter Bot! I love you! Let's go Peter Bot! Yeah!
ピーターボットはさすがに俺でも知ってるわ。
あ、ごめん、わかんない。どこで見たことある気する。
めっちゃかっこいいけど。イケメンデュオじゃねこれ。
帽子買って。かっけーメガネ。
Let's give a warm welcome to Bevy and Vortexer. They duo fresh out of the lobby with only one.
これわかんねえんだよな。
They're now ready to give it their all here in Raleigh.
いや、わかんねえな。ミリムザ号は優勝候補だからお楽しみか。おいおい、お預けかやい。やってんねえ、おい。
そんな世界的に見てもそいつは強いの？
いや、全然。
い
や、全然。アジア勢なんて注目されるわけじゃないし、バカじゃないか。
場所的な問題？
いや、普通に気分じゃない。順番は知らん。
ああ。いや、お前はなんでその、なんていうの、その優勝候補だと思ってんの、ミリムザ号を。
いや、シンプルに、あ、イエーかっけー。いや、シンプルに強えよ。ミルムくんかわいい。いや、こいつらね、俺はいろんな海外勢見てるからわかるけど、比べて、ちゃんと見て比べて、ミルムザ号は優勝候補だと思ってる。本当にマジで強え、あいつらは。
This is Z, Andy, and Joe FN, everybody. Several FNCS final performances and most recently
ザンディだって
for
忘れたけど
the EU's
この
FNCS
さ、世界大会出て中のパッド率知りたいわ。
8人
8人。
うん
そうなんだ。
100人中8人。
あいつとか出んのパッドで有名なやつ、お前が。
リート出るよ。デイは分かる。
デイは
デイは出なかった気がする。あれ出たっけ？忘れた。デイ出なかった気がする。
無理なんだって。
いや、ミリムザゴ初動安定すると思うな。あそこら辺フリーだから。ただ、ブッシュが弱い。でもね、あいつらならきっと。
何試合やんの？
え、6試合かけ2。そういや、アリスさんまだ。アリスさん出たよ、さっき。
I feel really great. Like this is so cool. I mean, Raleigh
So
showed
cool.
up, Fortnite community showed up, players showed up. Like everyone's excited. I don't know.
これ
I'm
なんか誰？
hyped for this. Like it's so
ごめん、
awesome.
わかんない。
I'm super hyped as well, and I know that you recently ran a tournament where it was just all goo guns. Obviously, thankfully, we're not going to be seeing any goo guns today, but what do you hope to see?
あれだね、
Real quick,
誰も
everyone
マスク
that
してないよ
speech
ね。
cobbler, I played
そう
it,
だ
it
ね。
did really bad. I'm really excited to see
こ
people
んなんで
with
マスクしてたら恥だよ、恥。
really exciting plays and stuff. I'm excited to see people like
もう暴れるしかねえよ。
and then just like all those classic like Fortnite
もう
land
全員コロナかかっても悔いはないと思うな。
Cannot wait as well, and I
悔いはない
believe everyone
こんな
that we have 10
こんなん見るわ
more players to introduce. So let's head on over to Jacob and MDF.
あ、さ、配信で言い過ぎたあれやで。広告つかなくなるで、確か。
あ、そういうこと？単語か。
うん。そう。
怖いね。Oh my god, Prince King! Yeah!
From the World Cup all the way to the invitational stage, these guys are the biggest
Yeah.
threat to the lobby.
Please welcome Focus and Spy with
Yeah!
each and every FNCS with a third place finish.
こっち系のさ、顔の人好きなんだよな。なんか強そうで。
are ready to compete.
男の人
ね、
は。
寝てるやつ。Oh, Thomas is the end tripping, bro. Let's fucking.
And dominating as these two are extremely experienced.
いやー、トーマス HD。
We can hear North Carolina.
やべ、立ってきた。カナダ。Oh yeah! Yeah!
こういうとこでパフォーマンスするとやっぱちょっといいなって思う。
ね、マジでさっき負けに踊ったミリスタちゃんマジで惚れそう。
Let's hear it for Acorn and Edgy. Consistently great performances
NA East.
throughout their careers. They are here to
誰か知ってる？
continue that trend.
ごめん、わかんない。
NA East, show them some love.
いやー、個性がいいね。
Hand and Vortex,
Oh.
everyone, an incredible duo.
Hand and
あ、知ってるわ、
Vortex.
知ってる
Tons。of experience and a few FNCS champions up to the
韓
belt,
国人？
and they're looking to add one more.
あ、一人ワンチャンね。わかんないね。でも。おう。
Give a big welcome to Commandment and Avery. Your
ワイルドホークかと思ったわ。
Season 3 NA
あ、ね、確かに似てんね。
FNCS winners with one of the
安倍、
closest
安倍。
end games we
え、
have
エンビー
ever
だっけ？
seen
エ
in
ンビーとかだ
finals.
ったっけ？
It's time.
あ、それ聞いたことある。
Oh, Jason and chop it! Oh yeah!
Combined 6 FNCS titles, countless
I love
matchups,
you, Jason! おかっけー！
global competition.
何の真似だった？
おー！マズだっけ？ムズだっけ？
Multi-regional FNCS winners, previous champions of OCE's
あ、ホグワーツみたい。
Well, listen,
あ、確かにね。
these guys have got it all.
メルアンドブーガー！
ホグがさ、マジでスキンのまんまだよね。
Champion with his multiple FNCS winning duo partner. These guys are looking to cement their legacy.
何時間くらいやるのかな？グランドファイナルぐらいの時間だと思うよ。わかんない。1試合でも1試合1試合インタビューあるから4時間ぐらいかかるんじゃないの？
Freaking go!
わかんない。
Look at this insane
いやー、ブーガー。エピックオイル見てなくね？エピックオイルは？
invitational
最初の方に流れたか。
stage.
エピックオイル見てない。
I'm gonna pass out.
確かにいないね。
I'm gonna pass out. Please do not pass out.
あれとかいなくない？なんかキングとかいなくない？
キングいたね。
え、もうキングとかダメなの？出ないの？
出たね。さっき出たね。今さっき出たね。ぶっ飛ばすよ、お前。
King
あれ？
and
ぶっ飛ばすよ。
Ed making a
出たか？
big name for himself at World Cup, of course, being the most aggressive
あれはなんかさ
player there.
EU だかでさ
Stole the
PR1 位だったや
hearts
つ。
of all the fans, and I'm hoping
テイ
that
ソ
he
ンだね。
kind of redoes that
え、
performance
じゃ
here
あ
at the
一
end of
時
the
さ
day.
変わったじゃん。
And his
いや、わかん
flexibility
ない。
as a player, I think, is
まあ
only
誰と
going
し
to
ろ
pair so nicely with Ed. Despite the fact this is
なん
their
か
first time competing together for this
名前忘れ
FNCS
たわ。
Invitational, I think that it's awesome that he came in fifth. at the Solar
今のうちにアイス取ってくるわみんな。
also had a duos place
俺も
there as
あれ
well,
取ってくるわ。
so
うどん
it's a
取って
quick
くれ。
indicator that Brazil can definitely represent.
That's right. I just want to throw some stats at you guys at home. If maybe this hasn't quite set in, you don't understand how insane this is. 15 FNCSs, 105 FNCS events across 7 regions, 88 FNCS championship titles on that stage, 47 FNCS champions on that stage,
Yeah.
Okay.
27 countries all represented on that stage. And guess what? We're ready to kick off the competition. Adam, let's do this.
Yes, indeed. Can we get a huge round of applause for Thomas HD and Trippin? Thomas, it's 10 top 10 FNCS finals for you. You must be feeling very confident coming into this competition.
Yeah, I'm really excited to play. It's gonna be a long time since like the last LAN event, and I can't wait to compete. Hopefully, a good placement.
Well, I'm sure it will be great. I mean, Trippin as well. This is your third FNCS
これ誰と
finals
誰
again.
か
Is it third
Oh,
time
Thomas
lucky for you,
HD
bud?
and Trippen.
Hope so. I'm excited to play, and yeah, I'm playing with Thomas, so
か
can't
っ
go
けか
bad.
っけ
All right, give him a big round of applause, please,
かっ
folks.
け
Best of luck, fellas. But we also
次のワールドカッ
whilst
プには
I'm here
俺
as
も
well,
ここにいんのか
to the reigning NAE champions as well. Give it up for Kamarman and Avery! Avery, my man. This is an incredible opportunity and experience. Obviously, playing in front of a live audience as well. How
Asia
hyped
win
are
だな
you guys as a duo right now?
Well, this is my first LAN. It's an honor, honestly, to be here. Like, it's just unbelievable.
It really, you guys are unbelievable. We've also got as well, to talk about obviously last season's win. 1 point separated you guys from first and second place, which is Booger and Miro. How are you going to try and retain that title this weekend? What do you have to do right?
We're just gonna try to play our game, be consistent, and hopefully we can take it home.
Do you think they can take it home, folks? Yeah? They seem confident. Thank you very much. Come on, Avery, back to you, Zeke.
Thank you so much. We are drawing ever closer to starting this competition, kicking off and jumping out of that battle bus. We have to highlight a few more duels.
俺さ書道かぶってるやつが隣同士とかだったらマジ面白くね報告とか聞こえちゃうんじゃないの
You guys already know what these guys are capable of. And here's just a handful of stats. You know, these stats don't look that crazy vivid.
Are you sure, Zeke? Because I don't think we're looking at the same stats. If you don't think those look crazy, this is from the Elite Finals EU Week 6. Total points 310.
Janice and Body Arrow.
That's just over the course of those 6 games. Of course, and listen, if they're putting on performance like that from game to game, I can't wait to see what they can do at the invitation.
And it's so exciting to finally get a chance to see them compete on that international space because we are looking as well at the European FNCS champions from Chapter 3 Season 3. That's Giannis and Vidil. They are a dynamic duo. They don't want to mess around. Even at one of the intro videos that we saw,
Fuck you! って叫んだらしい。
You want to contest us? That's fine. 3 points for us.
現実で何回も
I love the
縦に行った
confidence
ら
out of everybody. Also, you know, shout out
横まで行って
to Trippin, right? 'Cause, like, his interview, like, yeah, I'm playing with Thomas. We're gonna do great. Like, it literally can't go bad. That is a lot of trust, and you do it right there. Love that.
You love to see it. Talking about Vidil and Janice, they're currently uncontested at Greasy Grove. What does this mean for this duo? Having a POI uncontested, that literally 6 other regions, and even your own said, no, you can have that. That's fine.
まあ2億とかそういうレベルではないんだ。
ね、そうなんだよ。前回がそうすぎただけで、今回は総額1億とかぐらいなんだよ。1億、2億、わかんない。
ブ
ーが2回連続出場って普通にすごいよな。
You know, you're thinking about it. Man, do I really want to go take that fight? Do I really want to go get that storm surge? So
でもインビテーションだからブーが確か招待だと思うよ
audience aspect that I'm really curious to see how that impacts a lot of these duos, not just Giannis and Vidil, because it's one thing to play from the comfort of your home. It's another entirely to be in front of a live audience where when you got the cheers going behind you, you never know where that momentum might actually influence you to go next. I wouldn't be surprised for some of these players who really have to hone in on a lot of that mental discipline to not let themselves get distracted by any of the flashing lights or the noise. Just stick to what they know.
That's right. Let's talk about another duo, Clicks and Duke. We actually got to hear from them via Adam. I mean, yeah, their crowd's already going absolutely ham. Clicks fans rise up. What can we expect from this duo?
Yeah!
Listen, I'm excited, right? Because Clicks has
アメリカ
been
1位誰ですか？わかんない。
season to season, day to day as an IGL
今
team
調べ
up
てみよ
with
う
Duke, of course,
いや
who
ごめ
is
ん
very, very good mechanically.
この配信から画面を動かせねえよ
always grinding the creative, always willing to take on pretty much anybody in that room who wanted to give a shot at seeing if they could take him down.
あれね、配信のさ、設定をさ、
いや、変えるのめんどくさい。
pro player aspect as well as the
これスクリーングラブで
content
いつも
creation.
で
I
いくよ
think that it is not very easy to maintain both of those lifestyles, and not only that, but when you have somebody as experienced as Duke right next to you, I can understand where the trust comes from this duo, and knowing that they're against Pink and Anas, potentially Fort Jonesy, I do believe we heard them mentioning though a possibility of just splitting at the start.
Well, listen, I love the fact you mentioned content, right? Because listen, you know, he's used to that, right? He wants the reactions. He posts that content to get reactions. And here, what other better place to get reactions than from a live crowd? So maybe he'll just straight up embrace it, and it'll fuel him.
That's right. I have to highlight this duo, man. Your FNCS Asia champions who are competing on this stage. There they are, Zagu and Meram. These are FNCS champions. They literally just won the FNCS that passed. And now we will see them compete. When we look at the stats, man.
前髪邪魔じゃない？ああいうヘッドホンの
いや、カチューシャクラシックする。
邪魔じゃない方がザボとか。
いや、カチューシャクラシックする。ヘッドホンを。しないのかーい。
As you can see from the camera shot, I love it. The preparation. They literally have printed out sheets of spots on the map. Things that can help them out in this competition. Anything to give them the edge.
And from the moment that we saw just how much energy they were actually bringing with them on their initial walkout, to the point of them sitting down here now, their faces do not indicate any sort of nervousness. They could very well be a big part of the bamboozlement to take place here with the international flavor.
I mean, they're up against Commandment and Avery, right? I feel like this could go really well for these duels. It could be really messy. I mean, what do you think, Vivid?
Over at the Rave Cave. Listen, I think, you know, ultimately Commandment and Avery are going to be comfortable over there, right? They did win an FNCS from this POI, and of course, you know, Zygu is landing on the outskirts of that, so I don't even know if they're going to take any of those early fights. But again, as the game develops, if they start to struggle on Storm Surge in the later parts of the game, they might want to start taking that.
There is usually enough space around the Rave Cave for duos to not necessarily have to look for those early engagements if they don't want to. And you also have to keep in mind that they're not the only ones that are going to be landing there. There's also going to be Thomas HD and Tripper. That is a notorious favorite spot for them to go, is that south side of the Rave Cave. So curious to see where exactly these zones wind up actually taking these players and how their encounters might actually shape up.
That's right. There is a duo here that is quite terrifying. You know, out of Brazil, not a big deal. The fans of them are up here in the audience. It's King and Ed. I mean, if you... the crazy thing is, King is one of the most winningest players. I mean, the crowd's already going crazy.
There it is.
One of the most winningest, one of the single-handedly craziest mechanical players you will ever see in your life. But when you pair it up with just stopping power, which he also has by himself, he is a one-man army.
Yeah. Listen, of course, King representing FaZe, and shout out and congratulations to Ed. Recently, just days before the event, signed amazing opportunity there. As you can see him out in the jersey, showing it off here.
来年なのかなわかんない。次はいつだろうかわかんないけど、次は俺はここにいるぜ。
We're here in person, right? So we can go into the practice room. We can kind of see what's going on.
多分あれな、フォートナイトの人口次第じゃない。人口増えればもっと早く開催するんじゃない。
And listen, they were dominating players from every single region.
But the sheer presence that you have as an international player, and I'm speaking about King here, because the fact that he actually has audience members with signs of his name
この舞台で顔出しならマジで大歓迎だよ。全然顔出しするよ。
でもお前顔出ししてなかったっけ？
いや、してない。
We already know what this means for everybody else. It means they're going to get a free pass into the mid game. If they are allowed this opportunity, what the heck is everybody else going to look to do to try and stop?
出そうと思ったら別に出してもいいし。
みんなもう待機場にいるんだよ。もう始まんの？
From King, and that's what it means. Just straight up, nothing else.
And also, just a really quick note there about Ed.
頑張れ！
improving which each
相手っていうかマッチに入ってる人もいるね。
いやいや、じゃあ本当よね。
If the momentum kind of keeps going in that
アリーナとか行ってんのかな。
待機場だと思うよ。待機場。全員待機場。全員待機場。
あ、待機場か。
They are ready to showcase their representation for their regions.
That's right. We want to come on over back to NA. We got to talk about Fams and Snacky, an iconic
duo.
スナップ
To
あ、スナ
say the
ッ
least.
プ
Yep, they're pretty
You know.
good.
That's pretty right. Only, you know, 2 FNCS.
いるいるだけどカブトいいんじゃん。
いるいる。All that, you know, and the aggression.
俺の推しチームここだわ。
I can tell you right now, you know, watch some of the Elite Cup games. They do not like to leave Tilted Towers without at least trying
最悪カルピ
to
ス買っ
find
とけ
a
よかっ
fight. And I think that's going to play into the part, right? Some of the other players
And
on
any
Tilted Towers
piece.
might not be expecting. You know, maybe they came into this like, oh, we're going to split it. No, I'm pretty sure they're going to be aggressive.
And we've already touched on a little bit with this duo earlier today, but they are, in fact, certified point getters. Because on top of that stat that I gave you guys
お前
earlier,
さ、こういう場面でさ、
FNCS finals games for Chapter 3,
その
they only went
やっぱさ、
2 without
前髪上げない方が
as
さ
well. They didn't
まあ
go
容
a
姿は
single
いいじゃん。
game in Chapter 3 FNCS
それ
finals
か、
without
そっちを
scoring
取る
points
か、
over
それとも
the
いや
past
全力で俺は
every
あれカチューシャ
single
クラシックするよ
That's insane.
全力でカチューシャクラ
This
シッ
is
クするよ
stat line, right? I mean, this
もう認めなんて書い
stage
ている
is
バ
going to-
バチコレ勝ちに行く
legitimately some of the best players from all representing 7 regions from all around the world. It's absolutely ridiculous. I wanted to really quickly touch. I know both of you guys have come from competitive player backgrounds. You know what this feels like to be on a stage like this, to be in front of a
あ
crowd
れ
like
今の
this.
自分が
What
出
are
た
some
ソ
of
ロだ
these
ったら
players
どれぐらいいける自
doing
信あ
right
る
now?
ソロだったら
Locked in, right? They're looking like
まあワールド
focused.
カ
They're not
ッ
even
プ
thinking
100 人
about the
中
crowd.
50位ぐらい
They
か
see the
な
crowd beyond the monitors right now, which is
意外と
really,
謙虚
really
なんだ
good for some of
いや
them.
ソロは無
But
理
I'm telling you, you know, some of them are probably just
デュオ
really
は
good at hiding
デュオ
their
だった
nerves
ら
because being
1 位
at these
狙える
events, it's a different
マジ
atmosphere. We talk about
Nice.
this time and time again. It
Yeah.
is not the same as playing in your room at
マイ
all.
ポリ
You
がい
will
る
have all these lights.
No,
You know, maybe
できないん
the
だ
desk is a little bit of
デュオ
a
ならい
height
ける
difference. The chair is a little bit different than what you're used to, and it all plays
実際かすったしね
you know how well you're going to do. I remember
左足の
I
小指ぐらい
myself
入
a
って
little
よ
bit
ワールド
uncomfortable
カッ
on
プ
the stage, not because of the crowd, not
実
because
際
of
マ
the
イポリはあれ
lights,
片
but
足
simply
突っ込ん
because
で
of, you know,
補欠行ったから
slight
ね
changes in how I was used to sitting.
It's just not your home setup, and that's going to be naturally
補欠
difficult
ってどういう
for
枠
any
なんだろう
player to
どういう
overcome, no
枠って
matter how
普
much
通で
in-person or LAN experience they might
何
actually
の
have
補欠な
underneath
の
their belt.
普
But
通の補欠
one
だよ
thing that I always find a little bit fun talking with some of the
は
players,
何お
even
前
yesterday and in the
え、
player
何
lounge,
何
it's
サッカーでいう
asking
ベンチ
them
みたいな
what
の
are their
あそ
kind
の
of like little tips and tricks. I want to know how many of them like
ベンチ
taking their
全
shoes off
全
right
チーム
now,
選べるベン
because
チみ
it's
たい
just
な
that it adds that extra little safety
誰か
net.
風邪ひいたりとか
Just,
したら
hey,
そう
I feel more
どの
like
地
I'm
域
at
でも
my
いいから選べ
in-home
る
environment.
Yeah, 100%. And this is all like, I know it sounds like, oh, take your shoes off. That's like a joke right now. This is legitimately, man. Like when a player is comfortable, they will perform better. It's proven. Why don't we go hang out with we got with Tokata, Mini Miner? Are you guys in the player area?
We are indeed, Zeke. Now, some of these players might have their shoes off, but we've got our thinking hats on about this day today at Takata. I mean, we've got 2 days of Fortnite action. I'm excited. We're going to be breaking everything down tomorrow and today, of course, but how excited are you?
Look, I'm incredibly excited, right? There's so many storylines that have yet to be built, right? We have Malibuka and Merstash going against European GOATs, Titans, right? Tayson and Chapix down in the cloudy condos, and even with the third duo there, Aqua Reason, with a possible third party. I'm excited to see that engagement. We even have Mr. Savage being contested up north, closer to Logjam, and then down at the Synapse Station, Joe and Ziandi, which are no longer contested because now Baka and On1 have moved up north to Mr. Savage and his duo's drop spot. I mean, there's a lot of action to unfold. Mini, I'm excited.
I'm super excited as well, but things can change, of course. You know, we know how these drops are maybe going to form. We see some people moving around and changing up their idea of how they're going to play this. So be on the lookout for some changes. Be on the lookout for some of these players and teams that are thinking, actually, you know what, let's switch things up. Let's go for plan B, plan C, plan D, plan Z, maybe. Who knows?
That's what I love about Fortnite, right? You never know what's actually going to happen, right? We might be able to see the map, see what these duos have planned ahead of time, but who knows? Maybe they have a not so great game one, and then they have to change things up, or maybe even after halftime, right? 3 games down, you're like, okay, we're not doing too good. We gotta change something
も
up.
しもし
I'm
お姉さん
excited to see who's gonna be able to
ちょっと
show
帰ってくれ
that
る
they've
日
been
本に
practicing. They have been in the player lounge going against each other, even in creative, you know, doing 1v1s, 2v2s, and I mean, there's so much to see. I really just can't wait.
So much to see, so much to do, and I can feel the energy in the arena right now. But Zeke, please take it away. We're too hyped.
Bro, I'm right there with you, man. I just cannot wait to see all of the action unfold before our very eyes. We're almost there. Just a couple little things before we start the battle bus on its journey. I wanted to highlight another duo, Cammy and Seti, right?
聞いたこともない単語言ってるもん。無理わからん。
You know these guys recently just won a DreamHack. They've literally came in first and
高速で
second
引く
in a solos competition. They were the best
Yes!
players.
Cam and
What I love
Seti!
about Cammy and Seti is that individually they kind of remind me of myself, right? That really slow,
ねえ、あのさ、
methodical game play style.
普通さ、こういうカップ麺系ってさ、お湯の入れる位置のさ、とこになんかちょっとあるじゃん。なんか線みたいなお湯ここまで入れますみたいな。ないんだけどこれ。
知らねえよ。
Yeah, the infamous
ググれ。
Cammy split as everybody
全部
in the
ググれや。
world has basically come to know. Exactly, but I am curious to see how their surge management actually unfolds throughout the entirety of Chapter 3. I don't think they really had too many issues with it, but it is important to know that for this duo specifically, they don't really like fighting early. And, well, fortunately, having an uncontested drop back can definitely feed into that. So naturally, you want to wonder where their points are going to come from or where their surge management is going to come from. And I think that is something that they're largely just going to have to control throughout their mid game.
Yeah, they also have to be very, very careful when they're landing there. There are a lot of teams landing around them, especially, we think about towers left of kind of where they're landing. Center map, Cold and Tendon are expected to be tested there at that loot lake kind of area. So if any of those teams kind of want to disengage from some of those early spawn fight situations, they could easily run over to the split that Kimi and Seti are looking to take and maybe gather up some loot themselves.
ピングとかさ、あれだよな、一時チーター疑えたのに結局払拭して強いから絶対強いんだよな。
So they're usually off on their own.
And I think what you're getting at is adaptability, right? Duels being able to moment say, we had a game plan, we did not find the chest, we did not find the thing, we got tagged, someone has pushed on our location, we need to change up something. What does that look like, man, right? Like, if this was EU FNCS, I'm like, oh yeah, no problem, I got all the notes for you, but it's NA East, it's NA West, it's Asia, BR, there's so many other regions that you have to kind of be and not only their own meta, it's that duo, right? Like, oh, I know they're from BR and they do this, oh great.
なんか待機場から戻ってきてるけど。
待機場から戻ってきてるね。How you don't have many notes on a lot of these teams because they're just around for the entire world. And that's why international events are held at such a high.
ダブルイベント最近実装されたやつ使わないとダメだよ。
All around the world, it's harder to play against people that you don't normally play against.
And the competitive lobby metas that you'll often see.
なんならワールドカップのために追加してよフォートナイト。
These 12 games this weekend, I think that is going to be a really crucial
タイミング的にそうだよな。
ダ
ブルイベントダメなんだ。じゃあどうすんだよってね、多分不満殺到でね。じゃあ公式で出すよ。
As far as gaming are concerned, just touching back on them, I like the fact you brought up the early game engagements because honestly, their all-time record, by the way, first 3 zones, they have a less than 5% of elim scoring throughout those first 3 zones, so they don't like the early game engagements.
That is absolutely crazy indeed. A duo I feel like could be a dark horse the competition that I really want to see kind of win it all. It's Acorn and Edgy. Edgy over in NA has come second place. So close so many times. Paired up with Acorn. Look, we know this duo is absolutely incredible. They are some of the toppest caliber duo that NA has to offer.
Yeah.
But Edgy just hasn't been able to grasp that number 1 spot. And what I feel like for me to come out of this event and say, I'll walk away with the Swarovski trophy, baby!
時をさ、なんかスキップする能力ないの。
Edgy loves it, man.
この紹介もアジア勢全員出たからもういいかなと思って。
Oh, wow! He has the
fucking best player.
I've seen it a couple times now. Tilted Towers.
固定折り。
They're being real confident coming into this event. Unfortunately, they are contested by.
いやこの自由さがないとな。
I really think that if they were uncontested, they could probably run away with this event.
いいよいいよ当たり前
I
じ
still
ゃん。
think it's possible. I think it's a little bit less likely. But I was watching Acorn yesterday, last night, even into the later night, 10, 11 o'clock. He was still VOD reviewing all the way up until then. So I'd love to see the practice coming out of this.
早く見たいね。
But it's the fact that there's 5 duos at Tilted Towers, and literally none of them are willing to budge from this spawn. They all want their piece of the pie here at Tilted Towers, and whether or not this engagement could end up being
視聴者の人さ、誰か始まるまでゴッドフィールドやんない？
There might have to be a ton of resources expended.
Yeah. We cannot forget. Here they are. Queasy Vino. We talked about them at the beginning of the show.
俺も今日のために18時起きだからもうあれだよ。もう寝ないよ一生。
I mean, what more could we possibly say about this duo? They've basically been winning everything as of late. Queasy is looking in absolute top form. Vino has been crushing it. He's ready to go.
シルトはねえよ。一口で食うわ。バカ野郎。
So I used to be a professional player. Now I'm an analyst. Right? Both are very heavy when it comes to the VOD reviews. I pretty much have just done it for the past 5 years. Very intense. I love it. It's awesome. I have never watched a VOD review and been like, wow, I am impressed on the individual level. Because I've been at the top before, right? You know what I mean? I've seen pretty much everything that these players can do.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate that. Vino, I VOD reviewed him for this event. It's an international event. I'm typically on the NAE side of things, but let me dabble in EU so that way I'm prepared for this event. I'm watching Vino. Individually, like I said, I've never been impressed. I was impressed. He seems so clean. Every single action that he does, it seems like it has a purpose. And I genuinely have never seen that out of an individual player ever.
There's a reason why he's often regarded as one of the best fraggers in Fortnite competitive history right now. And not only that, but he's got a perfect IGL to match that. Queasy is notorious for being an absolute genius for his IGLing. And I think something that I love about Queasy is that his stats also speak for themselves, because you don't go the past 7 seasons getting a victory royale dating all the way back to Chapter 2 or Chapter 2 Season 6. Without being a consistent
アジアって
IGL.
さ、ASIA だよね。アシアだよね。アシアだよね。アシアだよ。
And I love the fact that you're bringing up the IGLing aspect, right? You know, a lot of these dudes are going to be making a lot
ア
of
ジアって
calls. Queasy, what he is known
ASIA だよ
for
ね。
is this very clean, high ground
似てんの？
take. It just always seems so methodical and flawless whenever he does it. So the pairing is very, very well. And then that's not even like one of the most exciting parts is they always seem to find those mid-game dead side rotations that work out so well that keep them alive into the end game very consistently.
And it's kind of like having a silver bullet, right? You
強化
have
サーバー
to
と
know
かい
they're
つもの大
ready
会
to
に
go.
軽いんからどうなん
If
だろ
you're
うな。
Queasy, you're just thinking,
そりゃそうやろ。
I need to go accomplish this goal.
強化サー
I'm
バー
going
な
to
んか
point
ら
my
そも
silver
そも
bullet in the direction. There's
当たり前やん。
an enemy over there I don't like. Vino, why don't you
回
just
線と
go
かどうなんだろ
1v2
う。
them for us, and then bring their loot and ammo back and builds, and then I'm going to be up on high ground, okay? I'll see you in 30 seconds.
So
That's not a joke.
I'm laughing because, you know, 1v2s, right? They seem impossible, especially on the international stage. But no, like, literally, Vito,
動きがでかいね。
he just does it so
海外の人
often.
は。
I cannot
てか
wait
ま
to
あ
get to the game.
That's right. Guess what?
喋ってないのに
Ladies and
喋ってる
gentlemen,
ね。体
Fortnite
が。
fans, we're ready. The battle bus
この
is
会場って
already.
さ、
The
フ
players
ォ
are
ートナイ
on
トの以
board.
外でどういう使わ
Let's
れ方
do
するん
this.
だろうね。
It's game number 1.
Game 1!
Here we go.
Oh.
It is time. Is one just big moment away from really kicking it off. All that preparation. We're gonna have to put it into it. The battle.
ブブブー出ました
Game number 1 of the
ということで、ここからはフォートナイトの方で見ていこうかなと思います。でもね、フォートナイトの方がね、多分ね、メイビーね、まだね、更新されてないのでね、まあ、もうちょい待ちましょうということで。
Overall, this is just amazing. And just look at the
15分待たないといけないスタイルなのかな。
多分そのぐらい待つと思うよ。Oh my god! Thomas HD.
Pressure as you are jumping off the battle bus here. We already know what's in store for us. It's going to be an incredible amount of action as we know there are so many.
深夜テンションって来てるけど、なんか普段からこんな感じだよ、こいつは。
これあれさ、公式の方で見るから実況あった方が映えるな。Oh yeah, Thomas HD! いいね、俺は予定通りだね。トーマス HD、はい、1人8、おー、ムーブ変えたか。トーマス HD が多くのタンクをやるんであって、はい、これ急に増えるよ、急に増えるよ。パリンあれ
今ってまだあれ飛行船みたいなのあんだ。
あるある。
みたいなやつ。
ティルテッドタワーティルテッド多いよ。100人から動いてないね、誰も死んでない。Oh, Condo Canyon Sweep Poly 優勝候補しか降りてないここ。テイソン、アクア、マリブカたち。もう全員優勝候補。全員優勝候補。誰かって難しくない。近藤がどう足の引っ張り合いするかで優勝がね、一気に変わる。
ここって強いマップなの？
マジで強い。ここ今回かっこいいっすね。空き時間めっちゃあるから公式見てリプレイ見たら、あーね、確かに頭いい。マグレフィフターフィフターかな。
武器強くねバリブか。
いや、弱いよ。まあ、サージ必要だからさ、バースト弱いよ。
今の金ショットガンじゃないの？
見てるよ。あー、シキクラーシキクラーシキクラーさあ、100人から誰一人として減っておりません。
本当だ、緑だ。
いや、お互いに慎重であり。リプレイで自分で見た方がいいんじゃない？いや、いいよいいよ、後から見るよ、リプレイは。後からザゴ見るとか見よう。 寝過ごした。ちょっと遅れた。だいぶちょうど今始まったぐらいだから。おいやムズワンパンイエインビテーション最初のキルはムズのワンパンから始まりました。1v2 No, 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 chill, 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 chill.
相手もうまいな。
相手もうまい。ワールドカップだぜ。一回デブジル決めた方がいいんじゃないのか。こいつも
どれぐらい稼げばいいの？
サージ ?6000 ダメージぐらいじゃない？
まあマジな話。
いやマジな話でマジ1500ダメージぐらい稼いでも足りないんじゃないか。サージやばい。多分グランドファイナルの5倍ぐらいあるでしょ。だからここ多分ムズたちこの試合マジででかい。ただ物資が悪すぎてきついんじゃないのかっていう。イエーテイソン vs マリブーカ。一人落とされた。あ、ムズたちが落としてるラスト。いやーダーカーたちが手打ち。いやーat our best aim。テイソンたち引いたね。いいね、気色悪いよ。いい感じの気持ち。ういやーいい感じのそのねちっこさというか、そういうねいやらしさがね大事なんですよ。いやー今度これ移動きついぞ。おいおいおいおい。でもやっぱサージ稼ぎ、ここあれか、全員優勝候補だけど物資きつくなるけどサージ稼ぎ合うな。ルナ君キルマジいやー
ってことはルナ初動戦ってるの？
戦ってるね。いや相手もエイムがいい。もうトップレベル、トップのトップのトップ。4ボックス。おほメロアンドブルゲベストコンディション。逆にクロン持つ感じね。刺さるかもね。メロコントローラーだからね。
クロム移動悪いの？
悪いゴミ。いやームーブがきついぞここら辺は。みんな資材なんてカウントできるわけもなく。
One of the few representatives of the Middle East community here, and Andalus, what a monumental task to step up here and for the first time ever compete with a duo. So we love to see what we have going on.
Yeah, crazy!
Representation of all of our spaces. You know what I saw?
Yeah, crazy. チリチャグ6。お、チャグ18。いやー。
誰？なんか鍵で買ってってこと？
そう。
鍵ってあれさ、固定なのあれ？
位置はある程度固定だね。枠かわからないかのんで宝箱と一緒で、中身もランダム。本当に宝箱ね。チリチャグとかレブチェブ俺9でよく見てるけど、そもそもめったにじゃねえチリチャグ。マジいいね、アンチ外で撃つよ。そんだけサージきついもんな。NS プラプラプラ。アナさんのピンクいいね。ミルザゴをどかしただけのことはあるぜ。ジョンジーズ周りはきついんちゃう。ミルザゴもきついね。
there's a single elim though.
ミルムザゴ多分もう今泣きながら最初稼いでるよ。
Yeah, and for a lot of these teams today, this is just
ミルムザゴ1悪いね今回。
now. They're just feeling each other out, trying to figure out how everybody's playing, and then they're going to adapt as soon as this one gets at least toward the mid game, towards the end game. It's going to get super exciting very, very quick.
1試合目優勝クイージーたちかも。
Fight done and over with. They know it's about the resource, about matting up and setting yourself up for later
今ってハイグラ強い
I
の
love that you say that because what they have to be able to do is tons of accessibility
EU
to the
結構
metal.
レンジャーメタみたいな。確かにレンジャーは強いからね、終盤特に。あー、テイソンたちブッシュ悪いね。ストーム綺麗だな。
Yeah, and it's also one of the first materials that you use when really trying to defend yourself. As Zagu and Miram,
まあアンチ外から行くしかないわな。
whatever Janice and Vidil left behind. And there's actually a lot of the teams that landed Rave Cave north that are trying to rotate towards this slower side of zone. And right now, everybody are just stuck in zone because nobody wants to bite off more than they can chew.
This is our current reigning champions of the Japanese region, representing for Japan of the Asia region here. Now we jump over to Ed.
King 4言われてるやん。
One of the most explosive duos.
DMR.
Ed's history, how much he's raised.
いや刺さるんじゃない？刺さるよ。今さスナイパーないから止まってるやついるからマジでレーザーできるよ。DMR。
They have such a fun history here. They have engaged against one another multiple times in FNCS in seasons past.
いやーミルムザゴマジできついな位置関係。やっぱレイブケーブからの立ち回りわかんないもんな。 マイポリがいろいろコーチングしてやればいいのに。多分
無理でしょ。コーチングとかでしてあげれんの？
わかんない。まあでもあれ公式大会ではありだからありだと思うよ。それ通話でするぐらいなら。まあその公式グランドファイナルとかありだから。であくまでも FNCS だから。
Bevies and Vortex are a little bit better. They're going to land right behind Chappies. They find Tayson out by himself. A great shot here. Now he steps up, but smarter to go ahead and defensively poise up here. No need to get too in.
相手からしたら最悪だろうなこれ。
いやー、きついね。きついよ、きついよ。Right now, you see 95 left alive. When Storm Surge actually activates Monster, this is probably going to be one of the most scariest things I've seen in Fortnite in quite a while.
甘えるか甘えるか甘えるか。 まあずっと見られてるからね。ああ、いって。さあ走る。健在もない。アジア勢全員良さそう。何？ミリムザゴきつそうだったよ。すごく。
Not quite there.
いや、クイージ。
状
状態良すぎだろ。どこに？クイージ。3P か。3P でこの虫か。マジか。いや、3P メタか。
An amazing breakdown there, Jacob.
Yeah, one thing that I didn't really mention it. Did you see the 18 splashes on him? These guys are ready for that end game. If you have that much heal, that's value if you are down on Surge to kind of handle it. Fabs and Stacky, FNCS champions from NA West, learning on Storm Surge right now, trying to get themselves back up. But it does look like the fight, maybe the dust have settled, and this is the aftermath.
対面勝ち切ったね、おい。
36 above the damage threshold.
なんか今さ、起き上がるのさ、早いよね。普通にケミストかなってる。
That threat is still looming in the back of their minds.
That's right.
これでもサージがきつい。
They get to go ahead and reap the rewards. They needed those tags, but that's not going to be enough. There's a little bit more in front of them.
みんな以下、みんな以下、本当に。以上なんて誰もいない。みんなサージきつい。対面してるだから、近藤とかが有利。あとあれ、ルナが初動落としてたから、ルナもちょっと有利。あと真ん中で戦ってたやつらも有利。エピ
ックコイルいいじゃん。
エピックコイルいいね。
We have EU versus NA West.
Oh no, I'm ready, Brick! Epic!
Read on the other side of the wall. This one is going to get close
Oh,
because
no,
like
there you
Ariana
go.
talked about, he loves to fight. Epic Will loves to fight as well. But Epic Will is
Best
also
fight.
the IGL, that 6-time champion. He knows when and where to pick his battles in
対面
every
仕掛ける
single
しか
one
な
of
い
these
ね
situations. So he's
た
probably
だ
talking
敵上だ
about
ね
now, get the pre-edit ready, but he's
いや、相手うまいね
This is why they're not
意味わからんところ
fight.
が刺してくる
They
ね
have damage to do.
Epic Will and Reed have around a
いや、横から撃たれてるきついね
win ratio when taking on these early game fights.
広げるね
It's looking very good for them. But
いいね
no one can beat the surge. That is going to be inevitable damage in the coming seconds. So this is why this fight's so important.
いいね、ノリリーたちも以下だからね当て合うしかないね
Meanwhile, in the distance, threats and Alice are starting
さあ、発生しますよいや、ペポ落としてなかった
you know, being interfered with.
ペポさんやばくねルナペポマジで通用すんじゃん
Shots come in. No
エピックオイル
no time. They pounce in and they're hunting now. Reeds on the run. Shots from the side. Who will steal away the
やば
here? Someone has
激アツやんこんなん
It is they
エピックオイル VS ノアレイリーノアレイリーウィン
quickly and just
いや、
like
ル
that,
ナペポも強え
Oh my god, but the action is just
やっ
all
ぱ
over.
ザゴミリムあれだよ、固定折りが悪いわ
That's picking enough to pick up two more. And I even saw moments
強引に
ago
取り寄っ
that
てもいいかなっ
Booga
て
went down. The elimination
ね
feed is just lighting
ジ
up.
ョンジーズ周り多
Cards
す
and
ぎた
Rays
から
go
ね
down as well. This one is
はい
getting
1v1 の
active very
2v2 の対
fast.
面とかだったら
That's
全然
because
強引に
of
取り
the
にいけるの
storm
よ
surge. But this is something I feel like all of us preface just a little bit. Handling that storm surge is going to be so important throughout these 12 games.
さあ、サージきついよいや、ルナペポ倒してんねマジすげえザゴ倒してるザゴがスラッキー倒してるやばやば
here and they need more tags. They're just 8 above. Well played for them to go ahead and find a few to keep them in the game. But let's get on over to that fight that is inevitably
うわ、いや、不毛じゃないんだよ、しゃあないんだよ
And this is exactly what happens when you split it, though. They split that drop spot. They weren't able to get the early damage. Down
いいね
Tasting under pressure.
いいね、ジャーリス
And there he
ジャーリス
to the lobby. But Deal and Janice do it again.
from teammates to enemies. Janice takes down Jason in the zone just like that. It is over. Now we jump on over to onward.
ザゴザゴ強っスラッキーとファブスやってんだけど
Few hopes for NA West this weekend right here.
いや、もう
Talk
つ
to
け
me
もな
about
い
how they managed to surge over Mr.
やっぱザゴがいっちゃん強えよ
Picking it up.
Just honestly talking to them before this as they were preparing, and when they finally
ザ
made
ゴ
that
がいっちゃん
decision
強
to
え
switch up their drop spot, they had a choice.
見たかったね、どんな感じ
見たかったねいや後でリプレイで見ます任せといてください
They said no. They want to take one of the biggest names in Europe. They want to go against Mr. Savage and iDrop, and already it's proving to be fruitful on one coming from Mexico. This guy is a legend from NA West, and honestly, it's been just a few seasons and he's already making a name for himself.
That's right, and way to do it on the international stage now when it matters. Now we jump on over to Chicho and Trulix here. What a great spot to be in. My God, finding beautiful tags here, holding the team out on the side. Meanwhile, Vadil and Janice look like they have finally made it from outside the storm line. Tough spot to be in. You have a lot of water here, very little land terrain to work with. And take a look in the distance there. You see the stacking starting to happen. Meanwhile, on the other side, some of the NA East best, Edgy and Acorn. Now what's cool about this duo here is that Edgy
アリスたちはね、言語違うからねいや、伝わると思うよ、ある程度
skill-wise, the better I will perform. That is how much experience he's picked up in the past from practicing against the best of the best lot.
And already, if you look at their loot right now, that 5-team contestation coming out of Tilted Towers, honestly, didn't do too much. 250.
いいね、バーストだよ定石ハンマーだよ
Elimination's gonna be cleaned up to Acorn. They get 2 to
落
their
と
total.
された
And
ね
his teammate Yusri goes down as well. That's gonna be Vadil, no Riley picking up some more eliminations as well.
What a quick way to finish that one off. And there's a problem here. We have bot
さあ端食らってるね
NA East champions are most recent of Avery and Command. You can see they've actually taken a lot of damage here. They were just below the surge quite a bit ago, and yes, more damage is starting to come in. It's only a matter of time now for them. They will have to take a fight. That's no easy fight on the other side of the wall, but first tags there are going to go to the side of the NA East boys.
Yeah, I'm going to Baka right
まだ
now.
待つよまだ待つよ
Their game. They are down on Storm.
まだ詰めないよ
Commandment and Avery.
確実にキルが取れるようになるまで
Shots. Actually, I wish Onwoo and Baka would have just stayed in the box because
以上にな
honestly,
ったね
if they would have just waited a little bit longer, Storm Surge would have had these
まあ
guys almost down and out.
アリさんやったアリさんやってるいやアジアマジでせっつえアジアがいっちゃん強えマジでいや刺さるもんそりゃそうだもん強えもん誰が見ても
This
This is what it's all about. We show up for big moments like this. Can you step up to the plate?
いやーこれクロム移動とか甘えられないもんなこれ。だってさ明らかシールド割れて辛そうだったのに詰めれないもんだって。詰めたら何起こるか分かんないし怖いもん。いやサージ以下だねずっと以下だね。
最悪って感じで。めっちゃ安定してるね。
いいね一人持ってって。もう一人エディット Let's fucking go! Bruh! Yeah! Best cricks! Yeah!
He has that World Cup
Cricks
experience
and
being
Dick!
FNCS champion in
Oh!
Duke, his first
アリ
time
ス
in person in event.
やってんねサージ以上だね。いやこのレベルで152以上はマジで強い。チリチャグ4マジである。頑張れアリスマジであるぞ。
AR 弾14発だったね。
マジかマジか強い強いじゃなくて強い。いや人味方一人死んだらきついよ。
何今投げたのク
ロム強化
強化されるの
建造物強化される。
You expect this team to do so well in game 1 and already broken.
ヘイトが収まるよ一緒で。
inside of the storm.
アリサが誰？アメリカにしよう PR にアメリカに西だったんですよ。
そんなのと組んでんの？でもアメリカも
落ち着け落ち着け。
エルサッチと頑張りますか。
Not looking good, Jacob. Tags are coming in.
サージがきつい。
They do have heals. They can survive for a little bit more.
アンチ外から。
Raging everywhere as the
ナイスサージなくなった。メルスタッチ&マリビカ。こいつらでも辛いのか。この最強でもお前が EU2 っつってたのマリブカ？
そうマリブカだわ。
マリブカだね。こいつらでも
マリブカのプレイの仕方好きだもんね。
ミリブカキルしたマジかよ。もうあいつら最強だろ。
Better watch where you peek. Asetti and Cammy, another favorite to probably take the top spot here in this event. 306 above the damage threshold. They're still continuing to put that pressure on the lobby. That's exactly what you got to do when you make it to endgame, especially if you're a team that doesn't fight off spawn.
The coming legends, Cammy and Seti, have 2 launch pads. They have material. They have heals.
アジア勢全員キルできてるな。
Be their game. Well, let's jump on over to Zeet. KBR. How's it going here? 132. They have Z-Handy and Joe FN on the other side of the wall. It's going to be a tough one. 23 duos remaining here. The surge is still active. And now as the timer hits 0 and the zone reveals itself, we're going to start entering into the first moving zone territory. These next 25 seconds are going to be some of the toughest they have ever had to deal with. Remember, for some on this stage, this is their first LAN, an in-person event that they have ever experienced here, and they get to play it out now.
And this is where you talk about some of the players that had rotation. It is going to be so important. You see where the zone pulls. There's different elevations.
さあこの後さ、またさミニムとかさ通話してとかだったらさ、これ聞いといてくんね。なんか観客の声とかさ入ってんのみたいな。
今ね現地にいるマイポリと LINE してるから大丈夫。
これやってる最中声聞こえてくるのかな。
All the way, the launch pad comes down. They don't want to stay there and commit the map. They're going to go in and switch it up. Merstash on the low ground down to 40 HP, but he still has some movement to work with.
You can see him speaking to the code, gathering that information. He has a launch pad as well. He can easily try to find his way through, but there's so many players stacked all around him. They don't want to make it easy, but 28 above the damage threshold. He's not only looking for the perfect rotation, he's looking for some players to put some shots on, but a high ground.
なんかレナペボハイが取ってね。
マジで言ってんの。でもクイージーとベロが行かないいかない。いや行ったいやラグくて無理だけど行ったぞ。やばい最悪押し込まれた。取ったやリス頑張れ。 いやナイスだってナイスヒットんだべ十分だよ十分だよ手だらく前して味方のいいね3時以上3時以上落ちてミリムたちマジで強いペパーマジでアジア通用してるここまで残ってるのやばいよもうだってあれだよ本当に全員が全員最強なのにさ100人中だって70人落ちてんだよザゴマジであいつら強い本当にだって勝つもんザゴあいつらやっぱ強いんだよいやミリムデュークやってんだけどペポアリスやってるペポ勝てる勝てる勝てる勝てる勝てるアジア勢2倍生きてるルナペポ死んだルナペポ死んだルナペポ死んだけどアジア勢全員生きてたルナペポが今死んだ
ミリムたちまだ生きてる
ミリムたちまだ生きてるアリスも生きてるギリあれ生きてない
いやアリス死んだ死んだペポに殺された
いやカーミ設定が入られてるマジかクレイジーたち落としたヘロベナ
ハイグラ変わってんね
ハイグラ変わってるあっつやけどしとるんだけどいやザゴーザゴーザゴービルマジで強いやばやばマジで強いマジで強いローグラ無双してるやん
資材ないねこいつは
ザゴーたちが一致これ勝つぞいやでもこれあれだマリ崖だ崖は
戻りかわいそうローグラ厳しそう
いや戻りじゃないギリギリギリ結構そんな登りじゃない結構川まっすぐいやザゴービルたちそりゃそうだ強すんもんいっちゃってやアジアでハイグラクラッチみたいなベロいやこの時点で9人残ってるってよ
これあれか編集させて下行かないようにして
編集しないようにいやーこれミリムザゴ勝つぞおいベロが生きてるベロがローグラセンター取ってやりきられたミリムザゴがセカンドライ中段セカンドロー取れてる取れてる取れてる
いやこの A コーンって人さ下の人1人だからやばくない
ベル頑張れ頑張れ頑張れいやだいぶだいぶ落ち着け落ち着けいや返したいや惜しい惜しいいやマジで強いあいつら
5位でしょ
でもこれで5位か
いや4位4位だわいや4位だろ5位だから
イエーイやばマジかいダメージ与えておー神設定
すげえ
勝ち切ったのは
しょっぱな4位強いねミリムたち
4位すごいじゃないの
4位だと思うよ多分
かっこよいや神設定ビクロイミリムザゴーたちもマジで強い全員終盤残ったアジア勢いや最強マジで最強アジア勝つよ
Put me in the best lobbies, I will put up the numbers.
Yeah, and for him, that's a little bit of a success, even though he didn't get the victory royale. Staying alive as long as he did.
神設定緊張で顔が緊張で顔が
That is just insane, but let's go ahead
全然嬉しそうじゃないね
to an interview with the winners.
I am with our game 1 winners. Give it up for Cami and Seti! I must ask, what, Dzień dobry, first and foremost. Dzień dobry. Obviously, game 1 winners, how was that being out there and winning in front of this amazing crowd?
It's amazing. I love the atmosphere here. It's really nice having a crowd again.
Excellent. And also, obviously, high ground reigns supreme. Once you had the high ground there, able to maintain, do you think that was the difference? Maybe you felt comfortable being above the rest of the teams?
Like, we knew that
翻訳の人が
doesn't have much, so we just took it.
You took it. Going into the next game, much of the same? Do you have to constantly change strategy, or did it feel good playing against the rest of the world?
It feels good. It feels pretty easy. I'm not like denying the competition, but it feels really nice playing here. And yeah, we're just going confident into game 2. Still have to be consistent to the end of the tournament, and that's it.
Excellent stuff. Once more time, guys, give it up. Your game 1 winners, Cami and Seti! Good stuff. Let's head back over to our man, Zeke on the desk.
Thank you guys so much. Game number 1 is taken by EU. This is going to be a tough one for everybody else. EU, let's represent, baby. Cami and Seti, though, come out huge in game number 1. What's crazy, too, for a moment there, we watched Queasy and Vino go for height in 6th moving, right? But it's not them who end in height, it's Cami and Seti.
It's crazy, big development there. I can't believe Cami and Seti are the ones that actually end up on the high ground. I love the fact that you mentioned that there were a little bit of flip-flopping going on the high ground. Somehow Cami and Seti, probably the least likely to find themselves up there.
ミリムザゴーたちやばいよ。キル数がでかい。
Played coming from them, and also not to mention this end clip right here.
順位表見たいよね。
Full story. Seti goes down in that mid game, and Cami clutches
ね、順位表見たいね。一回一回出てるのかな。とりあえず、はい、フォートナイト行きます。フォートナイト行きます。あ、順位出ました。ミルタ3位1位と3ポイント差。キル何本？キル7。7キル4位。いや、Oh my god。Oh my god。1位が1位6キル。7キル8キル。いや、お前このポイント差。ペポたちも10位。アリスはちょっと序盤の方で死んじゃったからな。18位。いや、食い込んでる。食い込み散らかしてるよ。はい、見まーす。はい、見まーす。とりあえずね、次のが始まるまでね、音を消して見とこうかな。はい、じゃあ今からね、ミルムザゴーたちのね、リプレイをね、見ていきたいとね、思いますね。はい。さっきからね、ずっとね、実は
強いね、ミリムザゴー。なかなか強い。
確かルナペポが先に倒してたんだよ。手打ちするときモニターにキスしろよって。オフライン、いや、みんなに言わないでおこう。もう、俺たちだけの秘密はマイポリがいろいろ盗んできてくれてる。とりあえず手打ちするときなんか、あれ、ディープキスするらしい、モニターと。
いるよね、それやる人。
俺もしよう。マジでしよう。全部しよう。マイポリから全部。ちなみに、大会中ずっとマイポリから LINE 来てる。ずっとマイポリから LINE 来てる。いや、ルナたちこれもしかしたらさ、倒しに行ってる。うわ、マジかよ、こいつら。かっこよすぎだろ。レーザー、溶かしきったろ、こいつら。はは。マジ言ってんの。あは。こいつら最強だぞ。マジで。ルナペポ溶かしきったのかよ。よだれ出てきたんだけど。
強いな。
いやー、これ相手サージきつい状態に持ってたのか。チグ使ってんね。あ、これペポが先に落としてんのか。すげえな、こいつら本当に最強なんだな。対面本当に最強なんだな。 来るじゃん来るじゃん。どうすんのペポ。広げる。うまいよ。広げて。正面いる。溶かしきんのかまさか。まさかの。おいおいおいマジかよ。こっからどうやって一人持ってくんだよ。ワールドカップメンバーだぞ。ワールドカップメンバーだぞ。敵はどのサーバーでも本当にやばすぎやばすぎだろこんな最強レベルを。最強だぞ敵全員。相手器具使ってる。当てて。サージからやってんね。きついね。入り込んで。ペポが入って。ルナが上からやりきってく。かっけー。いやペポはっやっやっ。
Thank you so much, Kelly, and of course, Mini Minor, and shout outs to the players. That was just game number 1 now.
ザゴミリもっとやってるの対面仕掛けられてんな。パッドか。ペポがパッド。さあ移動してってアンチャー入る。さあじゃあギリ以上。ここでペポがやってる。パーブスサーキ目の前に撃ってるサージがきつい。せーの当たんない。撃たれる。きつい。サージがきつい。器具で耐える。後ろもサージ食らってんのが聞こえたか。落としてって。いや1枚かこれ表示的に。ハブスは別に落とされた。詰めてカウンターしようとする。メイビーファブスが別パに落とされる。クロム使って落としきってく。ザゴしっかり置いて。絶対いる。
ワールドカップあるとき絶対ポンプないな。
まあそうだね。実はポンプ嫌い説。これアリスは AR っぽいね。まあ立ち回りが安定してる証拠ですね。ここまで対面多分いやしてるのか分かんないけど一人もやらずにサージがいい状態はここでやりきって。いやキル入ってないなこれ。もう一人だね。もう一人キル入ってやっていくと。Oh my god Oh my god Oh my god
アリスってさあアジアの PR 何本ぐらいなの。
忘れた。一桁では間違いなかったよ。いやかっけーこいつら。あかっけー。まあ大丈夫だよな。だいぶすごいわ。いやーミニムザを詰められてこの物資でこの回復ゼロみたいな物資で。お目の前いる傷。いやごめんよく見てなかったかも一回。クロムで貫通してきた。いやこれどういう反応速度これ。置いてたウォールハック。長いね間。まあいいよ。その間にミリムザゴーたちを見よう。こいつらがどんだけ暴れたか。画面真っ暗になっちゃった。マジちょっとね。治ったかな。と治った。
治ってないよ。
マジ。
あ治った。
あよかった。いやこの物資から4位まで行ったんだぜ。土地狂ってんだろ。さあザゴーミリムリフレッシュはミリムです。ザゴーが IGL 進行です。さあまず位置取り。健在は2人ともまあまあありますね。 ジャンパー2回目。先端に行っていいね。アンチがい、ちょっとアンチがいで取り切りました。先端いいですね。敵はそれていくしかありません。ハイグラを見るザゴ、常にハイを狙っている。かっこいう筋やしねえか。さあムーズをプレッシャーかけていって、固まるのが長い。ダメージ食らって、さあ今度はミルムが先端取ります。さあザゴ体力ミリ、この17体力から一体どうやってこの4位まで行くのか。かすっただけに死ぬ。さあミルムが1人持ってく。いいダメージ。 ADS しっかり100ちょい当てていく。1人持っていっていいの。ここでクロム、ミルムが先頭です。いい解答。センター取って、これ正面。ザゴはホームピース、ナイスやっていく。レンジャー危なかったが、いやこれはダウンは無理かなと判断。ちょっとザゴのホームピースをもう一回見ましょう。しかもでいこう。ミニムが先頭。ザゴは後ろからついていきます。バリ囲って正面敵がいる。フルボックスやっていく。ザゴ緊張のあまりか外してしまったが、ミリムがしっかりと大ダメージを当てて、さあザゴ体力はずっともう20とかですね。核が入ってきり体力伸びた。先端をかわされているが先端を取れている。ミリムの核が入った。ここでいいダメージ。現在渡してザゴン残り43枚。いや立ち回りがうますぎる。ザゴ進行、引っかかる。敵取られるが上から撃たれて、いやきつい。後ろミニムが見る。開けてミニムが開けてザゴを撃つ。マリキャークーロムも完璧。ルシを拾う時もケアカが完璧すぎる。今ミニムが一人落としたか。ここで後ろ見る。張り替えてザゴがやりルシを取り正面先端いきます。敵がいる。ワンパン170。いや長弾しっかり溜めている。健在がありすぎる。170ありましたね敵体力。いやダメがでかい。ザゴ先端取ってミニポもらって、いやクロムの使い方がうまい。後ろアンチが決まった瞬間先端行きましたね。先端取りがうまい。ダメも入れてくれ。ベストアッパーだなこいつら。でか決めて先端を取り続ける。現在は2人とも結構ある。クロムで順位伸ばす。視野めっちゃ拾う。後ろからここで取られる。いやここで1人返したがやられる。どんまいしゃあない。はいってことで帰るぞ配信に。
That the players, especially up there, they are pretty set on going for the fight. So I think we're just going to see a fight happen again. But game one jitters are kind of out of the way. If you get eliminated early in a game, you kind of can just sit there, right? You can mentally reset. Obviously some of it's going to start to wear down on your mental a little bit. But you can full reset, maybe come up with a new strategy with your duo, kind of talk to them in that meantime. You pretty much had that whole game to talk strategy. Kind of, mention what went wrong, you think?
Exactly. It's not the end of the world by any means because we are literally only one game through. We still have 5 left to go. There is ample opportunity here, not just for the players to have a chance to, boost their placement points on the leaderboard, but Also, it's just the simple
イヤホン
fact
の
that
方が
they
いいん
can
かね
make
そ
the
の
tiny
人にとって
adjustments
は
they need to. As far as
じゃない
iDrop and
さ
Mr.
すがに
Savage are concerned,
音が
now
聞きや
I
すいと
think
思う
they're
よ
a lot more wary of the fact that Alwan and Baka, they're definitely willing to
い
take
や
a
ミリ
super
ム
early
ザゴ刺さる
engagement.
に
They
決ま
don't
ってん
care
じゃん
about the fact that it's the first three
最
duos.
強だ
Both
ぞ
of these duos,
あ
I
い
think,
つら
are
は
going to continue trying to look to establish their surge management early on.
And I love the terminology used right there, more aware, right? Because, you know, again, Onwa just recently decided to land here like 2 days ago. So it's like, whoa for Mr. Savage and Naja. We had no idea. There's no information because this duo hasn't really landed here before. But now, game one, the information is starting to reveal itself. Onwa is obviously, you know, leaking some of those things just naturally as he plays through the games. And we know that Savage and Naja are very well experienced. So they should be able to turn that into something positive.
Yeah, it's
一
not
試合
kind
一
of
試合の
like
間
a
長
one
くて
beats
さ
all,
選手た
right?
ち
There
手冷め
is
ちゃう
going
よ
to be this back and forth that continues to develop. And it's kind of what we talked about like at the beginning of show is that adaptability factor. How many duels could just say, okay, this went wrong, let's go ahead and change these things so that doesn't happen again, right? Fortnite is primarily a game of what you would call RNG, right? You landed a POI, what's there? Where are the chests? Where's the guns? Where's the builds? And for these duos, they're trying to limit as much of that as possible, right? They want to find that spot. Hey, I know there's a gun here every time. I know if I hit this building as I open this door,
I'll have 10 buildings to wall I can use
to defend myself if I'm jumped, right? So I'm excited to see how in game 2, a lot of these duos look to say, what do we got to do differently?
Well, for Beppo and Runa, I was actually very happy to see that they were the ones that initially started off at that Lustrous Lagoon, and again, that was an uncontested draw spot for them. You're talking about loot, you're talking about resources, Zeke, there is ample of it at Lustrous Lagoon. A lot of these players have even been talking about the fact that it's kind of crazy that they have gone this entire time leading up to the event without anyone wanting to establish an immediate test at that POI. So I like the fact that they were able to hang in that top 10 leaderboard as well, really representing their region.
大会出てる方が短く感じるな。
The fact is, there was a lot of traffic coming their way due to the way that the zones ended up pulling towards that north side. So the fact that they were able to
ザゴミルがダークホースって言われてた。当たり前じゃねえか、ダークホースどころじゃねえよお前。主力だよ。
Also just made do with what they were given there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool.
Darkじゃねえよ、ホワイトホーク。
Took the high ground from none other than
Dark Horse 意味分かって言ってんのかお前。
Ultimately, yeah, they get in and losing it, but I want to see more of that, right? Just because you lost at just this one game, you may have a very good strategy that takes out, you know, something that Queasy and Vino aren't used to, and that's kind of that multi-regional invitational that is just so good, and all the strategies start to come out and catch players by surprise.
連絡取っちゃダメか。
This is just kind of
リプレイとか見れるのかな？
but we also have Mini Miner standing by to get his thoughts on that game.
Absolutely, Zeke. It's not just me, it's Takata alongside me as well. Now, we've been watching all of this action unfold behind the scenes. We've been able to see some extra POVs, Takata. It's been intense, right? We've seen some crazy plays.
Look, players from all around the world, it's
1試合目からいい感じだぞ、アジア。
right? Zagu and Miram, they were fragging out Mini. They got, what, almost 8 eliminations in that match. Even players from the West Coast, Cool and Yumi, they were also popping off in that late game. And what's going on with Seti and Cammy? Up in the clouds, right? We never seen them up there, right? Playing up top, it's something that you love to see in game 1 of an international event like this.
And this is what the invitation is all about, right? We have so many different players from so many different regions, bring different strategies, but it can all change. As we talked about earlier, things can change so quickly. Cammy and Seti on the high ground, what's going on? This is crazy, but of course,
やばい、興奮しすぎて汗かいてきた。
I had a few questions to ask about their
これなんか解説のなんか有名な人なんかね、海外で。
多分そう。アイス取ってくるわ。ダメだ。
And I was like, mate, carry on. You do it, mate. If that's what they're gonna do, and they're pulling out all the stops today.
I mean, they proved it, right? The way they played that late game, they were ready to dominate. But I mean, Seti Cammy up top, I think that was more of like a situational thing, right? We had Queasy Vino earlier up top on the high ground, but then Seti and Cammy saw the opportunity and they striked, right? I don't think it's going to be an every game type scenario for this duo. We know they like the consistency, so I wouldn't, you know, be surprised if they switch it up a bit, but I'm excited to see what they continue to do.
I am very excited as well. I'm sure as are the devs. Let's throw it back to them to see what they think.
ヒールがアジア勢強いで
laugh
奪ってんだけど。
of our boy David here. I'm down. I'm not
あれ
Yeah, he
ナルボットどこ行った
Another duo I did want to take a
ナルボッ
moment to
ト
highlight on screen right now. Zagu and Miram
ナルキュ
out
ン
of Japan.
Naru
These
Kyun.
guys were just looking so good. 7 eliminations there in that game with a 41 total points. Now this is just out of game 1.
いや、ミリムザゴたち。
They're contesting Commandment and Avery over at Rave Cave, and they were allowed to leave Rave Cave.
Yeah. 100%, you know, I
なんかイン
think
タビュー
that
とか
that's
され
pretty
て
much
る。
what we can expect, but something that I did not expect, and I, my
早すぎたろ、俺反応
eyebrows,
すること。
they
バ
went
ケ
up,
ットモン
right?
ス
I
ター。
raised them. That stat sheet right there. They did 2,200 plus damage this game. That is incredible. incredible. You can see
この後のミニマムダメージ見た？これ敵の体力見た？ 170だよ。170はある。166。あへい。
Look at that.
Absolutely crispy and cooking inside of these boxes. It's looking like a full-on barbecue
right
now with Zagu and Marine. The way that they were just lighting it up inside of that low-ground congestion. Not only that, but I just love seeing how poised they are after that finish. They have not lost sight by any means. They know exactly what's on the line here as far as regional representation is concerned, and you absolutely love to just see that energy kind of be reflected in their gameplay.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you mentioned energy. I've been seeing them walk around the player lounge, everything like that. You know, the walkouts, they always seem so happy, right? They're so happy to be here, and they seem confident as well. There's never really like a, you know, oh, we're worried to be here. No, they're fully embracing it. And we can see it right there in game number 1. They, you know,
こけるわけがない。こいつらはこけね。
like that, I can imagine why they're so confident. Because again, I think a lot of duos may not have necessarily been anticipating some of this aggression that we are witnessing right now in Game 1 from the other international regions. But at the very least, I do expect a little bit of a bite back from NA East, West, and EU.
I think for me, I'm looking forward to seeing how many more duels try to go for height, right? For in this, they were just in that mid ground. They didn't even care about height. Like, no, you guys battled out. If we want more eliminations, we'll stay right here. Do you guys think that maybe more duels will look to just say like, look, our kind of strategy to win is that high ground we gotta go for?
Yeah, I mean, you saw a lot of teams that actually like to play the high ground. Unfortunately, not making it into that game. They went down a little bit early. Like for example, Reason, Jason and Chabix also went down. Another one, Alex and Bailey. We talked about them from OCE. They love to play the high ground, and they just all three of them went down a little bit early. So it could change big time. You know, we also saw Kanata went down a little bit early. Mac would love to play the high ground coming out of NA East. Pretty much the only thing that he shies for, but being left as a solo, he couldn't really do that this game.
But just look at some of these names that are located on the second page already for the leaderboard. You got Thomas HD, a Tripper, Pink, and a Nas. Again, I think Vico and Benign have been really exciting to kind of follow along with, especially since they're relatively newly formed here for the FNCS Invitational. I don't think that is an easy feat by any means to have to adapt to your partner.
Listen, I can't believe
これさ、勝ったらなんかもらえるの1位の人って、そのお金以外に。
トロフィー的なやつじゃない？
And you know the crowd was going crazy. We on the desk were like, wow, they're really showing up right now. And you know, on that leaderboard, it's really showing as well. Finding those eliminations on big name teams as well. Coming into the Invitational with the experience, and it's showing.
How many of these duos are thinking themselves, Game 2, I'm ready. I have that strategy locked in. I think I know what I need to do to get going because I want to make the crowd here in the Raleigh Convention Center just lose their mind when we're taking shots. Because, man, there was some eliminations happening, and I was just on my feet screaming with the crowd.
It's going to be based on an individual level, I think. You know, how good are you and how good is your mental at taking something that could be negative and turning it into something positive? Because, you know, not everything went right for any duo of that game, so they have to think about those things and like, okay, what can we do? What have we screwed before that has kind of helped us throughout these situations? Changes come in the game number 2. But there's also duos, plenty of them, especially the top.
どうした？
ん？いや、別に。もうミリムザゴンの終盤見たしな。別に。
神見より神。
神とセッティがどう勝ったか見るか。まあ次まで暇だしな。フリービューなんてしないよ。見るぜ見るぜ。
フリービュードするぐらいだったらゴッドフィールドやるよな。
So much for that quick, of course, toss there so we can start getting into our perspective here. I mean, Jacob, let's talk about what we know.
あー、眠い。
神&セッティが一体どうビクロイしたのか。待機場が長いんだ。試合30分ある。 いやー、神セッティヒヒやー。ブラ、神セッティ。いやー、神とセッティもやっぱ強いんだよな。あー、そっか、神スプリットか、そういえば。神スプリットそういえば強いな。あれ強いじゃん。ここら辺全部フリーじゃん。そういうことか。確かに強い。
レポートやりながら見ます。
いやでも武士きついね。いやきつくはない。虚言入ったわ。いやルナペポたちもさ、多分終盤ちょっと下手してるだけで全然いいぞ。よ
お、なんか中盤でキル取ってたしね。
回復集めて、シザー集めて、セルが手打ち。引き上から撃たないんだ。溶かされるのが怖いか。何でもかんでも回復を置くよ。まあ何が起こるか分かんないから。
どうせならミニムザーゴ1ってことしようかな。
取るでしょ。俺は優勝候補だと思ってるぞ。
ポイント配分どんなことなのかめっちゃ気になるな。
まだ
やっぱでも FNCS と一緒かな。
いや見た感じグラファとは一緒ではなかった。
あ、違うんだ。
グラファはビクロイ64とかだった。いや、セッティ。ヘイ、セッティ。当てるね、クロムもこの距離。このグライダー飛んだ日に、飛んにゃっつったわ。飛んだ日にも、飛んだ日にゃ、溶かされきれるよ。さあ、ケグを使いました。ケグ1個。いひひゃーいってもエイムがいい。オーマイガー。こんなん溶けきるわ。あー、クロム移動もこんな無能。クロムなんて溶けきる。アンチ外でも撃つね。撃つね。いや、点打ちだけでこいつらは行こうとしてるのか。
初動変えてかぶせに行ったりとかするのかな。
するワールドカップは絶対ある。そうだね、何が起こるか分かんないから。このいいね気球で飛んでって。いやー、アンチがきつい。シールドバブルボートでもするのかな。頭いいねこの移動ね。シールドバブルボートはマジで最強だからね。ただこういうアンチとかじゃないと刺さんない。ほとんどのアンチさボートないから、シールドバブル持っててもね、そう使えないけど、今回はたまたま刺さっただけで、多分若い人だから持ってたってだけで、シールドバブル全然強いし、ヘイト食らった時とか守れるしって感じですね。
なんかシールドバブルさ、昔さ、ブッシュ入れたじゃん。
ああ、ちっちゃいブッシュね。
そう、あれ着てさ、あれにくっつけて、ジャンパーで飛んでみたいな。
そうだね。あった。
懐かしいわ。それを思い出す。
始まりそう？オッケー。What？ 1V2 マジかー。神の 1V2 から始まるのか。これ相手がどう倒してきたのかも気になるね。このサージ食らってる圧倒的不利状況で、上から入ってきたんだ。で、神エイムで溶かしきって 1v2 と。 これで負けないのね。これで倒しきれないのね。これでやりきれないんだよ。いくらアホみたいなアホみたいなやつ違うよ。今の敵がアホとかじゃないよマジで。今の敵もサージきつかったし、マジで一人サージきつい体力で一人持ってくっていうのは本当に難しい。まあそうだけど、あんな入り方しても勝てないんだよ。敵もサージを食らいながら一人持ってくっていうのがどんだけむずいか。神とセッティハイグラだったよね確か最終的なのは。いやセッティが IGL なのか。さあここからちょっと見ていきましょう。もっと見てほしいです。何言ってんだお前。帰れぼっち。いや進行帰っていって。いいねいいね、気分がいいね。ニチャニチャしちゃうね。さあアンチ外からジャンパ飛んでハイグラは余裕で届かない。手前で止まって、おおこれはハイグラ行く気か。ここで止まるっていうことは何か狙って、いやアンチないか。さあ次アンチに来て、いやセカンドハイ鉄でキープしてる。押し切れるのか。あやってゆく。
試合目始まるって。
待っていて。だよだよ。初動あれだし見ることないし。強気だね。常に左端を取って。なんならアンチ外。端っこを取ってセカンドハイ。おっとこれは一人か。ああこれは一人って分かりましたね。ああこんなハイからいきますわ。いや行かない。セカンドハイを維持してる。そうだね下手にはいけないね。始まった。オッケー見ようか一回。まあ言うて初動の漁ってる部分見たところでなんだけどね。
Tilted Towers has so much going down there as well. So between Cloudy Condos and Tilted Towers, these are the two most contested drop spots. And what I saw there is Acorn and Edgy in the B find Noah Ryler early. So there are big fights unfolding already, just giving us a little sample of how these drops are playing out.
Yeah, you can kind of see everybody just on their drop spot, the ones that don't necessarily have the POI. It's about
いやーいやらしいいやらしいいやらしいとか漁ってくれてんねおい。ルナペポじゃねえミリムザゴこの檻でよくいけるな。いや神セッティ神スプリットがフリーな以上結構勝てんじゃねえか神&セッティ。
Cammy, this team here has placed top 10 in every finals they have ever
Oh,
competed together. But wait a second, hold that thought. And on the other side of the Jones, this is the fight that's being extended out. The last time we were here, Clicks found an elimination with Duke. They actually held it off. Remember when we talked to Reeton at Big Wheel, they said, hey, you know what? I believe in the fighting power of NA on this one. They have full confidence that they can do it. Thinking Anas have to jump back.
Yeah, and you got to think back to that NA East Finals where Clicks.
いやこれはサージきついからっつってとつってるぞおい。よくねえんじゃねえかおいは。よくねえわけねえだろ熱いよ。ある場面にトレンド入り。おお。
えマジで？
わかんないコメントの人が言ってる。
あルナペポウィンがトレンド入りしてるわ。
マジか。
ナペウィンがゲームトレンド入ってる。なんかアリケンウィンも日本のトレンド入ってるし。
アリケンウィンはおかしくねえか。
よくわからんけど。
アリケンウィンは違くねえか。本当だアリケンウィンいるし。アリケンウィン CR ウィンいる。アジア勢。本当だ世界大会。本当だ。CR ウィンとアリケンウィンだ。
More importantly, if you can find the tags, just like that, Pink and Anas already turning the story on its head here. That's bait there. He sees the shotgun. That moment, Duke does not let it drop.
Now, mind you, Clix has some of the greatest track record in history.
報告が不足してんじゃねえか。
Head-to-head battles like this. This is why he is so recognized as one of the greats of the space in these kind of moments.
いいね、ジョンジーズ。
This is where these guys, 66% of their overall
なぜにアリケミ
come from the low ground. Peeking and Oz, they're just trying to keep a little bit of elevation. They're not ultimate high ground, 3-4 boxes big. They're just trying to keep that advantageous position as long as they can. But this monster, this one's dragging out a little too long. Do you think there's going to come a point in time where they just kind of abandon and try to get to the zone?
Well, I hope it continues because the rest of the lobby is just taking their time. 49 duos are still alive here. The only one decided to go toe-to-toe. Clix once again gets tagged there. And again, let's talk about the bad blood developing between these two. Pink and Clix were once upon a time almost duos. And Pink was so close to traveling to United States to play alongside them, but now they find each other on the other sides of the monitor here, going head to head. And I mean, looking at the HP so far, it's looking very good for Gil.
Yeah, and honestly, let's talk about this prolonged fight and what happens if they do actually split right now. They're not going to go ahead and mat up, but a big shot coming out from Clix. We know what happens when this man has his back against the wall. His bite is much louder than his bark.
This is where Duke does tend to shine right now. These real scrappy types of engagements. This man does not tend to miss a shot.
いや、このレベルになったら周り常に警戒してるからね。
The enemies felt that on the other side of the wall, but hey, the longer they stay here, the less the less odds they have to actually survive the longer story. End game. Let's jump on over though to our favorites of Miro and Booga here. Head to head with Z Andy, Joe FN, Bevy in the distance as well. There's so much going on here.
Yeah, for them, you saw that replay of last game during the listen-in. They were just dealing with
not the best way.
Even though they were about 50 above, that's not the position you want to be in. But you can see Booga and Mero have a 60+ win rate when contested. So they just need to find their rhythm here on this international stage.
Talking about international stage, Alex and
Bailey. 相手がうめえ。やりきるのか？やりきるのか？
It's Yusri who finds the trade there and now has to protect his teammate. A huge shot onto Bailey. It's not looking good for Oceania's champions here, but Bailey waits for the toe-to-toe. He gets the thirst. He needs the points. That's a kind of play you only see in person. Bailey says, "Respect me, Yusri. Back up."
He has some heals to use, but does he have the time? Not finding a way to stabilize. Bailey's gonna get hit, but only a sliver of HP, and that's why he's picking and choosing his fights right now. He's just going for piece control first, trying to heal up, getting as much shield as he can, but you can see he has no HP to regain, so that knock on the Jew is so important.
And he knows he cannot allow him to get the heal off here. Not save your teammate if it's up to Bailey.
核を入れたいんだな。
But Yusri has his back against the wall right now.
いや、かすめ、落ち着け。いいねー。いや
Sends him back to the lobby, but third place.
さあ、対面が炸裂しているぞ。
Now it's up to Rob Bob, trying to stay alive here, trying to get and find a position to where he can map. He just got out.
リブートのシステムないの？あるあるある。多分表示マーク。
罰になってるわ。リブートカードがあるよ。
Now Robab doesn't have a lot of experience here. They've only made 2 finals together between Watts
険しいかもしれない。
and Robab, but there's a huge development happening here. Let's watch this back.
やりきってゆく。
The huge tag.
周りからのヘイトが強いんじゃねえのかと。
Yes, there was a third party in the side. You get the reaction as well. You can see how fans are cheering in support of one another. Back into the action. Hellfire, Falconer, new duo, pairing up with one another.
They already took down King, so this has got to be Ed coming out from Brazil. EU. NA West trying to take down the region, trying to bolster their points, because right now the only points they have is that elimination onto King. But with Storm now covering and moving over them, Ultimate Team is now in the distance as well. It's going to become more and more dangerous.
Topfear is one of the only competitors, one of the very few left in our scene that has been here since the World Cup. He placed 5th in duos way back when. Wait for him to step up to the challenge and take on this first FNCS Finals ever together alongside Hellfire there from Denmark. But on one end, Baka Did they get the save off?
No, no, I think Aqua was there by
いや、じゃあ、
himself.
主食
He's
はポテチ
trying
って
to
やつ
stay
じゃない。
alive,
ポ
and
テ
it
チ
does
なんか
look
チッ
like
プス
Larson
ター
and
なんか。
Smite might know he's there.
なんか
This
なんか
is where
両
Aqua
ア
has
キ
to be
みたい
very,
な
very
感じ。
careful fighting in the
なんかか
storm.
っこいい感
Very
じで
little
練習してたよ。
HP. Larson knocking out the door, trying to burst his way in. You see the bait and switch come through, trying to make sure that both of these players have enough HP to
いや、
take
なん
the
かね、
big
生
shot
活の仕
from
方なる
Aqua
もっ
and
と似て
continue
て。
that bait and switch, but he is on
そう
the
なんかあん
run.
ま、なんか違い感じなかった。
Aqua and Baka, such a great and strong showing in game 1. He loses his teammate to Mr. Savage out
なんか食ってる飯がちゃんとしてるのがナルボットで、食ってる飯がチップスターなのがザゴーみたいな。
チップスターなんだ。
そうなんか主力はチップスターっつってた。
かっけえな。
There it is. The zone does the rest, and they will find their second elim now, wiping up one of the greats from NAS.
They gotta go ahead and travel the zone, but back on the board, Falconer and Hellfire, but let's just make it Hellfire because Ed was able to take down Falconer.
いや、アンチガイファイトが忙しい忙しい。
1v1 versus EU, Brazil trying to stand up tall and put the pressure onto those covers, but he knows when to pick and choose his fights. He hears the splashes coming out. He knows that's going on to Falconer. The shield keg as well. He's trying to stop as much of the heals from going through, but it does look like Hellfire is going to get 200 yet again.
Listen, Ed recently signed a team Liquid, showing you guys why exactly he deserves to be here. He has had some of the most impressive rises in recent times on his region, but now he's looking to represent for Brazil and of course for Argentina. His teammate King, who is already down. Hellfire manages to lose his teammate. The wall gets taken and Hellfire has to react quickly, but look at that. He does not miss a beat. Ed finds the siphon and now it's an even exchange.
Yep. Right now, the two launch pads on the Hellfire. He can abandon this fight at a moment's notice.
Here it
but
is.
Ed with no HP, it's all or nothing.
Here it
This
is.
is the moment
Oh!
he's waiting for. Here it is.
Oh!
And 1v2
本当じゃない、キモだ。
Brazil and Argentina are probably standing on their feet right now. Ed clutches up a 1v2.
Oh my gosh, and if somehow, some way, he found a way to get King's card, but they've gone over to Chonker Speedway. The action will continue.
いやいや、2試合目ちょっと戦うね、やっぱ。
そりゃそうだ。みんな三振きついもん。
They have a lot of
特に初動ファイトの延長だろうね。
so this is no strange fight to them.
What's scary about this is the fact that
あ
they
まり
rotated
ね、
out
ここまでしたら。
of the condo down to the
いや、
territory
う
of
め
Boga and
え。
Hero at Chonker Speedway, and yes, they get met with this incredible duo, but it shows you
引
that
く
no
か
one
引
is
くか。
safe.
いや、
This
さすがに
entire
この差じゃ
area
引
is
け
such
な
a
いか。
deadly play zone, and now you have Reason with the scraps, with his back against the wall, below the storm surge, absolutely ready to commit to this battle.
Yep, Aqua and Reason again, 140 below
I
the
かだ
damage
ね。
threshold. You can see all the players at the top
無
of
理
the
だ
damage
ね。
threshold. But this
聞
is
いても。
again what is going to happen at Cloudy Condos. A triple contested spot, but nobody is fighting. That's forcing these players to rotate away to find some extra loot and find the damage. And 165 below, Monster, I would be lying to you if I said I wasn't nervous.
Copenhagen Flames, Pablo and Swag on your screen right now, also below. But hey, a good little tag here of Elim for Swag right now puts him in a nice position. He found a player.
1キルすりゃ大丈夫だろうな。
Window open there, focusing on the duo as well. So they're all looking to target Noah Riley and Bad Sniper. Remember, Noah Riley was eliminated very early to the hands of Edgy while they were landing, and he didn't even get to touch down before he was swatted out the sky.
And game number 1 winners, Cammy and Seti. They haven't even done much.
いや、アンチガイドブリューティーだよ。
They get the high ground, probably just trying to go for surge. So that way when they are forced to rotate,
そうしないとだってサージがきついもん。 ここまで接近できてるのがマジで。いいダメージ。アクア。アクア。
Game number 2, Aqua needs these points here. Bevies manages to go ahead and chug splash his way down. He's back up to Vex.
ザゴたちはわかんないね。対面してないとルナが死んだ。ああ。しゃあない。どうまい。
That responds from Bevy and Vortexer. And now, here it is. Things are going to get dicey as the storm surge turns on.
Yeah, look at them. You see 30
さあ、
below.
サージ食らうよ、アクア。
They're doing damage. Seti getting one on a Peppo, probably sending him back to the lobby. His scram goes down as well.
サージが発生。エピコイルが落としている。
But Deja Vu strikes. He goes down again to Epic Well.
ルナク落ちて僕もマジか。
performance this go around.
But back into the action here. Reason now down to no HP. Aqua is also on the defensive stance here. Down goes Reason. That's a huge shotgun shot from Vortexer from the side. If you blinked, you missed it, and now Aqua has all the pressure on his shoulders. He has to back up. But Vortexer playing smart, respecting the GOAT of EU. Aqua here, our World Cup duo champion, is now left as a solo. Clock's ticking here, the pressure comes in. Bevy's looking for any angle. These are all enemy walls here. One false move and it could be it, but the surge is gonna hurt Aqua again. He gets to heal off the no. He gets finished. Vortexer finds the second.
Above the damage threshold. This is only their second CS playing together, and they're looking like they are long-time teammates already. As Joe and Z-Andy uncontested over towards Synapse Station, looking to get some damage as well. Even though 79 is above the damage threshold, you know as well as I do, that is absolutely nothing.
Mixing an Arc Door here. Oh no, they're gonna find a huge elimination here. Another surge fight that's going down. It's tracking the fly in the distance there. You see folks starting to look over Arc Door. That's a decision to make.
いいね、反応速度。いや、今のはもうカウンター食らうのはあれだったけどね。いいよ、今のね。一人落とされた。
Body, he says, you know what? I'm gonna full finish here. I'm back in this game. Artur takes off running for the hills.
That was a much needed battle by Groves, and I like to play again. You cannot be a hero in these lobbies as much. He's having a little bit of trouble here. 202 above the damage threshold. 2 eliminations already, so they finished this fight. But you can see the teams on the outskirts of Rocky Reels. They don't want to let this be an easy rotation to one of the deadliest teams in the lobby.
The launch pad's already down. Malibu and Murstache cap off HP and hit it. Off they go. It's Chicho and Trulix who are looking in. These guys have gone head-to-head so many times in the past, and you know there is all types of bad stories waiting to unfold in front of us. But Chicho and Trulix don't get the healing. They managed to hit the ground running. Malibu and Murstache are waiting here, though. Well, yeah, time to fight back.
Just trying to break through. He talked about in some of those interviews playing a little bit more passive than what he's used to.
決まった立ち回りなどはね、もうここまでしたらフィジカル。そんでアリス君落ちた。マジかよ。まあこういうヘイトも一時的なものであり、こういうアジアンヘイトがね、アジアヘイトだとか言われるね、ヘイト。なぜこんな優しいかっていうとね、みんなこんな打つほど球の余裕がねえんだわ。だからヘイトはアホらしい。ヘイトなんてね。トーマス HD 一人苦しいねより頑張れ。俺たちと同じ檻だからこそ応援してるぜ。
Here we go, that familiar story, 3 above.
Yeah, and you can kind of see in the circle is, the zone is literally in the center of the zone. So I don't think there's going to be too much.
メロチルメロチル。サージ以上だよ一応。
Taking a couple of shots, but the team that went off spawn trying to have a much better performance. Mr. Savage and Eyedropper under siege, under pressure. Mr. Savage is going to get dropped for now, trying to pass on the resources to Eyedrop because he knows he's going to have to deal with a lot.
マスジ
on his back here. Eyedrop has to step up. Savage is down. Can he do it? He's been in so many finals.
いや奥にミリムザゴがいたな今。
Third appearance now in a big setting like this, but of course the first return to in person. They're going to allow
ここで押し切るミリムザゴがね。
Yeah, a huge mistake, and honestly, these are one of those things that you take a picture.
Oh,フルじゃん?
This moment right here, Mr. Savage went down. You give him a second chance.
今ミリムがめっちゃきつそうにクロームで移動してたぞ。
They're trying to launch pad away, trying to find.
いやミリムザゴもきついか移動結局。背面がうまく刺さらないと。
Massive find right there. It was looking
いや
like
ミ
it
リム
was
ザゴ
all
きつそう
over
あれ移動できるのかな。
But there, they get a little lucky.
いや逆にこういう移動も刺さる。大保留仕切る。鉄がエッチエッチやな。いやミリムザゴ知らないでくれ。 いやランキング2位。
ポイント差開いた。
開いてないよ。開いてないというか1位とは分かんない。1位とはちょっと開いたね。ナイストライ。
Japan is just lurking nearby. Asia has performed so well. Remember, Marim and Zagu are in second place as the most recent.
ミルマンザゴって言われてセカンドプレイス。アジアジャパン。
Big story in front of them. This is a team that we have expected to come out so
余裕
far
がない。クイージーベノですら。クイージーベノですら。ミルムザゴたちマジか。これ終盤いったらマジかっけえぞ。物資落として。この物資回収でかすぎ。でかすぎだぞ。味方と使おうか。ミストが欲しい。ミストが欲しい。いや捨てるかミスト。いやそれ拾ってもいいと思うけどな。エピックオイルが分かりやすい。ワールドカップと同じ ID。エピックオイルソロワールドカップ3位取った時と同じ ID だ。
なんでわかんだよ。キモすぎでしょ。よく覚えてんね。
ただのエピックオイルだったんだよ。
そうなんだ。
セカンドハイ。セカンドハイ。セカンドハイ。先端ハイ。いや嘘だろこいつら。ハイぐらい意識が高すぎる。ミルザを割れてたマジかよ。ハイぐらい意識が高すぎる。はっあ。いやきっつこいつら。さっきと同じ状況じゃないか。ジャンパがないな。これはきついわ。これしゃあない。いやさっきはねその代わりジャンパ3枚ぐらいあったんだよ。いいやつさこれミリムしゃあない。初動りがクソだからな。アジアだからどかされんだよ。それでもどかないって言ったら3人きれいに落ちるだけだからな。あーミリム死んだ。ミリム死んだ。ザゴー1人。あれザゴーいるねいるね。ザゴーはいるわ。いや神シールドがきつい。セッティが合流しに行く。ケグを使ってケグを使え。ナイス。エピックオイル奥イージーベロが入るな。
ビッグフォイルとし
まあまあまあ普通。いやハイぐらい維持がうまい。ハイぐらい維持がうまい。ザゴ落ちたかしゃあない。初動が悪い。さっきもクソブシで終盤頑張ってたの。いやジョンジーズがな少なかったらな。アリスが落ちてねえのか。アリスさんだけ落ちてないかもしれない。アリスわかんないな。まだ見てないな。
The pacing is incredible right now. Only 19 duels remaining. Things have really taken a turn here.
いやエピックオイル落とされて。いやエピックオイルリートですら。この最強デュオですらここまできついのか。全員押してる。あマジか。いやー順位変動。いやもうミルムザゴ結局ねトップ5ぐらい入ると思うんだよな。わかんない。いやートップ5は無理かな。わかんないや。スコアないからね。いや回線がメロいいエメ。ブーガが伸ばしてメロできれば黒も使ってほしいな。キャナでもしかしたらけどハイグラクイージ&ベノ
今もハイガイ取ってたよ。
いや、意地がうめえんだよ、本当に。いや、いい、ダメ。スプレー、スプレー、スプレー。
ゴーストみたいな武器なんだね、これ。
頑張れ。最強だ。いや、ハイグラの M がいい。ハイグラのスプレーが神とセッティ。1試合目ハイグラウンドだったのに、次はローグラウンド。上から落とされて神セッティ落ちた。神とセッティが落ちて順位変動ベノが落とす。ボルテックスが生きている。ベノが死んだ。ハイグラリテイク。センテッドゴールドヘイ&ボルテックス 2v2 中段が死ぬ。お互い健在とたるかきつい。デカポを飲めれば変わるか。戻りだからデカポ飲む余裕はあると思うぞ。余裕がないか。視野が狭い。What? お互いにきつい。ただ戻りどうなるか。デカポを渡してあげたいがどうなるか。ヘルス的には上が有利だが
in terms of Hen and Vortex, Sentin and Cole, they talked about it's up to them when and where they
いや
drop
アンチ
down
がどう移
low.
動するか。
The game
デ
is
カポを
definitely in their
渡して
hands.
あ
They
げた
just
い。
have to
デ
close
カポを
it
渡
out.
してあげたい。余裕がない。
Versus NAEs, this one is just a prolonged
や
long game,
ば
but
い
the
やばい。
damage is in from Cold.
いやエイムがやばい。これは一人落ちるか。落として勝ち切っていくセンテッド。かっけー。勝ち切った。
Honestly, I don't think they got the right respect coming into this event because of what happened to them last season.
That's right. Cole and Sentin have been here before, and now they get to get a victory in person, on stage against some of the best we have ever seen. And what a way to do it.
これでザゴーたちがどこまで落ちるかやな。まだ多分ギリ1桁にいると思うんだけど、どうだろうかわからない。クイージーベノのハイグラムーブも途中でリテイクされちゃってるね。その健在がないっていうのがバレてる。メイビー研究とかで。
So Queasy and Vino just dropped on our sidewalls and we insta-edited and just shot him.
I mean, obviously a great strategy, right? But I mean, that final moment there, how did you know how to take them down? Obviously, you guys were kind of in that high ground, low ground fight. What was the final moment like?
Honestly, Cold called to just drop above him and sit there. I don't know. He did most of it that game. He played really well. He's the GOAT.
All right, man. Well, congratulations. You both are the GOAT now. That is game 2 VR for you guys. Let's head on back to the desk.
As EU picks up the first game of the FNCS Invitational, NA strikes back and says, nah, not like this. Cold and Scented, really quickly, I do want to touch on this. At the start of the show, we talked about possibly taking your shoes off as a form of being comfortable. Taco, you're right.
It's a legitimate strategy, man.
ということでさっきのビクロイチームから見ていきましょうか。みんな回復に余裕がない。ペコがありそうとしたのがちょっとなまさかだった
ら。アジア勝負起きた。
中盤でな。中盤だからもう何が起こるかな。取り切るんだ。行くんだ。強気に行かないんだ。ここは弱気なんだよ。ここは危ないもん。ハイグラ取れてて後ろ警戒して登れないようにしてスプレーこんなん取れねえ。 大丈夫、維持しきるわこんな。常に周り警戒。こんな建築あったらどっから排除されるか分かったもんじゃない。ここで建材拾ってバーストゲットしたらでかいな。この弾数でバーストは勝ちでしょ。このバースト結構勝ちに響いたんですで勝ち切ると。いやー、ハイグラリテイク。おお、これリプレイボットたちやん。いや、勝ちです。さあ、今の順位はミルムザゴがどこまで落ちてしまったのか。5位。これでも5位。これクイジーベノたちもハイグラムーブでしっかり途中まで順位を稼いで2位稼いできてる。さらにもうすでに2位と3位で10ポイント差以上ついてしまった。ミルムザゴ5位、トーマス HD8 位、センテッドが今ビッグロイで1試合目が伸ばせなかったか、小脳死。仕方がない。9位ですね。さあ、ルナペポがさっき中盤死してしまった。これが痛いか。21位。アリス30位。仕方がない。これは。だってな、どんだけ強いやつをピーターボットですらここ、サベージもここ、アンティリックスもここ、エンビー、エピックオエルたちですらここ、クイージー、ベロ。いやー、ビッグロイ見ますか。やべ、眠すぎ。やばい、ガチで眠くなってきた。
いや、本当に俺もそうなんだよな。眠い。
やばい、興奮しすぎて眠い。ダメだ、もう体力使い切った。なんかないか。モデレーター無理。あ、こりゃいけるわ。
モデレーターになりたかったらまず DM 送ればいいのに。
いや、どちらにせよモデレーターいらんけどな。神たちはね、初動が完全フリーっていうのがマジで有利。なぜかっていうとですね、神たちです。神スプリットがほら、ここがね、マジ空白空いてんだよね。これがマジでかい。さあ、フォートジョン G 周りも多いですね。仕方がないと思います。さあ、センテッド一体どこにいるのか。さっきのビクロイチームを見ていきましょう。まず初動から。初動はここ、ワンパだけ被っているエピックホエールたち。エピックホエールたちさぞかし悔しいであろう。初動被ったやつが1位取るのは仕方がない。この悔しさを糧に次頑張ってほしいところ。センテッドアンドコルド1試合1時間ペースですね。今のところ6時間。はい。まず途中で落ちる。はい。途中で死にます、多分俺途中で死なないためにあれ、みかん一袋と、あれ、緑茶取ってくる。もう、カフェインドーピングする。次。ちょっと待って。
I can still hold on for moments longer. I think that was a great display there, that closing kit there for Setis and Cammy, and I think that ultimately they're going to probably just keep trying to stay consistent here.
Yeah, I mean, one point we tuned in and they were 500 above Surge. I don't know how that's humanly possible, but for Seti and Cammy, it's just another day at the office. Let's talk about Queasy and Vino there. They did get edited on, right? And listen, we have, as the viewing audience, we have the much larger perspective, right?
だってこいつ6時間配信する気なんかな。
Yeah, I'm hoping that, you know, throughout these replays right here, we can maybe catch some insight into why they actually ended up dropping down, because it seemed like they were getting refreshes. I know they specifically got one right at the start of, you know, moving zone number 2. So it looked like they were chilling on mats. And again, right here, as you can see, Queasy actually only 2 builds up. So that was the call. Let's go try to get a refresh real quick. Unfortunately, Cold and Scented, they're so good in box fight situations, especially Cold. I mean, you know, Scented picked him up just because he is such that well-rounded mechanical player. And Cold and Scented, you know, one thing that I love about them is they're always on the same page, and it's always incredible to see. And right there was one of those situations, unfortunately, for Queasy and Vito. But I love that out of them, right? Going for those plays is what is going to make the difference on the international stage.
As far as the IGLing is concerned, Queasy seems relatively confident still in that decision.
いやでもあれだよ。ナルボットもね、めっちゃ起きてるよ。こいつ多分結構な時間起きてると思う。さっきまで一緒にね、バロラントやってたから。
All in all, though, the high ground strategy is working, right? Second place right now, only 4 points behind first, so just keep doing that thing.
相当眠い。
And I mean, I feel like
俺らも。
looking at how many eliminations they had, man. 5 eliminations, 5 refreshes, and that wasn't enough to take them through that game. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Cold and Scented back on them, 44.6 elimination, currently sitting in that number 1 spot. Again, 2,800 damage dealt.
That's my favorite stat.
At game 1, we saw it was 2,200, and I thought that is an astronomical
ナル
number.
ボットしかも
Cold and Scented said, hold on.
コーヒー飲めないしな。
We're gonna see, you know, hopefully we keep seeing those stats.
コーヒー飲めないし、あいつあれも。お前ってさ、あれ飲むっけ？
何？
あの
飲まないね。
エナドリみたいな。
飲まないね。
だよね。
飲めないね。さあ。はい、みかん1袋持ってきました。今何が起きた？見てなかった。張り替えてダブルパンチ。
あ、今配信中やで。
配信中。
始まったってよ。
してるしてる。ペース上がったね。
Down, and then of course there's this battle here, a battle of who can get the best drop, and what a great way to kick things off. Such a powerful loadout to really start things here.
Yeah, and it does look like Baka and Onwin making a yet
another
They win the off-spawn spot in game 1. They lose it in game 2, and this time around they're not even contesting for a fight, but blinking you might have missed it.
Our
first elimination is going to be onto Looter, so Smite and Larson are finding ways to get things done again.
配信しなかったら全然いいよ。スパチャすんだ。
Onto OCE here, and a great find, a great reward comes out of the very little time Larson and Smite had to loot up there. Take a look at
英語解説なしのやつ始まったらしい。こっちの方がさ、見てて楽しくない？ワールドカップ感あるくない？英語ある方が。
あるよな。
You get the right loot, you're able to take that fight nice and fast and clean it up.
そんなんでスパチャしなくていいよ。
Try to loot up as much as possible, making their way in towards one of the only houses towards Grim Gables, and you can kind of see in the distance, Mud is still floating around, and he's not trying to cause too much commotion and put the focus on him.
DMR 全然メタなんだよな。
Fight and Larson to leave, so he can try to get that free reboot onto Looter.
All this pressure onto Muz's shoulders now.
こういうラグいし当たんないもんだと思ってた。
いや、その移動してる敵は前提で当たらんよ。
ああね。
He knows that material is going to be the key to allowing him to do something big here. Achieve the unthinkable, win a 1v2 against Smite and Larson, who built their entire reputation this last chapter off of the
1v2 でもまあハイドするわな。いや、しゃあないしゃあない。GG。日本のトレンド6、アルケンウィン。だから意味わからんけどな。結構意味わからんけどな、それ。
最近でなんかやってんだよな、
なぜアルケンさんウィンなのか。
なんかやってんじゃない？
ダメだ、このペースでみかん食ったら秒で死ぬわ。1秒55くらい食ってる。
Is iDrop walling out right now? He's getting very close to Onward and Baka. But no, now he decides, all right, I'll listen to you, Savage. I'll come on down, but you have to meet me down here as well. And they start to retreat here.
どうするのか、うますぎるミスターサベージ。200 I do。いや、ハイド刺さらんかった。レンジャーだったらいいダメ出せたか。
Yeah, I like the outside of the box thinking coming out for a couple of players in the game already, bringing out their protractors, trying to find that extra angle. And that's the thing, if you have all that confidence in your teammate as a solo, you'll allow them to kind of play with the angles.
俺あそこハンバーグがある。おほサーベージ現役じゃねえか。どこが弱いな、こんちくしょう。いや、what?
He wants none of it. He finishes it up. And just like that, 2 games now. He's back in it.
最強だろ。
One of the greatest duos we expected to show up today.
おめでとうございます。ありがとうございます。世界大会見て楽しいね。思ったより楽しい。サーベージ現役。相方も判断悪くなかった。
We got to be careful because there's a third team landing towards Cloudy Condos, another team towards the north in the form of Kanata and Macwood that could be lending that helping hand, trying to get that storm.
全然あれはとつってもよかった。ただ、噛み合わなかったね。
It's all about trying to find the perfect angle, trying to find that information.
常に EU の1位、2位が戦っております。ゆくちゃんの。
Trying to capitalize on any opportunity here. We all know
あー、カフェイン気持ちいい。
One of the most winningest players in the European region.
ルナ君また落ちた。落ちた、マジか。マジか。でもしゃあない。
In person and put the numbers up. But it's no easy task right now. Malibu.
ルナペポどっちも持ってたの？
わかんない。だからルナペポは最強だよ。
Getting closer and closer. He won't let that piece control go over. Tayson has tried a few times, but you try again. Eventually, you'll find some success. They're able to take it just for a few seconds, but the longer you fight this far out of zone, it's going to get more and more dangerous because we got a little bit of a north zone going on. These guys are going to have to end this one sooner than later, even if they both choose to disengage.
We're staff fighting back here, trying to regain the walls here.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
Huge tag on Chapik here, nicely done. He's gonna open things up, allow him to get some more territory, and closer he walks with Tayson, fights back. The 4X FNCS champion is all of a sudden now with his back against the wall here. But no, he's hurt. Malabuka says him down, and now it's up to Murstache, and no, he finishes it off too. And Chapix is left running, trapped now, inside the box. Oxygen starting to run out. He fights back, but for how much longer? Chapix does so much damage. He loses the wall, and no more shield now. All over. Chapix and Tayson fall.
And for Malabuka and Murstache, that is huge. Because not only does it get you elimination points, it gets you the Storm Surge, so you don't have to worry about it later in the game as Chimp and Scram trying to get things going for them. Chimp, one of the most consistent players in NA East.
下克上だよ。かりんとう欲しいな。なんか
お前渋いの好きだね。
いや、緑茶にはかりんとうじゃん。
それが渋いな。
和菓子結構好きだよ俺。大福とかみたらし団子とかかりんとう
なかなかでもさ買う機会なくない？
いや俺は自ら好んで買うね。敵のエイムがいい。
are looking to go ahead and see what they can spark up.
What the fuck だよ。
That's not going to be
ペポ君逃げ
anything.
切ってる。いいね。
On the other side, NA West, cool and
そういう風
Yumi.
感がね。
One of the few teams on NA West showing up in the top 10 so far.
Yeah, had a fantastic game, number 1, 3rd place. Cool, gotta be living on a prayer right now because for him, he 1v2'd. Unfortunately enough, he was unable to get Yumi up in that game. He had to finish it off as a solo. And for this duo, it's kind of
やばい、俺死ぬわ。配信頑張って。寝ます。じゃあ、お疲れ様でーす。
羊羹は俺な、あんま食わねえな。好きだけどめっちゃ。めっちゃ好きだけどね。買う機会があんまない。ペポ君逃げ切ったか？
Runa's already gone too.
Of course, Runa, yeah, way off in the distance.
No, he's gone.
逃げ切れんのかこれ。これ逃げ切れてないぞ。
This is gonna be good. Rob.
日本勢ってどのぐらいいるの ?3 パーティー。
Trying to alleviate some of that pressure. Peppo doing all he can. One of the best in his region, but while it does look like it's going to be taken, walks with a huge shot. Runa and Peppo go down in 45th place.
Tough spot to be in for Runa and Peppo. One of the few representatives for the Asia region.
追いかけるわ、サージきついもん。
Cold and Sensed on the other side after a hot win there are now positioned up dead center, and it seems like they have done enough. This villain story that we've seen unfold over the weekend.
ずっとさ、観戦中、マイポリからさ、ずっと LINE 来んのよ。本当に。いろんな情報が。第三者視点で見てる、現地で見てるやつもこんだけ学べんのよ。実際やってるやつはどんだけ学べんだよって話だよな。理不尽だけどさ、実際ワールドカップ行ったミリムザゴ、ルナペポ、アリスさん、めっちゃ成長して帰ってくるよ。こんな実際マイポリがおおボックスピーターボーイめっちゃ学んでるもん本当に。進化して帰ってくるよ。これ順位がどうであろうと。
Thank you so much, Monster. Now, this is a prime example as to how to finish a fight quickly, right? We know PHC and Ketos are fighting in the middle of the map. They need to finish this fight quickly, and look at that. Pinching from both angles, getting that Storm Surge done early, as well as bolstering their loot. Look out for this team for the rest of the game.
And that is such a huge set of elims there, because that's another team that is huge, like honestly showing up for the Brazilian region. PHN and Ketos,
ブッシュはまあ悪くはないぞ。
You know, the discussion and lead up to this entire event was things are going to be easier. You know, let's not respect these guys. And now all
今ワールドカップに行ける強い奴らがさ、成長して帰ってくんだぜ。ワールドカップ行けなかった奴らがさ、もう本当になんだよって感じだよ。本当に勝てなくなっちまう。唯一チャンスがあるマイポリが学んでくるからまだ追いつける。俺の相方が盗んで帰ってくるから。だから諦めらんねえな。
Solid, but let's get on over to Clicks and Duke here. They have had such an uphill battle fighting their way out of the Joneses against Pink and Anas, and we've already seen it has not been easy.
水が綺麗。
35 below the damage threshold. For them, they have to worry about it, yes, but it's such a low number. They're just trying to get ahead of a lot of the rest of the teams, so that way they can easily try to look back. And the shot still coming in from the high ground. There goes Duke trying to poke a couple of shots. He finds some good damage, but takes some as well. Going to be above the damage threshold. So once again, they can find a way to kind of rotate forward. And I want to see them do that now, because history says when Clicks and Duke fall behind the zone, they somehow find a way to kind of not have those good games.
I think the player base tends to forget, the scene tends to forget. Clicks has also competed in the World Cup for solos and duos. This is where it all began for him so many years ago. And just look at the difference now. All grown up here at the international stage, still competing at the highest caliber.
確かに画質 PS5 みたいなね。
Similar stories. They've been putting in work for a very long time. But look at this. Tough right now. This is the worst we've seen them.
Yeah, we're pretty active in game number 1. Trying to do it
ミ
again.
リム
Game
ザゴ
number 2, game number 3,
かっけ
164 below the damage threshold. The lucky thing for them is not only are they right at the edge of zone, they have rotation right above them.
学び方わかんない。どこを学べるか。それがわかんない。どこを学ぶの学べばいいかわかんないんで、そこを学ぶんだよ。うん、難しいでしょ。俺も難しい。現地に行かないとわかんない。俺だって今見てもあんま学べない。マイポリがね、学ぶべき場所を教えてくれる。マイポリが全部聞いてくるから、本人たちに。な、今めっちゃ LINE で情報来てる。DMR 強いもん。止まってるやつ。
Kanata and Macwood, though, are alive right now. We've seen them put up some exceptional performances today so far, especially in that game 1. They were the upset to Booga and Miro. Game 2, not quite where they wanted to be, but this here is a chance at redemption. They find Robab and walk on the edge.
いや、マリブカたち調子悪いな。王道調子悪いな。エピックファイアルたち、マリブカたち全員調子悪いな。そう、マイポリさんがね、我らがマイポリさん。ミリムがやったが落とされたな、今。
Do they know he's weak? That is the biggest thing, because if they know he's a solo and they know he has a
total
86
HP
and shield, you know as well as I do, they're probably going to go, but that's information that they lack.
Well, don't yell too loud. Let's go ahead and jump into Bad Sniper and Noah Riley right now. They're starting to eye up the competition on the other side of the wall as well. You can see they're just looking, but hey man, there's something about these extremely healthy builds. You know, no one really wants to fully commit a full mag inside. You have to start deciding for yourself. Are they in a world of trouble? Can I actually do it? And Bad Sniper says, instincts speak louder here. I want to step up. I want to take this fight right now.
He heard Fab's shield get cracked by Storm Surge, and he immediately looked at direction. And Noah Riley coming out with a vengeance here in game number 3. Right around the corner though, you gotta watch out. Cammy and Seti is there, but the back on board this fight for Mal.
詰められとる。かわいそう。一人でバレてる。クロールうざいね。敵からしたらピッピキャンってんだよ。ショットガンを構えている。開けれないけど、あとはスプレー。取られる。これ取られるな、本人たちも。この表情。ダメだ、ごめん、ムラムラしてきた。ごめん、マジで。
OCE boys, you got it. I'm getting out of here. And that is so much respect because they are so far below the surge as well. They could have easily stood there and fight. They needed more than anyone. As to, oh my gosh. Our game leaders, Seti and Cammy are actually below the surge.
セッティと神がさすがにきついか、安定力が。きついぞ、ワールドカップで。世界大会で安定したムーブを繰り返すなんてそんなの不可能。結局安定してんのはクイージーたちか？落とされるノアレイリワンブイツ。What the fuck? 神エイムだ。神エイムだ。ここでクリックスが落とされてゆく。VS アクア。いや、上逃げられる判断が早い。いや、入ってうまい。いや、ワンブイツあるか。危ない危ない。屋根中入って。こりゃ予想できんわ。全員接戦だよ。何が強いのか。いや、アナスとピンクも安定しすぎ。やばすぎ。えぐえぐい。待って、ザゴミルム死んじゃってんのかな。さっきから見ねえな。AR の弾が持たねえぞ。きついんじゃねえのか。おいおい。さあ、ブッシュはきつい。こんなのもなみなみですよ、こんな。いいエイム。しっかり当てていく。
He has no HP to regenerate, just 50 HP total left to his name, and those 2 launch pads. But that's also what worries me, those 2 launch pads, because he has a long rotation to go, and he's going to have to probably use both of them with short pads in order to get there. That's right. He's going to go ahead and make that move.
生きてるよ。よかった。ミリムは、あれわかんない。ミリム先死んでたよ。ダウンだけ持ってかれたのか。おっと、対空落とされていく。どうするブーが、これはどっから対空されるかわかんないけど、いけるな、いけるな、いけるな。これはフルジャンでいけるわ。やばかったら俺せばいい。いや、いいね。ブーがの安定力よ。FNCS 何回優勝してると思ってんの。初動中はもう運ですなわけない。ここまで来て運なんてないよ。ミルブザゴめっちゃ探してる人いねえんだわ。いや、ベのタッチも安定しすぎ。ハリソッシャマジか仕方がない。いや、クイージベン安定しすぎ。サージこんだけ稼げて、チャグスプ12のジャンパ6。オーマイガー。最優勝候補は伊達じゃねえ。そしてアンチョウ真ん中に入ってる。マジかよ、ザーゴーたち。あ、いたいたいた。あ強すぎ。強すぎ。サハジがきつい。お、消えたなギリ。危ない危ない。非常に今気づいたんですけども、みかん2個でお腹いっぱいになったっていうのと、プラスみかんと緑茶がすげえ合わなくて今気分が悪いっていう。1位落ちてるし、1位落ちている。ザゴミルムがどういくどういくどういくどういくどういく。アンチードかアンチードか。ジャンパーのところに作るのか。Jumping over to Zagu and Mareem, they're still alive right now. Zagu.
Thomas HD, one of EU's best as well. And honestly, one of the fan favorites to take it off. 296 above the damage threshold. Joe and Z.
ジャンパーのところに作って1個温存できますね、これ。まだ長い戦いになりそうなんでね。いや、いいエイム、トーマス HD。こいつといえば天打ちエイム。今の天打ちじゃないけど AR エイムは世界1位。変が落ちる。ザゴーが落としたピンク。
Edgy and Acorn have high ground right now. What in the world? An excellent game. 1 second.
クイージーがカナダを落とす。
Game 3 in a such dominant.
ザゴーだってさっき見た感じ資材がね300くらいしかなかったんだよ。マジで辛いと思う。ザゴーがペロ落とした。やばー。いやでもこれ蘇生されるのか。いや持ってかれて。緑茶とみかんで肥満予防になるらしい。だからか俺太れないの。だるいな。さすがザゴー。後でリプレイ見てやるぞ。発当てる。さあザゴー見る。でも資材は全部取られたのでリフレッシュは結局できてない。結構きつい状況。トリッペンがドレリ落とす。さあ、アがいつでも飛べる状態。トリッペン合流。先端を取ってフォーピース。敵がうまかったからここはお互いにうますぎて。ザゴーミルブが生きている。ハイグラが ガが生きてる。ミリムザゴーがサードハイ、いい位置取ってる。ベスト IJ のハイグラから見られない。ミリムザゴーうますぎ。今一瞬見えただけで右端のサードハイ取ってる一番いいとこ。
Meanwhile, another end game for Kitos and PH Zin. They have 4 Elans representing for Brazil right now, and they are almost inching their way to the top 10 right now. But Coleman are right in front of them. This is where they do the most work. This is where they play best.
Yeah, they're just recycling a lot of those builds towards the low ground. Trippin trying to take that cheeky shot to the backside of zone. Elevation up. Thomas HD probably leading the charge, making sure that these guys are on the same page through and through. Booga backside of zone. 2 men miss.
さあブーガがアンチが出てミストは結構ある。サブスク取ってハイグラ無理。いやいけるか。やりきれないか。リストが移動が間に合うがアンチ内に入る。いや後ろから来るトーマス HD ミルムが落としてる。さあ21人でトップ J2 もう全員来てる。ミリムがまた落とす。ここでアクアストームシさあ16人でトップチ残っているミリムザゴー。しかもめっちゃ状態いい。ザゴーが落とす。さあミルムが正面持っていかれる。でもザゴーがこれで持ってってミリムが落ちるがザゴーが生きてる。知財を拾う。いやここで500トップ 5。ミリムの蘇生すんのか。生き返るのか。ここで最強がいや生き返らせはできないか。さすがに圧が来た。いやセカンドハイ。いやハイグラいくか。落ちるかさすがに。クロムの判断が早い。落ちきらん。トップ 3。2v2v4 ザゴー動きがかっこよすぎる。2位狙いじゃない。ビッグロイを狙ってる。持ってってね。ザゴーがしっかりビッグロイを狙って2位に行く。
Yeah, 2v1 situation. EU versus Asia, and for Zagu, this man has the world on his shoulders.
チャグがいや落とされるが2位。かっこよ。かっこよ。まあ通用するわ。世界だもん。ザゴたちだもん。
is an incredible way for them to go ahead and make a statement.
Incredible indeed, because it's all about consistency, not necessarily getting a victory royale in every single game. If they can keep this up at this pace, it'll do wonders. But for EU, Joe and Z Andy, they take the game and they have all the momentum now.
And this is what I love about in-person events, because they get to take that walk straight to center stage, and we actually get to hear
ザゴーのハイグラリテイクもあれアジアだったら絶対刺さってんだよ。状態が悪いから木材だしと思うじゃん。仕方ねえ、敵がうめえ。世界大会だからこそ勝ちきれなかったザゴーでも
by Z Andy and Joe, everyone make some noise for our game 3 winners.
1位と同じ並んだ。
I turned around, looked back, and then you guys had it. How were you able to take it?
We just fed it up and cleared 90 to the sky limit.
It was absolutely incredible. Not only did you get the VR, but you also walked away with 9 eliminations, I believe. Is aggression a big part of your play style?
Yeah, we want height, just spray and down and kill.
So from now on, are you guys going to be going for height every game, or is it mostly circumstantial?
We'll see.
Yeah, and how are you feeling about the remaining 3 games today?
ザゴーさ、多分世界大会今ですらさ、試合終わったらすぐリプレイ見んのよ。勝ちきんねえ理由それじゃねっていう。インタビューで時間取られまいと。
Yeah,
Victory Royale in game number 3 of the FNCS Invitational. A huge way to show up, and not only the Victory Royale, but accompanied by 9 eliminations. Tokata, that's what you want to see on stage.
It's what you love to see, right?
あ、ごめん。ああ、エピコイルになっちゃった。
Now showing how it's done, not only securing the VR, but also.
一回じゃあ見に行きますか、ザゴーたちのプレイを。熱っ、やけどしちゃうわ。やけどしちゃう。あっちっちだよ。はい、労働したら、暫定1位並びました、ベノたちと。かっこいい、かっこいい、かっこいい、かっこいい。かっこいい、かっこいい、かっこいい、かっこいい。1位、2位で並びましたと。ベノたちと。さあ、順位も、ポイントも拮抗してまいりました。実力がここまで来たら、ワールドカップメンバーとなったらもう実力差はほぼないか。ってことで、この、見るって押してさ、ロード中にさ、落ちこい。さあ、神たちクイジ、ベノ、ザゴー、ミリム、並んでまいりました。ガイサーバからすると、誰だこいつでしょう。誰だこいつらと、なっていることでしょう。ミリムザゴー、見ていきましょう。海外サーバーの人たちからすると、もう誰だこいつと、アジアの人たちからすると、もう、さすがと、やっぱりなと、なっているだろう。ここで DMR 捨てましたね。スラックって何か持っていくでしょ。スラック食わないか。サージがきつい。ドブリューティーだ。フェーズ、キング。敵はワールドカップ W キー専門乗車。奥の壁まで取ったか。上3マスうますぎる。いや、キングを落としていく。素晴らしいアサルトエイムだ。もう一人。いや、ミリムが落とされるが核入って、あいつらリブートして2位まで行ったの。そして2位まで行ったの。わい、こいつらはなんだ。この物資でリブートして2位まで行ったの。もうワールドカップなんてリブートしたら死みたいなもんなるよね。なんかね、アンチウムもまあ良かったのか。良かったとしてもだろ、この物資だぞ。スラップさん変えたのか。でかいな。いや、ザーゴンも頭がいい。冷静だ。普通だったらこの資材やべえと思って資材勝っちゃうけど、サージがきついことを忘れてもなく、しっかり一人で稼いで、その間にミリムが資材を勝って、いや、サージを稼ぐ。 意味わかんない。ウォルクか。こいつのおかげでこのサージ生き残ったんだな。でちゃんと次の移動まで考えながらサージを稼いでいたんだろう。この移動のすんなりさ、素早さ、滑らかに移動していく。いや、what？ ちょっと待って。さあ、この移動どうやって2点3点4点溶かしきる。蘇生はいや違うかな。これで抱えたんだ。ベースパンにやられて AR でWhat？ 敵が出てくる。ソフトエイムなんて騒ぎじゃないよ。ワールドカップなんてソフトエイム使ったら秒でバレるからね。人力だよ。証明されたのはワールドカップで。ワールドカップで証明されたよ。こいつをソフトエイムって疑ってたやつは恥ずかしいな。いや、うめ。弾が少ないけど、2人とも弾が少ない。いや、常にハイグラ見ている。違う、ハイグラを狙ってるんじゃないんだよ。いかにハイグラからヘイトを食らわない移動するかで上を見てるんだよ。この資材量もう普通だったらこの時点で死ぬけどな。下にいるけど当ててあんまダメージ与える余裕もないけど、張り替えないでここ押していくのか。さあ2人とも現代がゼロ。リジムが落としきる。現代取って落として、ザゴーがもうルートを考えておく。ミリムが物資を拾って、ザゴーがもう先にアンチ移動をして、ここでミリムが落とされてしまったが、いや、健在がゼロ。きついけど物資が落ちてきた。よく見ている。本当によく見てる。健在500使ってで自分も回復しようと自分の来るにあたって、さあここでミルクの蘇生しようとしたが、さすがに白貝がないか諦めた。ここでハイネ狙うけど後ろから撃たれてすぐ降りる。判断が早い。そしてここでもう目の前もう死ぬ寸前だったけど黒が使って、こいつここから2位行くの。しっかりハイグラ狙った結果の2位だった。1位を取り行った結果の2位だったんだよ。本当に勝ちに行って2位を狙った2位じゃないんだよ。1位を狙った2位なんだよ。これがかっこいい。本当に1位を狙った2位、これがマジでかっこいい。
The crowd react and they're rooting for some of the underdogs as well, which is great to see. So it's been a blast.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. I mean, seeing all these players here together with each other as well, getting to interact. How important do you think that is on a player level? How important do you think it is to, like, you know, have some friends, make some communities, and enjoy it?
I mean, it's so important on a player level, but even just from a competitive standpoint, like this is esports, like competing in front of an audience and you know, having that pressure on you and still performing and still doing well. That is a true testament to what kind of player you are. If you win online tournaments, that's great, but this is the true test.
ミリムからそのラスト 1v1v2 ねって言われてたんだよ、間違いなく。なんだけどこいつはあえてハイグラを狙ったんだよ。ハイグラ2人って分かってんのに。
Thank you so much, Zeke, there for, of course, introducing us. Now, listen, all
勝ちに行ったんだよ。
what your favorite moments
ハイグラがどういう状況かもわからん。
so far.
めっちゃ物資整ってたから取れなかったけど、本来なら刺さってたかもしれない。
I think what we've seen today, and for me, the Brazilian region, Ed in the 2v1 situation there on the outside of zone, wait for him to clutch up, and then PHC and Kitos coming through, putting up for the entire Brazil region.
I like how you're going for a region that isn't necessarily the most talked about.
敵もうまかった。そう、敵も状態が良かった。クイジベノを落としただけはある。その、まあ、ベノはザゴミリムが使ったけど。なんか
These guys are lighting up the leaderboard. They are putting on a show, and it's a show that I don't think anybody expected to see. And they put every single competitor on lobby on notice. We are here. We're here to contend. We didn't fly that long just to come home, which $1,000, 50th place just for a top 10. They want first.
And not to mention, they are coming off the heels of being the champions of their region. That was a big part of the entire story as to why we began rooting for them from the beginning, because we have never seen such a gathering like this before.
And it's only their second. This is their second finals appearance. That one championship, that was their first time playing together. They have 100% win rate.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. You guys get to see some of those highlights right there as well. Just coming through, performing, playing these end games, and doing it in a way that not a single person on the internet that I follow expected. I can tell you that.
でもジョンジーズだったら、ジョンジーズフリーで取れてんだったらマジで違った。もっと上位だったかもしれない。でもジョンジーズ引いたからこそ。いや、ミリムだったらここワンパンできてたよ。あ、いない。
That's right. That's a quick temperature check from us. Let's keep this thing going. Thank you guys so much. Fantastic insight just all the way around. As you can see, we've got a lot of empty chairs here. Our players, after the first 3 games, to collect themselves, go back to the player lounge, talk amongst themselves, potential coaches there, whatever they need to do to kind of recollect and prepare for the last 3 games on the day. Now, earlier, we had a really cool moment. We got to listen on between Booga and his duo and kind of hear what was going on. Well, guess what? We've collected a few of those for you guys you might have missed during the game. So check this out.
Nice! Juvik. You see clicks on them? Yeah, they're here. Yeah. I see. Raiding the thing. They slid. They're running away. I'm gonna go towards them and get some search, okay? Go to the pond and farm. Come down. I'm stupid. And I'm trying to 1v1v, 6 way. One drop. Let's go up. I'm more HP. Dead? No! Lucky. Nice try. Wait,
今3試合目が終わったとこだね。いや、そりゃそうだよ。いや、俺もだから言ってたろ。誰が勝つかって俺だって言ったもん。俺はクイジーベのミリムザゴって言ったもん。マジで。だってミリムザゴ、俺配信でさ、ここ3日ぐらいさ、ソラリーナ結構同じような質問来たけど、ずっと言ってた。マジで。あいつらは勝つって。マジで。違うもん、世界戦が。ミリムたちは。あいつらは違う。EU に通用する。
Don't freak out, don't yell, just just say, hey, this is what I got going as I throw my pen apparently. I was way too excited. I threw my pen. Guys, I wanted to kind of take a moment here as our players are collecting themselves. We see a few sort of make their way back on the stage.
誰が見ても強いけど。
Next to the games. What are maybe
誰が見ても強いけど。
like might be under the radar?
ただミリムザゴ1位予想とかでミリムザゴが勝てねえとか言ったやつはおかしい。勝つさ。勝つよ。こいつら勝つもん。マジで強いよ。ミリム可愛いな。
I'd be even more concerned. Look, I don't even know if I like saying under the radar, right? Because this duo, champions of Japan, now tied for first place in one of the first international events we've had in years, right? The first we've had in years. The way they're performing, coming from the Rave Cave, there's another two duos surrounding them, so they don't necessarily have a free loop path that's on con. They have to be cautious, they have to be careful.
常に周りに3パーティーぐらいいるからね、被せたら 100% 死ぬよね。これトーマス HD が後ろから来なければ。 これも無理やり蘇生しないのいい判断だと思うな。
Putting on an impressive show right now. These guys, when I first looked at them, right, I was looking at them landing at the north side of Sleepy Sound. Vino and Queasy decided, you know what, we're going to take control of this area, and they ran away. They went to the Rave Cave. That's where they're.
いや、現地の人たち大半はね。
I'm nervous. I'm nervous for this duo.
いや、はいかっけー。現地の人たち大半はね、なんでこんな雑魚が上位にいるんだって思ってるよ。アジア勢。 なぜだと。
And remember, this is like in that last game we saw Meram go down, right? And in that game specifically, Zago actually tried to go for the revive. In an alternate universe, there's a universe where Meram was revived, and they 100% go on to win that game. So we'll have to keep an eye on this duel. Is there another duel for you guys you feel might be under the radar, like truly under the radar?
Look, I don't want to say just one duo. I want to shout out both Zeke, KBR, and also Bachatin and Kitos. I mean, they've been playing so well, especially in this most recent game. They're getting to the late game, and not only that, they're getting in with a good amount of elims. If they keep up this consistency, I wouldn't be surprised if they maintain that spot in the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and the latter that you mentioned, Bachatin and Kitos, those guys are doing really, really good at getting that early aggression off spawn. They're getting their storms out.
かけるザゴクラブワンチャンあるかもね。確かにあるかも。
Just the left of that sort of mid-map area. They're doing a really, really good job getting the surge. Of course, we had a few questions about maybe the third parties coming in.
もうアホだと思ったもん。いやまあプレイを見なければわかんないけど、いや知らないとわかんない。知らない強さはわからん。
And it's good to see they're not nervous.
Yeah, Storm Surge, we saw it very prevalent in game 1.
いや、ベノとクイージーもこの顔です。アジアに追いつかれました。ニコニコしちゃいますね。
What might be a couple of the changes? Like obviously, a lot of people kind of what we've hinted at is they're just getting aggressive, man. They're just saying, like, you want to fight at my POI? Let's do this. Let's go.
Look, speaking about a change, I want to see what Queasy and Vino do after this halftime, right? They've had 3 games. The first 2 went really well. And this last one, they ended up getting eliminated a little early. I believe it was Queasy
すごくね、俺優勝予想さ、クイージー、ベノとミリムザゴっつってんだよ。まあまだ1日目の半分だけどね、4分の1だけどね。まだ全然わからん。ただ、この時点でミリムザゴが刺さるなら、こっからだんだんみんな被せたり、グリフしたり、グリフはないと思うけど、被せたり、だんだんレベルが低くなっていくのよ。アジアが勝つじゃん。そんな。それこそミリムザゴの1000倍特許だよ。ミリムザゴの1000倍特許。あいつらがどれだけグリフされたと思ってんの？あいつらがどれだけ WT されたと思ってんの？ジョン・ジーズ周り、腐るほど敵いて。そりゃ、それこそザゴミリムの1000倍特許だろ。全員ボコボコにしてキルポイントにするわ。フリーサージ&フリーポイントだよ。アジアだからこその。後半に行けば行くほどアジアが有利になるんだ。だから前半戦でこんだけ上位ならマジで未来があるっていう。
Right, I mean, if you're gonna have a bad on-spawn fight or even a bad match, the best time to have that bad match is right before the break.
そう、効果をかぶせるというかね、その今の初動、ワールドカップかぶってて初動変えたけどやっぱ元に戻そうぜっていうチームが多分出てくる。やっぱきついな、かぶせた方がいいんじゃねえかっていう。
necessarily the zone that we would have expected a team that landed all the way on the south, Joe and Ziandi, to do well in, but it just shows things can change and it's about the teams that are most adaptable.
いろんなところで人が減るんで、人が減ったらもうこっちのもんだよ。こっからだんだんミリムザーゴが有利になってくるんだよ。神とセッティも。
They know how to play high, so nobody's safe.
That's right, man. All these duos are back at it. Just look as we've kind of taken moments to just visit with each duo. You can tell the focus is there. a lot of them are ready to get back at it. What are you guys hoping to see changes for these next 3 games?
Look, we've seen a lot of victory royales come from the clouds, right? From up above. I want to see people down in the dirt, fighting back and showing what they're made of, right? Getting those elims on the teams up above and, you know,
それはさすがに俺も買うわ。
you know who I think you can do that?
もうチップスター食い終わった袋を PC に飾るわ。2日目学校で見られないよ、いや。みんなその程度か。俺はたとえ学校に行ってたとしても学校休んで見るぜ。みんなまだまだだな。そんな人生を捨てるレベルで応援しないと。
Expecting to see more of that from them. Hopefully this halftime break has given them some time just to chill. It's like, hang on a sec, we won game 1 on high.
私お休み。お休みか。ダメだよ。俺は寝ないぞ。緑茶で耐えてるもん。俺は学校で見る。学校で見る正解かもね。アジア勝ってます。今アジアミリムザゴが暫定1位、同率1位です。明日学校を捨ててみます。はい、学校を捨てましょう。来週受験もうほとんど人生捨ててるなよ。あは、オッケーオッケーオッケー。じゃあ捨て切ろうぜ。学校で見るが正解だろ。さあ、ザゴミリムがどこまで来るのか。いや、待機場にいます。後ろの険しい男が怖い。
Everyone in this lobby is incredible. They're not going up against the likes of me and you. They're going up against some solid players, and they're proving.
Yeah, I'm a walking 50 shield refresh. Don't even worry about me.
I can back.
We do have Adam and Kelly standing by. Friends, over to you.
Thank you so much, Desk, and thank you guys for hanging out with us. We wanted to make sure that our players had a break between games 3 and 4, get some food, get some drinks, and now they are ready to go.
All right, we have got ourselves a game 4.
違う、明日お休み取ってる。あ、そういうことね。頭いいっすね。それするしかないですよ。
Now that's what we like to see. Let's go ahead and just pick things up and get right to it. Game 4.
社会人は有給あるからな。逆に言うとね。学校はずる休みできるから。社会人ずる休みできないから。社会人の方がどちらかというと結構辛いけど。白2点センテッド持っていくのか。白50。どうなるのかなこれ。ここにジャンプあったら今から詰められて終わるぜ。
And with Pars dropping, Raze has the world of pressure on his shoulder in this game.
And it's so crazy because we didn't think they were going to be able to do it. Get past this, what feels like crazy hurdle. Being in-person event should honestly cross you out of the equation here, but not for these competitors. They don't let that little inconvenience stop them. If anything, they weaponize it. They've turned it into surge tag. They've turned it into great standings.
ミリムザゴの初動がついに映されました。
representing for their entire region at the Rave Cave.
Yep, this is huge. You got Thomas HD and Tripper, Commandment and Avery all landing towards the Rave Cave. Luckily enough, this is one of the biggest POIs with a ton of loot to go around. And you're kind of seeing not too many early game fights going down over there as Kitos and PH Zin trying to have that early game that they want, because for them, they've been doing so consistent lately out of this drop spot. Not too much contesting going by, and for their Storm Surge, they have so many players around them so they can gather it.
Now what's crazy is that the story of Brazil is W key, but not for them. They've made all their points through placement. They actually have some of the lowest eliminations overall. When you stand them against the others inside the top 5, they're actually at the lower spectrum. But Vico and Marine here starting to get into some dangerous territory. You can see the reality tree is no
a free position by any means. You have Retake and crew up above, Z, Andy, and Joe, who have just taken home a huge moment and win for themselves, are now poised up at the sign station just south of Miro.
Yeah, and right now,
ルナペポたちダブルキーしてるからね、いつも初動回り。それで実際グラファ1位2連取ってるし。
Northeast portion, I was going to say exactly this, what Grim Gable looks like for Larson and Smite, who actually did win that off-spawn exchange last game against Buzz and Looter, trying to have that repeat success here in this game, but right now they're just kind of taking their time. They're high up on the mountain, so they got to be careful for those third-party attempts to come through.
Now Buzz and Looter are playing potentially spoiler here outside the Grim Gables, because we have this Larson and Smite duo who have fought their way on up to 7th. And again, elims are the name of the game for Larson and Smite, but this is where they have built their reputation, fighting in the early game, managing to get so much experience being contested season after season. It started way back north where Vino and Queasy are, but hold up, Larson finds one, the trade is good, and Smite gets the other, and down goes OCE, Muzz, and Looter.
That was a fantastic play by Larson, reading him like a book. He's turned the page and got an elimination as Mr. Savage strikes again. Onward goes down. Baka has to go ahead and figure out what to do next as iDrop's trying to get those angles. Right now, they're just trying to alleviate the pressure, but the Brazilian duo that you're talking about, King and Mr. Savage, they're looming in the distance, waiting for that perfect moment to strike.
And that's right. This is such a huge opportunity. Now, remember, they land just west of the Chrome Jam Junction. For them to come in, sweep things up, could change the story around. There it is. They open up with a couple tags, but iDrop gets to the loot first. He's got the refresh. He's got a little more material, and you have to assume King and Ed are just a little bit more positioned and ready for this, but a good defense, a good bluff is all you need here to back them off, and it is going to be enough. King and Ed don't get to show us what they're made of in a clean 2v2.
Another team's kind of floating in towards Chrome Jam. That is the Asian powerhouse. But over here, towards the islands, towards Mighty Monument, you have the FNCS, NA West champions trying to have that game number 1. That's Basil. That's James that are under pressure, high ground. Is seemingly right now cemented to the PSG TNA duo.
Now Yumi is very solid. Cool.
Has
no teammate to work with here, and he is trapped inside this stone build here. This is a very tough tower to play out of. Awkward positions to build, and the terrain gets extremely weird. He does drop a few layers, but there's only 2 exits, and one of them's cut off by tons of enemy territory. So look at this. He goes out the back with the windows there, and that is that game knowledge kicking in there. Yumi and Core looking so solid. This is what they do on a day-to-day basis, isn't it, Jacob?
Yep, this is exactly what they came to do here with that stunning performance last season. Even though it was a 2-day competition, they ran away with it on day 1, and when push came to shove, they held on to it in day 2 to take home that crown. But you can kind of see the Brazilian duo slowing things down just a little bit. They thought it was going to be an easy third party on Mr. Savage and Baka and On1, but it wasn't as easy as we thought.
Definitely, and of course, plenty of highlights as well. Let's get caught up with how this unplayed and unfolded. So On1 just gets stuck up on there. Saw all the chrome builds. He says, no, I'm not going through that. We're going to go on and take the easy path here.
But that's exactly what iDrop was kind of talking about. He said, I've been dropping here for 12 months.
Right.
I'm ready to fight. I'm not splitting loot. I came to take what's mine. And he does it game after game after game. If they can keep up this type of consistency, mix that with an opportunity to take the end game, this is a recipe for a duo that can catch fire at any moment. Because you got to remember, one of the last in-person events that we had, not the last one, but one of the last, Mr. Savage took it out on top. You had Bizzle in second, and the placement's down far after.
That's right, but look at this. Seti and Cammy going to the old trusty right on top of this air blimp. This is what you expect. This is a huge double-edged sword here where you expose yourself, but you just open up the entire terrain before you. As we jump on over to Kitos and PH in here, looking absolutely phenomenal. They have more eliminations against players inside the top 10 than any other duo, just showing us exactly what they are capable and made of.
This is literally the story of them on their region as well. They consistently take out teams at the top, and that is perfect preparation for a lobby like this, because you got to think the Brazil region, they're fighters. They love to fight, and right now they're playing against the best, and it's working out.
let's talk a little bit about this zone for a second here. For the first time now, we see a little northern pull off to the east, so we get another kind of shake-up. So the last time we went to Shiny, it didn't quite work out for Vino and Queasy, but what we did see was that they were so just suited for a big game. And now that we know that it should be the same story, but let's get on over to Lustrous Lagoon here. It's crazy to me how Runa and Peppo have demanded so much respect from this entire regional competition that no one has decided to contest them here at the Lagoon. We've known in seasons past, this is a hot spot.
Yeah, and I love how they're playing. They know exactly what happens to any team in Lustrous Lagoon if they have it uncontested. You take too long to loot, these other team on the outskirts will begin to climb up onto that mountain and put the shots down. They met Chimp and Scram there. They don't want to let anything go easy in a lobby like this, but Chimp, you can kind of see him crouching down, biding his time, trying to minimize the audio that he does give out, reuniting with Scram, trying to get that elevation in, but no opportunity is going to be given up by Runa and Peppo.
Love the focus that we're seeing from Chimp right now as he is starting to line up Runa and Peppo here. Not afraid of taking a fight, but also playing extremely smart. He does have the slight disadvantage, but Runa swings the thing around there. He says, hold up. Mike just going for high ground. Meanwhile, Queasy looking for tags here in the distance. So there's all types of battles starting to shape up and potentially heat out right now. And remember, this is all in loom of potential storm surge, right?
Scram, Chip, still in that high ground fight. The thing is, they're in zone. Every team that landed south is going to come here on this side. This is going to be the most congested side of the map, Monster. They have to be careful. They got to start looking to end this fight quick, whether it's taking the actual fight or just trying to disengage.
Zagu doesn't stop, though. He finds Falconer in the feed there while this fight is raging on here. Chimp still looking around, just saying, hey, Scram, I trust you. Do your thing. Take that toe-to-toe. Keep them busy. Meanwhile, Chimp's like, I'll look for tags in the distance, make sure no one sneaks up. The confidence to trust in Scram to play by himself here.
Zagu, team from Asia. You see Hellfire and Falconer in the distance. The shots just coming in.
Oh my gosh.
He had no choice but to go forward. Storm was going to eat him alive. And I think that's still Queasy and Vino on top of the blimp, lending that helping hand inadvertently.
And then they just W key straight across this world. They're like, you're not going to get that save whether you want to or not. We're here to fight, and we're going to make sure we solidify the elim. That will effectively allow them to take first place, breaking the tie. Now, Vino and Queasy, of course, are just behind them, and this is going to become a matter of who can survive the longest and play the best, of course. So this is still a moment, and ooh, big decision to make. Chrome Splash, launch pad, it looks like they dropped.
What are you choosing? I like the Chrome Splashes personally.
I'm trusting in their gut. It doesn't matter what I want. They got the launch pad. I want the launch pad too.
Go ahead. Actually does give you options, short pad. You can do the high pad. You can go ahead and try to take high ground if you're able to hold on it towards the end game. And this is going to be the first instance of Storm Surge in game number 4 that we're going to see. All day long, we've seen teams not necessarily manage it the best, and that being the sole focus of why they get down. But game number 3, Victory Royale winners, Joe and Ziandy, 58 below the damage threshold and continuously falling.
Now, they did win a game, but that's not enough to stay in. You have to continue to perform, and maybe, just maybe, that long-awaited break has allowed other teams to figure it out. Hit that drawing board. They're slowly slipping down now. 91 below here, but the long-awaited are to set up, so they have to get going. Off to the air vent they go. Can they get there in time? He misses it just slightly, but Joe fights back, and he doesn't miss. How quick was the setup there? Nicely done. That little bit of defense is something, sometimes all you need to go in and buy you some time.
But they're still 46 below the damage threshold. They have a lot more room to cover as well, but luckily for them, they have the Chili Chug splashes. They have the Mighty. Last an elimination on to Miriam. Can he be able to clean that one up and get the spoils after that falls all together? Moraine and Vico really trying to show up this game, and you talked about it during that break about how stacked the top of the leaderboard actually is.
And it looks like they were waiting around just a little too long. They try to bait out the vault, and instead they get punished. And now Zagu is by himself. The shield bubble is going to buy him some time, but it's only a matter of time. If he stays there, yes, they're just going to 2v1 him. He goes up for high ground, and he's trying to get on out of here. Vico and Moraine decide better. They say, all right, I'm okay with that. With
All
Swag
right.
and Pablo here, let's just get to the new storm. Let's get safe, and that's what they do first. But it is not looking good for our first place team now.
Yeah, so many teams just barely on the threshold, either above or below, as Runa and Peppo trying to keep things
いやー、ルナペポ
244
もうもはやグリフト取ってもいいこのアンチガイ W キー
who've also had their own struggles when it comes to Storm Surge. This could be a good fight for both of them. A huge shot coming out of Peppo. Beacon and Oz, they have their backs up against the wall, trying to get out alive, but the backfire comes through.
アーナス落ちて 1v1
Everybody in this fight
お
is
ほ
under
ー
siege.
つって
Pink
く
with
仕
his
方
back
がな
against
い
the wall, takes them both down.
And EU takes down Asia in a 2v2 head-to-head with no interference in the distance. Chapix cleans things up onto Z, Andy,
い
and
や
Joe
ー
are
近
game
藤
3
も
winners.
近藤で
And
足引っ
now
張り合いだな
Chapix and Tayson continue to play upset. Let's just take a look at the highlight. How did it all go down? He walks up. Man, this is
ラグそう
why
だな
Chapix is so good. This is what he did in the World Cup. This is what he's doing here now. And ooh, you can see the pain. That was a tough one.
Yeah, that's definitely tough here, but luckily
いやーここでクイジベノもいきそうだけどいやクイジベノも落ちるか1位2位落ちるかいやめっちゃでもスプラッシュあるからなまだ落ちきりはしないようだがただサージがきついいやここでクイジベノ落ちてくれたら未来ある全然いやリブートの音生まれたぞ生まれたぞやつが多分やつが生まれたぞあミルンまた落とされたガチか違うか落とされたいや落とされてるな対空で落とされてるけど蘇生入ってるいやー今度こそきついアンチキャに多すぎる敵がいやベノたちも落ちてくれベノたちも落ちるぞさすがにこれは落ちる落ちる落ちる落ちる落ちない落ちないけどサージがいいから死ぬなこれいやここで以上ここで以上クイジが 1HP で耐えやがった耐えやがったぞいやここで落ちきんのよでかいなあれ誰待ってツア
They knew what they left behind, and they are going to be back in this game in no time.
Some of the biggest brains in Fortnite to kind of remember something like that. That is outside of the box thinking. But the Storm Surge has not left them just yet. 49 still below the damage threshold.
ザゴはどこ
Avery, I don't know how
そろそろザゴはアンチガイだったらストーム酔いで死ぬんだよミリムさん落ちたミリム落ちてたザゴ今いたくね
Let's not forget, these are our previous NA East champions, but hold up, Vino said we need some
いやショットガン切り替える余裕はないかクイジベロ落ちたザゴーが生きてるザゴーが生きてるけどザゴー面白いないやこれザゴー今サージ食らいながらいやザゴー面白いなこれ
He is so hurt there off to the side, and now he turns and burns. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna leave it to you, Avery. I'm gonna leave it to you, Commandment. You guys can have it, but it's Savage and Eyedrop who get on the loop.
ザゴーも落ちるぞいや生きてる生きてるけど生きてるけど生きてんのか生きてんのかザゴー一人でごめんなさいいやいや俺が抜けるの忘れてた
especially since Commandment and Avery are already making their rotation outward. But another team landing towards cloudy combos, Malibuka and Murstache.
So let's think about this, right? Third place is out. Joe and Z Andy are out.
いやークイジベノ落ちたなこれでかいぞクイジベノザゴーミリムいやザゴーがなんなら生き残ってるザゴーなら伸ばせるザゴーならあいつなら伸ばしきるあいつならあと30は稼ぐだろ
There you go. You ask and you receive. Jamper just gets clotheslined without any notice.
It almost looks like they were thinking the same thing. Let me knock on this door, take this piece away. But Jamper was just a little bit too slow to the punch. Trolls Rifty trying to fly high through the sky. Tripper and Thomas. It's like target practice for them as Macwood does go down to Hydro. And there goes the leaderboard 5th through 9th. Look how stacked it is. Only 8 points separating those teams.
And remember, Joe and Z Andy are down and out.
Yeah.
Zagu has jumped back into the game here.
Impressive.
46 damage above the surge. all he has to do is out-survive 2 players, and you would think it would not be possible, but he has found his way back into this game here, and he is still getting that much more lucky. Sometimes all it takes is a little bit of luck, and look at the heals come back to reward him here. He's going to hold on and continue to earn. Seti and Cammy have an opportunity to go ahead.
ラゴーゴーでサージ以下になるんよ。いや、でもあと1人か。ワンチャン。
But as we know, they're slow, they're steady.
Yeah, for them, it's not just chasing after elimination. They're not forcing any of these plays. Like you said, slow and steady wins the race. And for them, they let these opportunities naturally present itself while gathering all the information in the lobby. They know exactly what to do as long as they're not playing with their backs up against the wall. Another highly skilled team, 353 above the damage threshold. They already have an elimination. For them, it's just making it to the end game itself.
ザゴが今1位だぞ。稼いでるぞ。生き残って。
Duke there and first place, 47 points separate 20th from first. It shows you that's about a 2-game spread. You have to play very, very well. But it also shows you one big win. If you're inside the top 10, undoubtedly you are very much right back into this game if you can just get one.
Yeah, mindset and handling this pressure is going to be huge because it's easy. You know, 12 games, being in a stage like this, you go down early. It's
ずっと配信見てるから PC が限界を迎えてる。ナイスファイトね。チャレンジャー。このアンチさえ来ればザゴーね、5位ぐらいまで行ってた。このアンチが1人ってバレたら終わる。ギリギリだった。
Alex and Bailey, we have seen what they have managed to do all day. They are an exceptional duo. And finally now, Yusri and Duke get to show us what they are made of. They're playing for high ground, but they're below the surge. They're going to have to take a box fight. The wall's his, but not quick enough on the edit there. And instead, he backs off. What do you do in this situation? Do you look around or take a box fight is the question. And Duke says, hold that thought. Let me go ahead and get these tags real quick.
Don't worry, Monster. I got you.
誰かが圧倒するっていうのはワールドカップではもうないんだよ。
They know their job is not done just yet, but they can at least slow things down, start to gather the information like a lot of these other teams are going to be needing. But them having the high ground, if they pull zone, they're going to be in the perfect position to terrorize the rest of the lobby. Oof.
Smite and
Nobody gets it.
Smite and Larson still alive here. They came in at 7th place. 3 elims added on to where they left off. Now effectively has to jump them on up for a fight for top 3, potentially first as well. I have a question though. Is Zagu still alive? Is he somehow snaking his way around the game? We're gonna have to find out. Often an end game. That consistency paying off right now, as we know it should. Sentin and Cold are just proving that they are so good at Fortnite. No matter what the setting is, online or in person.
And the team, after that first game, is finally finding their rhythm. 251 above the damage threshold. 3 eliminations so far. 3 chilly truck splashes onto Merstash. So you got to imagine on the other side, probably having some rotation as well. But Scented and Cold right now trying to find a way to stabilize. 29 below the damage threshold. Luckily for them, though, that's not too much. That's one good shot, but the same thing happens to them. They're under pressure. 19 HP, trying to get the splashes off, but now Zone is taking him out. Cold goes down. It's all to Scented.
And it looks like Acorn and Edgy were just waiting for that wall to open up, and there it is. Acorn is the one who finds Cold, and Scented is now left to do it by himself, but he has been here before. That is where he feels most comfortable. Meanwhile, Pink and Enough, they have so much catching up to do. They have already picked up 5 elims. This is exactly the type of pacing they want to be on coming into an end game. But can he
まあこっからはあれだね。正直まあアリスさんぐらいしか残ってないからザコミリもが生きてない試合なんて。
Scented was able to take down Thor, but he needs that siphon to come through, and it goes in just in the nick of time. Trying to stay alive. Chili Chuck Splash to try to go ahead and gain the speed.
アナスが落とされてる。
ハ
イグラも安定しないか。
What can he do with only 3 builds to his name?
And they take high ground again in this game here. 4 elims now. Things are really starting to get.
いやーここでエンビミスった。
Avery says, "Come down. Let's go to the
Calm down
and wait for him to start taking the lead here." Now, usually we call Commandment the Mr. Clutch, and Commandment says, "Trust in me. I have this high ground on lock. Meet me at the top."
Yep, for one of the most insane end-game finishes for the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 3 Championship. They're looking to do it here again in this game as Malabuka's by himself. He ends up into the box, takes another player out, a huge siphon and refresh to come through just in the nick of time. That was Ed from Brazil.
ここでマリブカが来るのか。
いや、Malabuka immediately beelining to the front side of zone.
And back to Pink here. Look at Pink's perspective. He's on that low with 7 elims. He has not stopped picking up Malabuka. Continues to fight though. He's gonna fall there. And a quick elim. Someone's behind him though. Now he turns around and it's just enemy territory everywhere. Which way are you gonna go, son? That's the zone. Larson and Smite are still alive.
ここでコビ仕方のない設定。こういう事故が嫌なんですね。
Duke clicks take advantage in the blink of an eye. Another end game. They're trying to move up to the top leaderboards as Thomas HG goes down. Trippin feeling the pressure as a solo here. Changing elevation. That was a huge play because look how many teams are stuck down low towards the low ground. But now he has to meet him down there as Commandment Avery begin to put on the pressure. Malabuka, 4 eliminations as a solo. 6 as a team. The damage continues and he's putting on a show.
He doesn't stop. Down goes Rifty. 5 elims. Can he get another?
Yeah!
Trippin fights back. He's got it in him. And now, look at this. Behind the wall,
Yeah,
BL and Edgy from the Storm. BL is still in this. It's Seti who's representing on this low ground. Another huge, consistent game for Seti is everything here.
サベージが
5 duos left, and about maybe 3 of them are full duos right now. And Savage loses another one. He's a solo. He's trying to take down the NA West team. He takes down Yumi. Huge siphon coming through. Mr. Savage does it again and gets into the top 4.
You have to love the move in here.
Oh my God!
Another one. He does. Seti might just be next. Savage is on fire. Let's see. It is still NA East. 1v1v2. Commandment and Avery have everything working for them as Savage is looking to do so much work. But Seti says, hold up, I could find a chance here. He needs to pick and choose this wisely. Do you go for 2 elims on the low ground or a chance at Savage? Seti knows better, and it's a great
神とセッティも伸ばしきった。いやー、クイージーベノーミリムザゴ結構抜かされちゃいましたかね。でもまあどこまでわかんない。神セッティも伸ばしてきましたと。
And that's why you have to love that little moment when the players get to hit the drawing board. Look at that smile on Commandment. You love to see it as they have managed to put up a huge win.
でもまあ唯一の救いはベノたちも同時に落ちたことだね。これでそのポイント差っていうのがその今の試合でベノたちが伸ばしたら終わってた。でまだある。
But let's go ahead and listen to them as Kelly is going to dig deep to figure out how they did it.
Thank you so much, Jacob. Clearly, you guys have made a great change. What exactly have you done differently in Game 4?
We just looked for height way more than like game 1, 2, 3.
マジ 1位120。俺更新されてないだけこれ。
So is that going to
更
be
新
the
されてないだ
strategy
け
for
だ。
the
ビ
next
クロ
game?
映が更新されてない。
When it's free like that, we're definitely gonna be on higher round.
I mean, you
5
obviously
位か
seem to be feeling
まあ1位とは開いちゃったけどじゃない。トーマス HD たち伸ばしてきたね。伸ばしてきたね。おいおいおい、こっそり伸ばしてきたね、こんなんで。
Thank you so much, Kelly, for checking in with our Victory Royale winners from game number 4.
やばい、限界だ、眠いマジで眠いテンション上げすぎた。
That's what's going on. This pressure is unlike anything. And the moment that these guys start to pop off, you could hear the crowd going absolutely ham. Because this is what we want to see, right? This game was like way more aggressive than anything else we've seen.
It's what you love to see, right? Malabuka popping off like a solo, Mr. Savage popping off like a solo, Pink in 6 zone with 5 elims, but then Avery and Commandment taking it from above, taking the high ground and finishing it off with a nice little VR. Look, we just had a little break.
眠てーけどな。今寝たら後悔しか残んねんだよ。ヘイヘイ。疲れた。死ぬ。俺ずっと叫んでるからね。
I had a little look. Commandment had 200 wood when they were on high ground in a second moving zone. It wasn't going to be enough. That was a crucial refresh from Commandment, and that is ultimately what got them the victory, right? They were able to take the high ground and spray down below right at the perfect time as well. Look at the standings.
Oh, man, and you know what's crazy too? Cammy and Seti. We saw Seti make
ここで神セッティが上がってまいりました。神スピリット。and Thomas HD。今日出かけるからオール社会人頑張れ。
I got so much for you guys right now. I'm joined by the almighty Clicks and Duke, everyone! We're working so hard over here right now. Duke's hand warmer has exploded in his hand because he's working that hard. Duke, currently you guys are sat, I think, in 13th place, 82 points. After 4 games, how's it been being out there amongst the rest of the competitors?
I'm feeling good playing with the loot that we have. We're doing really well we're leaving off spawn with like 2 minis max, maybe like a big pot, and we're still doing good. I'm feeling good right now.
You're doing fantastic. I mean, Clicks as well. Prior to this competition, you almost partnered with Pink, who was, obviously is dropping in the same area for Jonesy as you guys. How's it being testing yourselves against them each POI and each drop?
It sucks. Like what Duke said, we're leaving terrible loot, and we always have to come back. But good luck to them. And it's pretty close right now.
It is only 20 points at the top, I think.
Yeah, it's like 10. We're 10 points between each other.
Okay.
But good luck to them.
Looking good. I love that. Great sportsmanship there. Big up for Clicks and Duke, everyone. And heading down this way too. Coming over to Pink and Anas. What's up, Pink? How are we? I couldn't miss you with the hair. It looks great. How's the competition been thus far as well for you guys?
Anas is playing good, and he's just following me, and I'm playing good. So far, it's good.
Lots of good. That's good. And Anas as well, partnering with Pink in this competition. We just asked Clicks the question as well. For Jonesy, both dropping in the same POI. How have you managed to manage it thus far?
Yeah, I think we're playing pretty well. It's some minor mistakes that we make that make us die, but overall, it's pretty good.
But you've still got plenty of time to change things up.
Yeah, yes. I think we're gonna keep adapting and just do what it takes.
I think in this competition you have to adapt, being all the regions combined in one lobby. So big up for Anas and Pink, everybody! Let's head back over to Zeke and the gang.
Thank you so much, Adam, and fantastic just to hear from these players. I love this setting, right? We can literally just go, I want to know what those players are thinking. Let's walk up, let's ask a couple questions and kind of see them. You can even tell, they're still pretty focused, right? Of course they're going to answer Adam's questions, but there is definitely a level of resolve right there where they're like, look, I just want to get in this next game. I want to get the run back.
Look, I want to speak a little bit on our current first place duo, Seti and Cammy, right? We normally see them XL in day 2, but now they're popping off in day 1, 120 points. They're showing their consistency, but I just really hope that they can keep it up.
Yeah, and what's interesting about this duo, right? We saw them in the mid-ground layers that time, and usually we do see them there, but a little bit higher up than usual, and that's what they've been doing this season. They've been switching up their playstyle, which hasn't worked out too well for them in the past. They're traditionally low ground, very, very calm, very, very passive, if you like, in the early stage of the game. They're just riding on the surge, of course, that I mentioned earlier, but they are really trying to change things up, and you could see it didn't quite work out. Of course, Cammy going down early. So you know what Seti thought? He thought, you know what? I'm just going to go back to basics, back down to low ground. We've seen him solo clutching so many times, and oh boy, was he doing it again. Absolutely crazy scenes.
I mean, they always put on a show, right? Seti and Cammy, they're well known. They've accomplished so much, and now, if today and tomorrow combined, they can keep it up, they can take home a title, an international title, it would be something that I'd love to see. But them having secured the VR, game 1 from height was surprising, and now seeing them keep up the consistency is not as surprising. We know how strong they are, but we're only 4 games in. There's still so much more to be played out.
That's right, man. 2 games left on the day. Remember, this is kind of setting the pace. We're back tomorrow for another 6 games, and we're going to walk away winners. But it is that time. We are ready for game number 5 here from Raleigh, North Carolina. This is the FNCS Invitational. Thank you so very much, Zeke. There we get to kick things back off one more time as Monster D-Face and Jacob PR calling all the action here. What a set of games.
ちなみに俺さっきからね、あれ TikTok で可愛い女の子見て、可愛い女の子ってあれね、もちろんだけど、当たり前だけど言わなくて分かると思うんだけど、一応説明しておくと2次元ね。2次元の可愛いおにゃんの子を見て、俺さっきから興奮して目覚ましてる。どうにか。
Hopefully no one's dreams get crushed here, but it is inevitable. At the end, you have to step up. You have to perform, and we've seen so many great performances, especially when it comes down to this becoming legends duo of Cammy and Seti. Wait for the
いやこのバスコロミレム君たち有利ですナイス 移動とかで考えるとバスコールね、最初の方がいいんですよ。最初で一番近いやつの方が有利です。後の方だと移動とか全て遅れるので、まあ最初の降りの方が有利っちゃ有利ですね。まあビビタルさですけども。
Or just kind of get what they got out of their loot and try to get out, because right now it just seemingly time and time again Mr. Savage and iDrop have the high ground, but wasting no time. Looter gets busy putting damage onto Larson before he can even touch the ground. Baka does it. He does it over towards Chrome Jam. He gets the double and takes down Mr. Savage and iDrop.
Man,
double
kill. Our big stories developing now. Green Gables will have a fight soon here. Looter and Muzz have a chance at redemption.
2マッチぐらい余裕であろう。いや、バッコのアンベイツ出てきましたよと、さすがにリプレイ。わーい！このレベルまで来るとエイムがもう全員チーター CS パッドだのパッドだの関係ねえとキーマウ勢でこのエイムだチャープ X が落とされているバリブカたち初動変えた？違うか蘇生はされたくないけどもさすがにされていないだろうけどもいや今のよくわかるな赤がカウンターもらう EU の PPR1 位はもう世界線が違うぜさすがに一筋縄ではいかんよな人間かどうかもわかんねえがいやさすがに落とされるカウンターダメでいいダメ与えるがここで落ちるテイソン3位と4位知らんないやアメリカとメリッサッチいい場所を取ってんのね
Or they can continue doing what they're doing, loot up and try to get out, but we know how aggressive this team is going to be, and I think it's going to be the first choice.
Let's see it. There's still a chance. There's still time left in the ticker here, but things are not looking too hot. Let's jump on over to Larson and Smite. Larson and Smite, Grim Gables. This is now, again, the second time we get to catch it real early where they have this slight advantage. The last time it was Looter who fell first and then left it all up to Muzz. It's looking like this might be the same story once again. Looter and Muzz, notably not that successful in early game battles versus Larson and Smite as a comparison who have such better odds just historically. And so far it's been just like that.
Yeah, that was a huge shot landed by Muzz, but in that 2v1 situation, it's easy to kind of stabilize yourself, heal up, and now Muzz is just trying to get out. He's trying to survive, and it's going to be up to Larson and Smite to kind of let him. Do you let him survive? You continue to chase, and right now, they are hot on his heels. They don't want to let these 2 points. They don't want to let that refresh. They don't want to let the elimination slip through, and right now, it is not, but that was an explosive ending. That almost makes magic happen.
これは熱いぞマズたちの初動ファイトは熱いさあ対面最強ビコが暴れる暴れるビコが暴れるいいです仕方がないもう EU1 位は世界1位対面世界1位だ相手は
Pink and Anas, they're trying to do it yet again, but it's not clicks, it's not dukes, it's Peterbot. And they're ready to fight. They're ready to take it to them. And this is what happens when teams go the last couple of days.
それを許さないチリチャが取られたことに気づいているかさあここでクリックスボックスファイト
And for Peterbot and Jamper, it does look like they bit off a little bit more than they could chew because Pink and Anas have every single advantageous position right now.
Yeah, but Peterbot Jamper already picking up big end games. They know how to navigate these early game situations, and more importantly, Peterbot is just gross when it comes down to head-to-head. That is not a player you can sleep on by any means, and Jamper is a veteran. He does not get the credit he deserves. He has put in so much work for years now on the NA East region, and he always seems to fly under that radar. What more can do? And this is a respectable disengage, right? They come on in and say, oh, look, these guys are healthy. I don't know, where's Clicks and Duke maybe, you know, let's get out of here.
Yep, and now you can see Rob, Bob, Kebab, and Wax trying to bring it over towards Chimp and Scram, towards the outskirts, and another team looming in the distance. That's Peppo and Runa. And another team coming from the Lighthouse. That could be Pamsto and Fatch. Who knows? Either way, we're going to have a house party in a couple moments.
対面しておりますもしかして。いや、3つどもえか、4つどもえか。さすがデイリー周り、過疎が多いだけはある。そういう過疎を潰すムーブなんだよ、ペポたちは。だが、ワールドカップだと多すぎるか。さすがに無理か。さあ、ルナペポたちが遠くから見ている。悪意のあるぞ、これ。いや。
Yeah, and you can kind of see Chimp and Scram. Chimp, you're talking about one of the most consistent players on the NA East region. He knows exactly what to do in a lot of these different situations.
頑張れペポ。いや、いいダメもらっちまう。
Put their hand into the mix, and that's not something they want to be a part of. But that piece control and the peaks, the shots on the defensive end are huge for Chimp and Scram because now that put that fear into Peppa and Runa. Do we continue to fight this off? Do we continue to lose health? As it looks like they're even trying to keep their distance.
Yeah, Chimp doing an excellent job defending here, but you know a refresh.
いや、いいダメージ後ろから来ている。ここまで来たらアンチガイファイトもいとわぬか。
Too much pressure from Runa and Peppo, and they leave the damage to them. And they go ahead and take this as a small W to Scram. Really left to defend himself here, and he's doing an excellent job.
もうペポは対面でサージ稼ぎ満々だな。バースト持ってやがる。
Everybody tried to disengage in a moment. But at the same time, they're so close
Yeah,
together.
Runa
There's only so much you can
keyboard.
do. But Runa, he takes a huge amount of damage. They got to figure out a way to stabilize right here. But Chimp and Scram, they know so many teams are around. They don't want to bite up more they can chew. They don't want to put themselves in a position they might later regret as the shots are still coming in. Scram goes down. Chimp under siege. He's trying to figure out a way to survive. He has 4 builds left to his name. Rabab Kebab as well. Every single one of these players are now going to be stuck in zone.
実際ね、画面とね、ゼロ距離の方がいいんだってよっていう。
It's going to allow them to go ahead and heal back up. And now they run in to the zone, hunting for Robot. Peppo's like, no, I want this fight.
ペポさん、ルナさん止まらない？
Runa comes to support, and all of a sudden he is
ペポルナ止まらんま？
chasing cheese, and it might
1HP で耐える。
10 HP, moments are ticking.
ペポを落としきる。いや、バースル角入れないか。
And Peppo gets the first elimination there for his duo.
1 HP for Runa. He got the med mist to stay alive. Can they? Okay, there's another rift there. I was gonna say.
縦落ちの方が強いんですか？いや、いや、わかんない。違う。縦落ちが強いってよりか、縦落ちだと、前かがみになるから、画面と近い方がね、画面と近いやつが多いんだよね。目が。まあ、くそ目悪くなると思うけど。俺は横置きなんだけど、実際その縦置き力が多いよね。わかんない。どっちの方が違うのか。実際ミリム君横というか、なんなら逆角度だし、俺みたいな置き方してるし。いや、うますぎ。ここまで来たら張り替えないか。張り替えないのか。張り替えた方が早くねえか、これ。コーニーファイト。衝動ファイトが熱い。なんだ。
And now we jump over with PH, Zen, and Kitos, who are sitting up on high ground, you know, hands off the desk, relaxing right now, just soaking in what an exceptional day it has been for them. They have played so well.
ミリムザゴー、いい場所取れてんな。はい、移動が早い。
Of course, in Zagu here, excellent players up top.
This could be actually a recipe for success for the Asian powerhouse, the Japanese team, to kind of take a big game and take up that first place.
さあ、クマちゃん上 DMR ね、マジでね、止まってる敵が今多いからね、刺さるんだよね。昔もオートマチックなんとかみたいなやつあったんだけど、ぶっ刺さったわ。
Over still towards Rave Cave.
弾は少ない。マジか。でも点打ち100あり当たれるよ、2人。2人100ありはどうにかなる。
Coming off a victory royale, zone pulling their way. This is a perfect recipe.
見て気持ちいいな。俺も左足の小指突っ込んだからな、ワールドカップ。マジであと少しだったのに。デブジル飲んだからなんですね。落とされるでこれ。
And that is what happens when the zone pulls far north. You could do your little dead side western rotates, but at the end of the day, there are players waiting there too. It's just textbook reads.
Oh, I saw on the feed there just a few seconds ago. Queasy and Vino, they were able to get a knock onto, I think it was Marum or Zago there for a moment.
いや、リフレ挟んどる。リフレ挟んどる。What the fuck? What the fuck? こいつらはいつもこの神節なのか。いいエイム、ザゴかな。気色が悪い。いや、ザゴが落とされてるんだ。ファームしてたらザゴが落とされたんだ。
We see Zagu pick up a ton of points as a solo last game. Now it's Marin's turn to return the favor.
And
しかもサージ300、いや、100以下。
Hey, wait a second. Vino and Queasy might know I am I think I've been outed. Let me defend myself.
ザゴーが死ぬか。ザゴーがさ、多分甘えたんだよ。ファームで。さすがに落とされねえだろっていう甘えだったんだよ。ザゴーが甘えて落ちたぞ。もう衝撃的瞬間だよ。多分ザゴーあれ、今日のことあれ、多分3年は悔やむ。しゃあないものなのに。3年は悔やむね、これ。苦しいよ、3年間苦しいよ、これ。あとはもう黒歴史を思い出すみたいな感覚になるよ。まあ大丈夫。まあ大丈夫。一回ザゴーが生き残ってリブートして生き返ったように、今度はミリムが保管する。ワンフィスキープル。What the fuck? ミリムさん持ってた。おうクイジーベノン押された。俺見てなかったんだけど、クイジーベノン別？クイジーベノンだとしたら仕方ない。これ見てなかったんだけど、
down the standings here quite substantially. This is really beginning to open up and become much more interesting. And let's not forget, fifth place again is Marim.
誰も見てない了解任せろ。俺が見てる。
Excellent plays right there. Just smart.
This is his teammate. 2v1 situation. Arthur and Mixon trying to get into the box.
This is the first time we see PH Jin lose his teammate this early in the game. This is a huge development for him. And notice the problem is he didn't quite get to the zone early enough in Z, Andy, and Joe.
は？え？何？拡大しようと思ったら戻された。あ、クイージーたちだ。これは仕方ない。仕方ないというか、クイージーたちが別パだったら運が悪い。クイージーたちだったら実力負け。実力負け。一人ってバレててもさ、なかなかとつれないんだよ。マジでよくとつってやりきった。そんなすぐとつったとしてもさ、ミルム君天才マックスだったじゃん、ほぼ。全然耐えれたのよ。ただやりきられた。やりきられるんだよ。やりきるのも本当に難しい。健在があんだけあったらもっと耐えれるんだよ。ただそれでもミルム君は耐えれなかった。そんぐらい相手がうまい。本来もっと耐えれるんだよな。4試合目で5位ミルムと。ただ今回今中盤視したので10位以下に落ちるかなと思いますね。ザゴーが甘えで落ちたのが本当に。
Put the shield bubble on the boat and they are gone with a clean rotate right up the river. That is just a 500 head play. Look at the play right here. We absolutely love to see these crazy strategies play out, and there's a reason they are up at the top.
What the fuck?
This is just outside of the box.
What the fuck?
That is the freest rotation I think we'll see.
ニコニコしちゃうねこんなの。 これでいやこいつら体力もないくせにでもアンチ先入れたからなあとにかく上積んでだないやラグ筋強化サーバーってなんだ強化サーバーってなんだ何が強化サーバーだよってぐらいテレポーティングしてるけどこのマッチはレベル高いね色筋四時折りいやささら今見えてたんだけどリプレイはチルだろっていう
He is one of our most leading elimination leaders on the NA
さすがに鉄進行
in general. So for Refsguard to make the rotate out is an excellent decision there, but he is met
神セッティもかなりきついここでクイージーが伸ばしていくミリムザゴかなりきついけどまあまあこんなことめったにないでしょザゴが甘えて死ぬとかもうあれで都市伝説レベルで死ぬわけないザゴ
Falls to Bad Sniper, and it's up to Seti to do it all. Can he get pretty much a full Elim worth of damage here? Oh no!
I didn't mean to curse him.
1位が落ちましたと。
I was going to talk about the launch pads, the push game to shove. But now Joe and Z and he found
いや
two
本
more
当にいい
launch pads
勝負だな
and so much room.
どこまでもいい勝負ペポが伸ばしてるぞペポルナが勢いつけてきたぞ
No shield to work with. I'd say not much, but none at all to work with. As Fast gets one on the swag as well. Malibuka and Mustache, they are in the most congested side of the map right now. They're going to need everything they got to try to stay alive.
みんな回復ないね
But with no shields on
サージが
Mustache,
辛いもんな
And what's crazy, remember, Cammy and Seti falling. They were in
さあア
first
リ
place,
スたち
11-point lead over Trippard and Thomas.
遠すぎじゃねキーボードとバースこの人腕伸ばしきってるけどどこで操作してんのこれどこで操作してんのこれ
Thomas, HD, and Trippard have a chance to catch up. Smite and Larson, Vino and Queasy as well. This is such a competitive FNCS
いや
Invitational.
このトーマス HD がこの位置取っちゃったらお前あれだよ対空とかに1点2点3点4点5点6点7点8点9点10点おうドゥドゥンドゥドゥンドゥドゥンドゥドゥンみたいな感じ
Top of the leaderboard, stacked like pancakes in a Waffle House right now. It's Thomas and Trippin. 2 eliminations.
トーマス HD がこの位置取ったらまずいよ
ニ
コニコしちゃうよもうトーマス HD 思わずこの笑顔だよどの笑顔だよ思わずニコニコだよこんなの
Not too many teams on this side of the map, and this is what we would call the slower side, to where you don't have too much to worry about, especially if you're Acorn and Edgy, and you're 676 above the damage threshold. That allows you that flexibility, that allows you options to pick and choose. Do you want to go ahead and put pressure on another team? Do you want to rotate around the map? The choice is now theirs. But a team that might not have those same choices is Malibuka and Mustache. They're only 105 above.
いやーこんな最強レベルのマリブカメルスタッチですらこんな状況ひどいひどいよルナがやっているキャナダキャナダディーン
Let's see if they can do just that.
いやルナペポ止まんねえなこれ試合この試合ルナペポやばいぞ今頃多分神ブッシュだぞごめんキルしたところだ神ブッシュとは限らんわ No hold No hold 耐えるのみか耐えるのみかカウンター狙ってよかったと思うわ
Gotta be careful though. This is what they
clock,
love
clock,
to
chill,
do.
chill, chill, chill,
Great
chill.
tag here. This is why Mustache and Malibuka are some of the best. The Chrome Shield comes down though, and that'll buy them some time.
And right now, Storm Surge taking out a lot of these teams.
敵ストームで死ぬってこと
Your
か
shields crack. They will hear it and they will go. As Malibuka or Mustache, they know the position that they're in. It's all or nothing because you can't make it too much farther with the
い
resources
や
that you
今
have.
筋どっからカウンターもらった
Or takes down Threat. Mustache and Malibuka, they're going to be the ones that get all the loot because of it. As Baka and Onward trying to stay alive, they're trying to protect what's theirs.
And they do just that. They get a little bit for their efforts, not much, but they are alive. And they've
いや
done
ブッシュ
some
拾う
damage.
前に
They
ミニポ
defended
落と
the
してたのか
territory, and
ガチか
everyone backs up.
ガチか
Let's take a wider look here. Fadil
そ
has
んな
to
こ
get
とあ
on
る
the
か
high ground. Everyone's making a rotate. Thomas HD
さあ
and
トーマス
Trippard
HD 飛ぶ
still a launch pad in the bag as they get to have an advantage. This is excellent. Such an excellent position to be in. Switches over to hard material. And they
Excellent.
fortify up
いやー、広げるね。怖いね。甘えないね。
Both King and Hellfire get
もう始まってたの。当たり前。
one of EU's exciting teams is Queasy and Vino.
クイージーベノ。ミリムザゴと同じムーブなんだよ。知識が一緒なんだよ。
NA East Elite Cup Finals back to back in the same day. If that's not what you call preparation, I don't know what is.
And they're showing us why they're up at the top right now. And they are taking advantage.
Yeah.
North,
What?
west zone is excellent for a team like Vino and Queasy. They find NS down low. That's going to be their fourth elim. Pink does not stand a chance if they decide to focus together, but it's more important for them to maintain the position right now. And this zone's going far. It's going to cut back towards Acorn and Edgy side. Scented and Cold have more of a dominant rotate here, and this is all shaping out to be a great game.
Look at that mountain. They got to go down the hill and then back up the hill. This is literally going to be a roller coaster ride of an end game. And if you don't have a launch pad, if you don't have chrome splashes, I wish you best of luck.
Well, we do know if you do, Cold and Scented go ahead and put the chrome splashes to the use here to the tap. And they jump right over that bush and into it. It's going to be a great spot.
みんな飛ぶね。クイージーベノがハイグラこのまま。ルナが死んだ。ビーコにやられた。仕方がないけどな。ルナがやられた。ルナ。本当にアジアで最強と言われた者たちがここまでな。何を狙ったの今。何を狙ったの。フォーボックス。逃げんのはいよ。ヘポさんワンチャンあるよ。さあクイージーベノがいや資材量がありすぎる。資材量がありすぎる。こんなん誰も取り返せねえだろ。はい、PC がね、3時間のね、配信にね、入れておりません。3時間というか4時間ですね。はい。この大量のデータに頼れておりません。俺の 1.1 ギガ回線プラス RTX 3080リブアップです。さあペポが生きております。クイージーベノが圧倒的すぎる。ハイグラでこの物資ワッターファック。アンチューンが良すぎる。あぶね、今一瞬寝た。寝ちゃおうぜ。寝ちゃダメだよ。いや、これは下まで行くか。下まで行くしかないんじゃないか。ローぐらいいい場所取れた。敵がロー。パホーだよこれは。いい判断うますぎる。落ちたらペコ君マジか。ハイグラが圧倒的資材量まだ750円。いやー危ない。俺も落ちそう。クイージーが2枚持ってく。最強すぎるクイージーベノ。200。What the fuck？ ゲームが良すぎる。東亜 HD 上位が生き残っております。ザゴー選手今頃苦笑い。ザゴー選手苦笑いです今頃。これにはザゴー選手も苦笑い。What the fuck？ 後ろって言われてるの。いやセンテッドを伸ばしてる。資材が広いていない。ハイグラウンド、圧倒的ハイグラウンド。What the fuck？ エアの球がないから。いやこの物資量、取っていくクイージーベノ。11キルビクロイ。褒めるしかねえ、称えるしかねえ、リスペクトするしかねえ。これは仕方ない。これにやられたザゴミリも仕方ない。 1位だもん。
Now think back to that interview when they sat there, Vino very nonchalantly, hands behind his back. He said, "We are the best."
これにはザゴー選手も苦笑い。今頃すげえきつった顔してんだろうな。
Coming in to the FNCS Invitational. NA East, EU wins. And in that reign as well, they won about like 5 games in a row, I think. That's impressive.
That is right. Vino and Queasy are coming off some of the hottest streaks we have ever seen, and they managed to maintain that momentum. Let's just go ahead and tune in and see what's going on in their minds.
Yes, that's right. I'm here with your Game 5 winners, Queasy and Vino! Queasy, fantastic work there. Eliminations, an extraordinary end to game number 5.
Yeah. What else is there to say?
What else is there to say? I mean,
さあ、現時点でクイージーベロがどこまで上位なのか。ローディングが入ります。クイージーベロ100。トーマス1位を伸ばしている。圧倒的。いや、ここでザゴーミリムが14位。いやー、ザゴーミリム落ち。いや、差つけられたな。でも、100じゃん。100じゃん。3位ぐらいまで30ポイント差ないよ。ここがね、50ついちゃったんで。これしゃあないけど、その1位に落とされちゃったもん。1位だもん。強いもん。トーマス HD and coming city scented Alice and Pink Bird and Murdoch and Millstat and Pepperona. Killer
Competition's been good. No one's really been on high ground. And it's going well for us.
And you guys delivered the goods. One more time, give it up for Queasy and Vino, your Game 5 winners! Let's head back to
差がでけえ。でもまだある。僅差だ。
Cool, calm, collected, and memes. That is also how I live my life sometimes, occasionally. Queasy and Vino, we've watched them come so close to the top several times now, right? Almost making it, taking high ground. It hasn't lined up perfectly, and now that it does, it's not even just the victory royale. It's also the 11 eliminations they put on the board.
Look, all day they've been trying to set themselves up for this match. We saw it in the beginning of this tournament today. I mean, they were going for high ground, they were going for the setup, but they just had these little mistakes that didn't permit them to get it. But now, they showed why they are one of the fan favorites coming into this tournament to take it home. The first duo to reach more than double-digit elims. They had 11 total eliminations, and it's what you love to see.
You know what? It doesn't happen by accident either. These guys have definitely seen some progression throughout today. We saw it in the previous game, we saw them go down to Surge. It wasn't ideal for them. This time though, we saw them rotate all the way up towards those rifts, towards the top left, the very northwest side of the map, and they were aggressive. They were looking for those eliminations. Instead of sitting on those blimps, on those balloons at their drop spot, they were looking to be aggressive for Surge, and it paid off. We saw them take high in that 50-50 zone. Of course, I think Queasy had about, I don't even know how many mats, he had about 1,000 materials going into that second moving as well, so he's looking great.
Absolutely. We also have Kelly, who is standing by to chat with some of our players. Kelly, over to you.
Joining me right now, I am with Thomas and Tripper and the team that is currently in second place on our leaderboard right now. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. We just need to keep on going, being consistent, and we'll make it.
Yeah, obviously consistency is the name of the game right now. You guys had a great game 5, but how do you make that into a VR?
I don't know, like, we played mid ground most of the game. I think we should like either like commit it to high ground or low ground to like win the game, but like we're just playing for consistency, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and obviously consistency is working for you guys. You're doing a great job on the leaderboard. Good luck in the game 6. Guys, let's head on back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Shout outs to Thomas HG and Tripper, and they are currently holding strong in second place. And if you look at that little dash, that means they've not gone anywhere, right? And I do want to highlight them for just a single moment. 2 games back, we watched Malabuka go on an absolute tear, but then Tripper said, nah, son, this is my lobby, take a seat. And that's how they're still holding strong. We have to kind of talk about the top 10 here, right? With only a single game left to go, we're setting ourselves up for tomorrow, right? And Thomas HG and Tripperin, they're looking real good.
I mean, they're looking more than good, Zeke. Queasy and his duo partner, we're in the first place spot, but second place, that's Thomas Tripper, and they are playing so well. Just looking at their highlights here, they're setting themselves up for the late game, and just now with the interview with Kelly, you saw they're still always thinking, right? What can change? What can we adapt to? How can we play better? How can we take home that trophy?
Yeah, and these are two very, very talented solo players. For those that don't know the region very well, of course, Trippin and Thomas. Those guys are incredible solo players. We've seen solo clutch after solo clutch from both of them in the Elite Cups, in the Cash Cups leading before that, and they are just a dynamic duo when things go well. Sometimes things can be a little bit difficult for them when they do get split up. You know, they have to rely on the other person. We've seen that a little bit throughout the Elite Cups this season, but they're bringing it all together now. Oh boy, is it looking good.
I also want to talk about Smite and Larson. This is a duo coming from NA,
なんかコメ欄で
and they have
みんなで
5 total
話すの
FNCS finals
俺を省くな
appearances together. Now, it's a lot, but it's also the fewest out of
仕方
any
ないな
NA duo
ザゴーが甘えたな
but that is not showing
あのザゴーが
because even though they have the fewest
あの
FNCS
ザゴー
finals
が甘えたな
they're in the top 3 right now in this
も
event.
うなんか初めて見たよザゴーが甘えて死ぬとこ俺は甘えたのか多分甘えたと思う甘えたというかねそのアジアでは甘えかという疑問すら残らない普通のプレイなのがワールドカップでは甘えになっちゃうんだよなそれぐらいザゴーは分かってると思うけど
massive, right, to now jump up in the first place, up by 5 spots after that game. If it happens again,
ザゴーはね分かってるとは思うけど
Could be in
ね
trouble, and I think the rest of the lobby could be in trouble as well because you don't want Queasy and Vino to be playing as good as they are. It all sort of form
仕
together
方ないとは思うな
that we just saw right there. So
アンスパッ
if
ト
they're
なん
on
か
form,
滑
they
り
can
悪くなって
definitely
きた
make a push for the top.
Yep, that's right. Kelly, you are standing by with
ワール
4
ドカップ
players. Let's hear it.
っていうのが
That
ね
is right. I am joined here by Ed and King, our Brazilian region players right now. You can already hear the audience going crazy for you
さあ
guys.
ザゴーたちが
Ed, I know that you recently got announced that you are represented by Team Liquid. How are you feeling about that?
Como você está se sentindo que você está sendo representado pelo time Liquid?
ベノたちもなぜあそこまで噛み合ってるのかだよね
É time que eu sempre quis entrar e eu me sinto muito realizado de estar na Team Liquid.
みんなでザゴーミリムを応援するぜヘッドホンのコードを絶対に俺変えた方がいいよ
And then of course King, you've been around since the World Cup days. What is it like to be back here on the stage?
¿Cómo te sientes estar de vuelta?
Para português ou espanhol? A verdade é uma experiência incrível. Eu não tinha faz, sei lá, uns 3 anos quase. E voltar a jogar lá é uma experiência muito boa e vamos tentar dar o melhor.
I'm really incredibly excited to be here. I mean, it's been about 3 years, and I'm excited to be back.
I mean, I know that
あれ
Argentina
今
and
日冬だ
Brazil
よ
are
ね
proud
今
of
日
you
という
guys
か
right now.
今
Thank you for
冬だよ
joining
ね
me with a quick interview.
俺
Let's head
暖
on
房も
back
何
to
も
the
つけてないのにくっそ暑いんだけど汗が出てんだけど
I don't know if
あ
you guys
ちっ
can
ちだ
pick
な
up
ちょっ
the
と入れ
hype
てくろ
coming through these mics from everyone who is repping Brazil, but every time you see King, you guys are allowed to get hyped. That's cool. I see y'all up in that corner. That's right. Ed and King sign. They're holding up the flag. You love to see it. Now, really quickly, as we gear up for game number 6, we come back to the standings, right? Currently, we see Cammy and Seti, they keep kind of ping-ponging, right? They have a really strong game, then they have a game where they, funnily, throw a shield bubble on a boat. One of the funniest things I think I've ever seen, but then can't transition that because of the shambles positioning. So what has kind of been happening?
I mean, it's Fortnite, right? It's hard to predict what's going to happen next because you have so many opponents changing their playstyle and adapting to the same match you're in. But knowing Candy and Seti, they know how to deal with it, right? They can adapt stronger than their opponents that they're facing against, and it's all about doing it in the most effective way possible.
Yeah, Storm Surge for this duo at the moment is kind of a little bit of a problem, of course. So many teams that I noticed they were fighting on the edge of zone. Not many teams are rotating in early on enough, and I think that makes Cammy and Seti run into a few issues, right? Because they're, of course, landing in a very central position. They rely on a lot of teams rotating in into their domain to get their Storm Surge.
会話あんま推奨しないけど推奨つうか普通だったらダメだけどまあこういうとこはまあいいか会話してもいいけど喧嘩すんなよいいよアサルトみんなやばいよみんなやばいよみんなやばいよアサルト M 前提だもんザゴーが一番 ME ディスってやなアジアの大変さにある言い方悪いけど世界大会普通に見えるの俺だけいいよそりゃそうじゃんだってどのサーバー全てのサーバーの最強が来てんだからそ それでもルナは強い方だと思うな。対面の歴が違う。アジアだったら対面がめっちゃ
You said it yourself, right? It's one game, but it's really 7 games left, right? This is the last game of the day and 6 more to be played out tomorrow. This last match is just about doing it the best you can.
今5試合目終わって次6試合目。
Seeing what you can change up is going to be overnight for day 2.
Yeah, this is such an important game for these teams, right? Especially if you're looking for a little bit of a change up. So for these teams that are thinking, you know what, let's try and change things up in day 2, this is the time. This is the time to test things out, because what better practice than the lobbies themselves? I mean, we saw it with Vico and Marine as well, of course, landing at the Tilted Towers area. They've sort of shifted their rotation over towards the reality tree. We saw them fighting out there, of course, Vico doing so well to close out those eliminations on the team that were landing there, and they're switching things up, and they're a prime example of a team that's thinking, you know what, things aren't quite working out Tilted as we know. So let's switch things up, let's go to the reality tree, and that's ultimately what these teams are hopefully going to be doing tonight.
That's right, a lot of these duos, man, look at them, look at the focus, they're waving to the camera, which we love and appreciate. But they are lasered in. They're thinking to themselves. They understand, right? With one game left, okay, what are the things we need to do to accomplish? What do we need to just kind of say, look, this is it. We left our mark, and we can walk away happy. I think for me, Zago and Meram, like this team that we saw pop off, they've kind of gone a little bit radio silent. What do we think's happening here?
I mean, we've seen them. They've been having a bit of trouble doing enough damage or even staying close together. I've seen 2 times now. One of them, Merim, was left alone, and the other is Zagu was left alone, having their duo partner get eliminated. So I'm not sure if it's because they're not playing together enough, if rotates have changed from their opponents and it's cutting them off while they're trying to get to zone.
Yeah.
There's a lot of possibilities, but they really have to focus on seeing what went wrong after those initial matches and see what they can change going into day 2.
They were trying though, of course. They made a really, really solid rotation up towards that red area. They had just the best position on the map. And as you mentioned today, they were a little bit split, right? They didn't quite execute it to perfection, of course, squeezing it. They decided, you know what, let's just take them out, we'll take this position, and ultimately that's what won them the game.
PC が温まってるからね、確かに。強制1位は普通にえぐい。ビコ強い、ブッコも強い。ザオ何が違うんだろう。いや、見てる。一般人が見てわかるレベルじゃない。マイポリの話聞いて俺もやっとわかったぐらいだから。だからさ、みんなえぐいんだって。みんなえぐいんだよ。運じゃね運命あるけど全然えぐいだから。いや、多分ね、見てる感じで運要素を全く感じん。ここまで運要素のないバトル終わってあんのかってぐらい運要素を全く感じんよ。
I was looking at the birthday boy,
right?
This incredible solo clutch in a late game, but directly after got taken off out of the spawn, right? Baka and on one eliminated both players there, but I saw the flames in his eyes, right? Mr. Savage was getting ready. He was feeling good, and I'm hoping that he can come out on top in one of these next early games and show what he's really
ただグラファで上位を取れないだけで全然その弱くはない。弱くはないんだよ。
I want to be like him. I don't know what it is. He's just so cool, and it's reflecting his gameplay as well. He is really taking the game to storm. He is really.
そのまあ EU の周りが強くなりすぎて差別がちょっと目立たなくなってるだけだって。
Just 2v1ing. We're seeing 2v1s. We're seeing some crazy clutches, and that's what you need. At this level, you need to have those individual pop-offs, because without it, you can't make your way to the top of the leaderboard.
And on screen right now, we've got Reet and Epic Whale. In case you didn't know, Epic Whale, a 6-time FNCS champion, paired up with Reet, who's on controller, representing the controller gang. This duo has actually been pretty quiet, right? Over in NA West, we've seen, it's a much slower game overall and a slower meta, and now when we're trying to get way more aggressive, it feels like Reet and Epic Whale maybe need to kick it up too, slow.
I mean, I'm wondering what's happening because I was watching this duo practice, right? In the player lounge, they're prepping themselves, getting ready for this tournament, and in the scrims, right? In the practice matches, they were 3, 4, even 5 elims in the mid game before the late game even started. They were playing aggressive and they were doing it right against the opponents they're competing against today. So I'm wondering what happened, but we'll have to see if they adapt for day 2.
That's right. Really quickly hanging out in the player lounge, we've got Adam Savage standing by.
You have indeed here, Zeke, but I am joined by the one and only Cease, everybody! Cease, we've talked so much about you in the past. It's great to see you here at the competition. How has it been for you? One of our backup players this weekend. How great has it been to be around the crowd, the players, How much have you enjoyed this?
It's been a pleasure, man. I mean, being here back at another international LAN event, it's amazing. I mean, everyone said it so far. You've heard it on repeat all day, but it's such a great experience and feeling to be here.
What's it been like, the vibe with the players as well? Obviously, you had a chance to kind of spend some time with them. The player lounge is right behind us as well. What's on the DL? What's been the kind of vibes amongst the players from your perspective?
Cold-blooded. Man, these guys are locked in, especially some of these EU players. Headphones on, listening to music. They don't play around.
No, they are focused. What does this mean for the
普
community?
通に明日も6マッチって考えると結構あれだね。体力温存していかないとやばいね。
Massively well received.
Dude, I mean, we've been waiting for this to happen. I mean, obviously COVID delayed things so much since World Cup, but it's such a great time to experience, like, see all the fans and see the whole community, the whole competitive scene all together in one area. It's awesome.
It's really awesome. And you're awesome too.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
One more time, give it up for Cease, everybody! What legend. Let's go back.
Cease, one of just the coolest people I think I've ever met. Got to hang out with him a couple times over media day. Legitimately one of the coolest people, so thankful that he could be here. I want to set the stage here for us. Once again, we take a look at the top 10 coming into this game. Now, please don't try to freak out. The Brazilian team in 10th place. PH in, Kitos right now sitting on a tiebreaker for Texters and Bevies.
Look, I want to talk about this duo, Bejatin Kitos. They have 25 FNCS finals appearances. PH Zin alone has 4 FNCS championships, and Kitos with 1 for a total of 5 together. This is a duo that dominates their region, and seeing them in top 10 internationally on the stage, it's really something you love to see.
Yeah, they're no slouches as well. I've been doing a little bit of voting, having a little look at how they play. And
明日配信するんですか？したいと思ってる。さすがにね。
Of course, in endgame as well, they're looking strong. What they often do is they rotate towards the front side of the first moving zone just to get ahead of all the other players, and that's why we're seeing them really making the most of their materials, right? They don't have to build, they don't have to make those tarps into the front side because they're already there. It just shows that there's different strategies that maybe we haven't seen too much of that are really on show today.
That's right. We saw him in 8th place there, Scented and Edgy. Once again, Edgy always hitting that 2nd place. Now, of course, 2nd place is still absolutely incredible, but he wants that 1st place. He wants to do it on the stage.
Look, but if he's able to keep getting 2nd places, and it's able to get them that trophy, I think it's okay, right? As long as you're able to consistently get those points, make your way up the leaderboard, it's what you want to see.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, here in Raleigh, North Carolina, y'all need to make some noise because this is the last game here of the day. This is game number 6 of the FNCS Invitational. Let's run it one more time. Here we go. Game number 6 is just moments away, and we get to close out this crazy day 1.
Yeah, and you're already seeing from game number 1 all the way till here, it is action-packed. And that action continues to improve, that continues to get better each and every game.
That's right. And listen,
Fortnite is at its best when we get to see everyone go head-to-head from all of our favorite regions. But listen up. There is only one more round in front of us, which means there's no time to lose out now if you want to be set up for day 2.
Yeah, and honestly, if you didn't necessarily have the best day, don't worry, because game number 6 is about to start. And if you have the bottom half of that leaderboard, it's not always how you finish, or it's not always how you start, it's how you finish. A lot of these teams, they can finish strong.
Well, listen up, let's give it up one more time for game 6 here for our players as we start to look. Here we go.
いやー、ちょっと不利、こうか。ちょっとじゃねえな、かなり不利だな。
And a good chance for an off-spawn cloudy condos. 5 games we didn't see too much. Or 4 games we didn't see too much, but in that 5th game, that's when we saw a lot of activity. And it helped a team like Malibuca and Merstash, who wasn't necessarily in the fight. They got the surge and they got out.
That's right. Well, listen up as things start to get ready here and we sell in. Looks like we're going to have to gear up this battle bus one more good time. And it wouldn't be a fun event if we didn't just give you a little bit more airtime for some of our favorite players while we were at it. So give us a moment here. Take a look at the focus of our players. Jacob, we have ourselves still one more game left today.
Yeah, and just to note, that victory royale there from Queasy was his 8th straight finals with a VR.
今起きました。アジア勢どうですかね。アジア勢ね、ザゴーミリムが結構検討してるけどね、ここ2マッチね、ちょっとこけてる。悪くはない。
I was looking at that top 10. I saw 3 NA East teams on that top 10 leaderboard. But not only that, they are 3 contested NA East teams showing up. So there really has been some crazy performances and put-ups. But let's go to send on over to the analyst desk. Let's just continue to gear this thing. Thank you guys so much. Sorry about that. We're making sure all of our players are on that battle bus and ready to go. We cannot miss anyone on this pivotal game here in game number 6, the last one on the day. Now, if you're just tuning in, welcome. This is the FNCS Invitational. You've missed a lot, but hey, we're happy you're here now. And there's a lot to talk about, starting with Queasy and Vino. These guys have been absolutely running the EU region as of late. And now, after winning that last game, 11 eliminations, they are sitting pretty in first place.
I mean, they were the first duo to break the double-digit elim record at this tournament, right? Previously being 8 eliminations.
It's been massive. Y'all need to...
Fifth game, that's when we saw a lot of activity, and it helped a team like Balabuka and Mustache, who wasn't necessarily in the fight. They got the surge, and they got out right away.
That's right. Well, listen up. As things start to get ready here and we settle in, looks like we're gonna have to gear up this battle bus one more good time, and it wouldn't be a fun event if we didn't just give you a little bit more air time for some of our favorite players while we were at it. So give us a moment here.
Okay. 誰か入れなかった。しゃあないと思うで。こういうのでやり直せるからすごいよな、ワールドカップ。
Yeah, we've watched a lot of the moments, right? Where again, it's like Vino just says, "Oh, Queasy, you need me to go eliminate a threat? Yeah, man, I'm down. Like, let me just hop down there, get a bunch of refreshes, and bring all the stuff back, and then we're ready to go again." But I think Vino has actually shown quite a bit of. He's evolved as a player, right? When Vino first hit the scene, he was just this like aggressive player. He's like, I want to WP every single person in my face. But now he understands, like, okay, this may not be the moment, but when that moment arrives, I promise you I will be knocking on your wall.
Look, not only having the strong mechanics, but also that strong mentality, it's what you need to be a top-tier professional player. But I want to see if any of these other duos are going to be able to contest the high ground as much as they have been doing, especially in day 2 with more time to adapt, right? We have duos like Alex and Bailey coming from OCE. I mean, at one point, I believe they had On Height in their name, right? Because of how much they like going for the high ground. So I want to see some more teams up there going for the clouds and seeing what they can really do.
But we mentioned it, right? Vino, his progression of play. I think his overall playstyle has developed so much, but it's also, he's got so much of a smarter player, right? He used to have his name as Tundra IGL. So he's not necessarily taking on the IGL role in this duo, but he has the brain to take it on.
That's right, another duo sitting here in your top 10. It's Thomas HD and it's Tripper and Thomas HD. For those of you that have not followed the EUC, if there is a sniper in the game, you might as well just rename that sniper to Thomas HD Sniper, because this guy does not miss, and if there's a sniper in his hands, he will find every single angle, even if it's a pixel on the screen, you're gonna take max damage.
And it shows. He has the most damage dealt out of any player here today, and if there were snipers in competitive currently, I'm sure he'd not only have the most damage, but also the most elims with those headshot snipes we'd like to see him get.
Because of course Thomas HD is widely regarded as the best sniper, and we got a chance to talk to him. Me and Vivi, we were behind the scenes, and we spoke to him. We were like, Thomas, are you sad about the removal of sniper? You think that it's bad, but he was like, no, I love it. I think it's great. So he's adapting his playstyle. Not only is he incredibly good with snipers, also when they're not in the game, it enables him to get so many more surge tanks. Of course, you can overpeak. You don't have to worry about getting that 200 damage to the head.
World Cup 行ってる人で MR 人なんていないからね。
ただそのいつもと違う環境で and they're playing the mid-ground layers as well. They just bounce off each other so well.
And I'm curious to see what they're thinking about now, right? Being in that top 3 spot with just Queasy and Vino right above them, right? It's all about figuring out what they can do to overcome their opponents, right? The consistency they need tomorrow to get the trophy. What will they change? What can they do? Or maybe they'll just, you know, keep playing the same, hope they make less mistakes, and that's all they have to do.
Yeah, I mean, we know Thomas HD is kind of one of those players that says, like, I have to be the best. And if I'm not the best, I will continue to grind until I am.
You pair him up with Tripper, who's just mechanically insane. I mean, we've watched him shut down Malabuka, right? When he's in situations where he's by himself, he still finds points, he finds high placement. So it's cool to see these guys finally come together. They've been doing for like 3 seasons, 4 seasons since the beginning. I don't even know at this point.
I mean, that's another interesting fact to bring up, right? There's a lot of duos here that have been competing together. They're like brothers, right? They're like companions. And then we have other newly formed duos, right? King and Ed, first tournament competing together, and they kind of have that synergy disadvantage, right, that some of these other duos might have.
Yeah, it's definitely true, but it's not showing, of course. We can see them popping off every single time, particularly that Ed 1v2 clutch that we saw earlier on. I know the guys at the back there really liked that one. They were cheering a lot for that.
That's right, my friends. We're drawing ever closer. We're just counting heads, making sure everyone's on that bus, because once again, we don't want to leave anyone behind. We want to make sure everyone is here, ready to go. You can see it on their screens. They're getting prepared. And I just got to say, it's been an honor and a pleasure to be here with this amazing crowd here at the Raleigh Convention Center. You guys are just losing your minds, and that's what I love to see. That's right, that's right. We have 1 game left to go. And guess what? I'm getting word. It is that time. Game number 6 of the FNCS Invitational starts right now. Let's do it one more time here in Raleigh, North Carolina. It is game 6 of the FNCS Invitational. Jacob, we get to close out day 1 soon.
And this is going to be a huge closeout event. 5 games, 5 different Victory Royale teams coming out on top, just going to show that it's honestly anyone's game at this point.
That's right, and we've seen so much new attempts and ways for this to all play out. We gave the players time to go ahead and think about how they want to strategize, but here it is. Let's see if it was all worth it. Game 6 in front of us. Once again, let's make some noise for our players as they take board the battle bus.
And that time that you were talking about for preparation has run out. Everybody now taking their position on the map. We've seen wonders over towards Chrome Jam Junction. We've seen so many fights go down towards Fort Jonesy as well. But honestly, interesting enough, neither of them involved these 2 teams going at it off spawn.
Not only that, the coast has 2 teams as well, so there's so much going on in this area, and we've seen it play out a few times now, round after round, but this is a first take at Clicks and Duke not necessarily being right on top of their opponents, Pink and off there. They've given each other some space, and this is, you know, honestly, last game vibes are here. It just makes sense. Everyone wants to take it slow and try to play this one out.
Yeah, that's respect to them too, because they know the position that each of them are in. You know what I mean? If you go ahead and take that fight and it doesn't go well for either one of you, that's kind of throwing away that game. So they want to split the loot and try to get more on their path to the center of the zone. But just like very many games before, we're going to have a little bit of a northern zone, which looks like it bode well for Queasy and Vino yet again.
Can you believe Smite and Larson are in 3rd place being contested at the Grim Gables? What a way to play some Fortnite today for them. It looked like it was all over when you viewed the paper and you crunched the numbers, but they have really turned all that lemon into lemonade.
Yeah, I believe they lost game number 1, but I think that was the game 1 jitters of an international stage. That's the first in-person Fortnite event in quite a long time. They shake those off, and they're rising to the occasion. NA East, best hope right now to close out day number 1 with a top spot. You can see Vico over towards Reality Tree. Lost Bride pretty early, and that was Retake and Novice who also land over here.
Hey, listen, I'm from the Bronx. I know all about being scrappy. Vico and Moran are clawing their way out of the mud here, officially breaking back into top 20 with those 2 elims right there. That's a big point swing for them. It's going to mean all the difference. What's wild about these 2-day formats is anything can happen right now. We have seen teams just in this bubble area range jump all the way back up. You have to stay consistent. Larson and Smite get defended off of their drop effectively. They're pushed out by Muzz and Looter. So that fight will continue. We jump on over to Savage and iDrop versus Bakken on 1.
Not that 50-50 we saw before. This one's going to be a little bit prolonged, and I think that kind of sits a little bit better for iDrop and Mr. Savage, simply because iDrop knows this POI like the back of his hand. He knows exactly where to get the loot. He knows where a lot of the chests are. He knows every single thing, and he also knows any pathing in order to disengage in a lot of these fights, but it does look like the TSM duo, Epic Well, strikes first, taking down Scented.
That's a big elimination right there, as well as Scented and Cold, and one of the few NA East teams inside of that top 10. And for them to fall to the hands of Epic Whale just around the Tilted Towers is definitely not a part of the plan. Marine finds Falconer in the feed there, but Peterbot and Jamper looking to continue their battle here. We talked about these contested coastal battles, and now we get to see it unfold for the first time from the beginning.
Going up against Jace and Basil. So this is going to be an interesting one, because sooner or later you cannot continue to go down. The chest is down there, and that's where Basil's at, and he's actually just trying to get out. He's trying.
And now we get to see it unfold for the first time from the beginning.
ミリムザゴが誰が倒したのか気になります。
This is going to be an interesting one, because sooner or later you cannot continue to go down. The chest, and he knows exactly where to get the loot. He knows where a lot of the chests are. He knows every single thing, and he also knows any pathing in order to engage in all these fights. But it does look like the TSM duo, Epic Well, strikes first. One
chan Levi Cave
elimination right there as well as Scented and Cold, one of the few NA East teams inside of that top 10. And for them to fall to the hands of Epic Whale just around the Tilted Towers is definitely not a part of the plan.
誰だ?
Marine finds Falconer in the feed there, but Peter in Jamper looking at
同じ名前じゃん、格殺か。レイブケーブのやつかな。
continue their
違う、いや、一人減ってる。ザゴまた倒して。
in the mix here. Actually, Savage is on the run right now.
今誰が飛んだ?
Oh, he's going to be able to get out alive, but do on one and Baka want to chase him. There's so many other teams in the mix as well, including Brazil's very own King and Ed, where they're at in the leaderboard right now. They want to start getting aggressive. They want to take the game into their own hands.
Ed and King here, trying to do something big. We haven't quite seen them put up the numbers on show yet. You can see right there, King attempts to hit some shots, but does fall slightly.
Can they do it?
In the mix here. Actually, Savage is on the run right now. Gonna come out from Mr. Savage. Will he get iDrop in time? King arrives just there to maybe play spoiler.
But again, this fight over towards Cloudy, it's those same two teams, while Malibuca and Mustache are always trying to find an angle so that way they can get the damage they need for Storm Surge and try to get out alive. And I think Ed even found Peppo somewhere, but no, they're actually chasing down Mr. Savage, and they're going to clean that one up. That's huge.
And King get their first two eliminations onto Mr. Savage and iDrop here in game number 6. Huge deal for him right there. And lucky for us, we are hot on the replay. Take a look there, out the sky. Ed wastes no time. He says, King, you might have missed some shots before, but I got your back.
That was a huge outside of the box play. They could have easily pushed Mr. Savage, got the elimination, and got 2 points. Done, over with, easy. They allowed Mr. Savage to get the reboot off, got the elimination on iDrop, got the elimination onto Mr. Savage, and got 4 points instead of 2.
That's right, way to play big there. And they need it.
頑張れアジア。
Now, back to Larson and Smite. They could have left this battle, but they've won so many times already. They decide, hey, let's stick around, let's fight Muzz and Looter. Ooh, a big 86 on Looter as he tries to go on up. Smite was waiting with the side angle there. Larson now has just enough time to get back with Smite. They're going to be trading minis here. As you saw, Larson's inventory was definitely short. Here it is, that little exchange, the material count too.
And honestly, if you're Smite and Larson, though, winning every single one of these fights except for game number 1, you have no reason to leave. It's up to Muzz and Looter to try to change up their plan while you have a hot Larson and Smite on their heels. Zagu is going one-on-one with Hellfire. This is for a huge finish for Zagu, because right now they've skidded just a little bit down on the leaderboard more than they would like.
And what's crazy about this is how the region plays. This is how Asia gets down. They will WK. They play aggressive. They play fast Fortnite. And although it has been a day performance and endgame for Zagu and Marine, this is where he does best. Put him in a one-on-one, put him in a head-to-head, and look at how he is able to capitalize. No, shots come in from the distance. It's not looking good. He's going to have to pause down here. He does have some one heals, but that will kill all the momentum, unfortunately. It's Commandment and Avery with a dual angle here.
And you can see where are this strategy landing over towards Rave Cave. They're trying to go to the slower side of zone. They're trying to go as far north as possible, but they're going to go east first before they make that happen. Trying to get a quick elimination or what they think could be a quick one at that. But the shots continue to come in. Storm doing work as well. It's only a matter of time.
Slides in and down goes. Japan's best there. Marine sent back to the lobby, back to the drawing board to rethink for day number 2 of the FNCS Invitational. That's how quickly things can change.
That head was already down. Now they're just trying to find a second half of that build. Joe and Danny, one of 5 teams to get a VR on the day. But Vico somehow took down Avery. They were waiting. They were trying to hunt down the team, and it was them who ended up getting hunted. But Joe and Zandy, they don't want to let this team out of their sight. They had at least 1 elimination against players from 6 different regions. That's the most of any duo, and that goes to show how adaptable they truly are.
That is right. Vortex is a solo. As we touched on, Hen is out the lobby. You can see the look of focus on his face here. He recognizes, oh, big read there. He finds a med kit right in the nick of time. He should get it off with about 2 minutes left. It's going to be a huge save for him. Meanwhile, Sensen and Cold now, making their move. Like we said before, they have been somewhat contested, right? Their draw spot. Maybe not going head-to-head against Cars and Rays there, but possibly trading out some loot. You can see is kind of coming into effect here as the loadout's very much not quite where you want it to be.
And that's Acorn and Edgy sitting on top of the blimp, being that nuisance as Cold and Sensen. They have to rotate right back in the way they came from. See if we can make it happen. They're actually taking some elevation right now. This could be huge. Oh.
Very interesting for them to go up to high ground here. This is such a risk, right? But of course, we never really know. They want some of that loot. Look at that. They get to the vault. They steal some leftover loot. That's going to be a huge situation here. Meanwhile, Muzz and Looter. You get to see a replay here. Remember, this is up against Smite and Larson, and Muzz turns this around. 3rd place, Smite and Larson now effectively dropped.
Yep. For them, though, you got to give them credit. 128 points on the day. They've done wonders. And now they get to sit back, relax, collect their thoughts, and plan for day number 2 while everybody else is kind of going through this minefield of chaos, which is game number 6. And like I said, from game number 1, where you have 95 players alive when Storm Surge activated, the lobby is now feeling themselves out. They're feeling a little bit more comfortable to try to attack in these moments. Tripper to Thomas sitting on top of the blimp, just trying to get the Storm Surge, so that way when they do find another rotation, eventually it's going to be their focus, where they don't have to go ahead and hunt the damage. They can go ahead and do exactly what they want when they want.
Let's take a look at Yumi and Cool here on the move. Some of our greats from NA West right now, they have really represented today.
They did.
They have found their moments.
I'm proud.
どうしよう、ザゴミに持ってたから寝ようかな。
Panda's probably proud of the crowd too.
もう俺、後からさ、もうこっからは、俺個人のさ、誰も応援する人いないからさ、こっから俺個人のさ、あれなんだよ、学びとかだからさ、今はリアルタイムで見る必要ないんだよね。後で俺リプレイ全員の見る予定だし。一回ザゴミに持ってたし、やめる？もうみんなギブアップだよな。ここにいる人全員ギブアップだよな。
Mr. 6,000 damage coming into game 6 here.
リプレイみたいさっきのとこ。ごめん。
Joe FN's going to be the victim of a few shots there, but not enough for Senti to claw
そう、明日もあるし寝ないとな。超眠たい。そう。まだいけるじゃねえよ、もう。どうせ8時に起きました。おう、イエー。朝からいるみ。俺、オールミ。結構ニコニコしてるよ、俺。リプレイみたいってどこの？アリスさん持っちゃいました。わかんない。アリスさんはわからん。そして俺、ザボーしたから。ミリムくん、4時起きだからいける。バケツモンスターじゃん。4時半前後、多いな。
There it is. He doubles back now, protects himself as well. There's a med kit.
気分いいね、非常に。ニコニコしちゃうね。
There it is. Okay. Time to med off.
いやー、ザゴーミリムね、一回こけてから焦ってんだよ、多分。普段通りのプレーと 0.001 ミリずれただけで、世界が変わっちゃうんだよ。本当に張り詰めてないと神経を。 本当にね、全集中しないとね。全集中しててもね、きついと思うんだよ。常に、対応していかなきゃだから、本当にね、難しかったんだと思う。オフラインじゃん。集中力持つかどうかも知らんじゃん。対面仕掛け行くのはね、全然いいと思うんだよ。ただ、ミリムが負けんのか。いや、これあれだ。相手がエイムいいんだ、これ。いや、やりきってる。勝ってる。11効果。核入れてる。で、これで、あれか。1v2 でミリムが持ってかれたのか。いや、うめえ、ミリムくん、今の。ほら、この実力でミリムくんがさ、負ける未来見えるんだよ、これ。ミリムくん焦ったな、ちょっと。敵が思ったよりエイム良かったか。これで持ってかれるとは思わないよな、ミリムくん。敵のエイムが良すぎる。いや、これミリムくん悪くねえ。敵この体力で、170。敵がうめえ。そうだよな、敵がうめえんだよな、明らかこれ。ほら。いや、185から35だから150ピったか。多分。最大火力だね。明らかに。時短も早い。これ多分パットだよ、この人。多分この人唯一のパット勢じゃないかな。ワールドカップ、待ってね。調べろ。ダメ。多分ワールドカップの、多分ね、この動きがね、パットなんよ。ワールドカップメンバー唯一のパット勢ではないか。唯一というか、ワールドカップメンバー100人中8人がパット勢なのよ。多分ね、運悪く当たっちゃったんじゃねえかなと思うわ。いた！この人だ。ワールドカップの人。見てみよう、プレイ。この人さ、パットじゃねえか。メイビーパットだと思うな。全然キーマーでした。多分だけどキーマーでした。今見ました。でもクリップとか全然ありないから全くわかんないけど、めっちゃ過去の遡ってみたら、あ、キーマーでした。多分キーマーだけど、なんか、一部分すぎて分かりにくいな、この人。腰つべ見る、腰つべない、情報がなさすぎる、この人。情報ねえ。いやー、キーマーです。キーマーでした。確かにこの振り向きはキーマーだわ。今ザゴやれたな。これさ、これミルムくんなら当てれたのよ。おー、ブルブルブルブル。でもザゴが、悪いわけじゃ全くないのよ、これ。オフラインじゃん。ミルク落とされるじゃん。当てれたのよ。これ、なぜ外したか。まあ、2、3個ぐらい理由あるけど。まず、はい、一つ。同じスキン。1、同じスキンで分かりにくくて、なんならこれ。そう。敵が目の前に2人いる場合、特に同じスキンがいた場合、間に撃っちゃうんだよ。それ、人間の脳って。それできてんの。それなんで、俺も何度も経験がある。これはマジでザゴが悪くない。ザゴが今悪いわけじゃない。ARM 見たろ。どんだけコバークスやってるかも見たろ。間打っちゃうんだよ。で、もう一つ。ミリムがプライム持ってたけど、ザゴがレンジャーだった。これ負け筋に。これも仕方ない。ミリムが落とされたのが仕方ない。ミリムくんはでも悪くない。前段当ててたし、ミリムくんも。ただ敵が前段ヘッショ当ててきた。やりきろうとした。ちょっとだけ ちょっとだけずれたんだと思う。ちょっとだけずれたんだよ。もう一つ、ミリムー君は才能マンだけど、ザゴーは努力マンだから、環境の変化に弱いんだよ。特にオフライン。弱くはないよ。全く。なんだろう。だから、いつもと室温が違う、温度が違う、湿度が違うってね、結構変わると思うんだよ。ザゴー。俺もそうだから。それでいつもと感覚が違うっていうのもあると思う。ワンチャンいつもの環境のザゴだったら当てれたかもしれんけど。でも、同じスキンっていうのもあって、間に打っちゃう。で、これも、これでやりきれなくて、って感じですね。仕方ない。これマジで噛み合ったな。これはマジで仕方ないと思うな。そしてザゴが撃たれて、白貝探しに行ったけど、これはね、外したりじゃない。相手がうまい。相手がね、間に合ったんだよね。ザゴこれうめえな。すぐ張り替えて屋根壁取って。ミル君がやられたのもしゃあないんだよ、これは。マジでミル君は悪くない。これもね、これ。待って。これね、間に合ってんだよ。エイム自体は合ってんだよ。屋根壁取ってスライディングで。ごめん、合ってねえけど。合ってねえけど、多分どちらにせよこれね、間に合ってないと思う。間に合うかな。スライディングしながらだし、敵ダッシュしてるし、当てにくい環境ではあると思うな。まあね、こっから 1v1 だよね。いやー、これはマジで。ミリム君悪くないけど、ミリム君がなー、これでちょっと弱気になっちゃうかもしれないんだよな。それが嫌だ。今のさ、強気にいった結果のさ、ミリム君の死じゃん。ただ実際その強気が、ワールドカップではっていうか、実際その強気で、FNCS グランドファイナル1位も取ったし、心配。全然その強気でいいけど、ミルム君がいつも行くところをちょっとちきるのが本当に怖い。これはミルム君全く悪くないけど、なんか、俺のせいでみたいになっちゃうかもしれない。日本勢今どんな感じ？日本勢は今ね、結構きつい状況ではある。日本勢どうだろうね。もうそろわかんない。ちょっとわかんないけど、まあ結構落ちたね。仕方ない。もうあと5分ぐらいだし見るか、ラストマッチ。いやー、これでね、ミルム君が弱気になるのが怖い。ミルム君悪くないのに。本当に敵が強かっただけなのに。ただ、強いて言えば悪い点があったとすれば、ワールドカップっていうのの認識が甘かったね。ワールドカップだから敵が全員もう全打弊者当ててくる読みですらいいと思うんだよね。だから、そこは、ちょっと時間かけてでもやられないようにするべきだったね。ちょっとの甘えも許されないからね。ミリム君は悪くねえよって言いたいけどな。俺から言ってもなんだよな。敵が全員どのサーバーでも1位レベルの最強だったから仕方ないよって。それが認識がほんのちょっとだけ甘かっただけなんだよって。プレイ自体は悪くないのに、プレイがちょっと弱気になるのがとても心配。さあ、クイージーベロハイグラウンド嘘だろこいつら。
and put themselves outward so they can continue that damage. Seats to solo, stuck in the outside of zone. 4 floppers to work with. The Siphon comes through onto Ed. This is an opportunity for him to pick out placement points while being outside of the zone.
Not only that, Clicks is still alive too, but here's Taste, and Taste is gonna fall inside the storm.
いや、全打当てて負けんのはマジでなえるんだよ。悪くないけど、いや、悪くもうだ欲しい。いやだ。どこぞの誰とも知らんやつにあげるか。さあ、クイージーベロがハイグラですと。ニコニコ案件ですと。クイージーベロどこりだっけ。 こやつら。こやつらどこいだ？What the? Why? これにはニコニコですね、非常に。いや、クイジ落とされました、リートに。Fuckingリート。クイジが落とされました。我らがリート。我らがリート。いやー、さあ、ベノが生き残っている。神とセッティが完璧だ、ブッシュ。エリートカップ7回ビクロイそう。7回予選ビクロイしてる。セッティ強だよな。神とセッティが生き残っておる。ただ健在も少ない。いや、ワンパン全弾ヘッドですよ、今の。1v2 シチュエーション。いや、これはベノきついんじゃねえのか。ベノニコニコだぞ、これ。200。このドヤ顔。神セッティ。やっぱオフライン慣れがちげえな。ゲーマーズエイドも強かったもん。固定折り研究もすごい。グリーなマジで2度目のビグロイだよ。1位確定しちゃった。だるいだるい。クイージベロ2ビクロイ、神セッティ2ビクロイ。でもこれあれだね、神セッティも2位まで残ったからザゴーたち終わったな。言うな言うな、そういうことを言うな。全然終わってねえから。6マッチだぞ。あと半分半分。何が起こるかわかんねえが、ワールドカップオフラインでまたリアルでぶっ刺されるかもしれんから。ごめん、持ったただマジでオンラインより何があるかわからないだからね。だってあれだよ、世界中の人が集まるんだよ。そんなぶっ刺されたらね、ケツ穴ね、普通に。だからね、世界中の人が集まるなんてことがめったにないから、本当にね、誰も何も予想できないんだよ。まだ全くわからん。
Like we dive two games to surge, like we planned everything differently, but it didn't.
まだわからん。
As we planned it.
神設定最強筋。ガチ切れして神にポテチ投げるんだ。ポテチはヒラヒラしちゃうぜ。対空落とされるよ。神の感動えぐいよね。マジか。そういえば敗戦士だったな。こういうミドルじゃない、普通の感度じゃない。チップスターでとってみた、殴ってみた。殺傷力ゼロ。かすりもしない。かすダメだね。口でキャッチされちゃうね。Thank you とか言って。さあ、やべ。この状態で最終結果を見ていきましょう。最終結果。いや、クイージーベロトーマス HD になっても、そっか、ラストマッチ4位か。安定している。こっそり伸ばしているトーマス HD& 神&クイージー。EU のプロが離してしまった30ポイント差。ね、ミリムザゴーたちはまだ18位ですよ、全然。ヒーターボットが最下位か。いや、ファブスナキそうだね。やっぱこう考えるとアタッカーは、いや、神セッティたちも攻撃力みたいな感じあるもんね。ベノたち1ビクロイじゃん。で、神セッティ2ビクロイの0ビクロイの1ビクロイのセンテッド。1位が180。80ポイント差か。
They were eliminated 2 games to Surge, right? And they identified
海外
those
で漢字
issues.
使って
And
るね。
now we see
は
the
い。
correction in Game 6, a Victor Royale, right? So, to your point, Okada, tomorrow they come back
今
stronger.
ゲーム6って聞こえてさ、あれだよね、なんか面白画像とかでさ、なんか6って言うたんびに振り返ってくるやつがいるみたいな思い出してちょっとクスって笑ってる。アリさんは賞味ね、仕方ないと思うな。アリさんはね、
We will find out right now. We have Kelly standing by with the duo in first place. Kelly, take it away.
アリさんはね、ちょっとね、さすがにね、補欠を選ぶのがミスったと思う。この人が弱いなんて言うんじゃないよ。最強だよ、この人。でも、IGL がいないっていうのは、このレベルだと圧倒的不利なんよ。アリスさんがマイポリ選んでればトップ10に余裕で入ってたと思う。そんぐらいマイポリ IGL うまいから。アリスさん単体も強いし、この人も単体で強いんだけど、ウィッケシーが、確かにウィッケシーがいたら勝ってたのかもしれんけど、実は IGL がいないからちょっときつかったとは思うな。そう、IGL がいないと刺さらないかな。あと、あれ、そう、アリスさんが、アリスさんたちが2位取ったワールドカップ出場を決めた環境、ケイさんたちもこっちてるな。環境っていうのが今の環境にすごく似てるのよ、ジャンパー環境。なんだけども、なぜこけてるかっていうと、その、相方が、ほぼ初めましてじゃん。これ、ハイグラいかねハイグラいかねなんて言えねえじゃん。ウィッケシーだったらハイグラ行こうハイグラ行こうオッケーってなるじゃん。それもめっちゃ変わってたと思う。クイージーベルボコボコにしてたと思う、ウィッケシーが来てたら。だから仕方ないと思うな。アリスさんがウィッケシーと出れたらマジで世界変わってたと思う。なんならハイグラボコボコにしてたと思う。もうハイグラムーブがやばかったから、アリス・ウィッケシーはそのあれうまい下手とか関係なくボコボコにしてたから、本当にハイグラが気色あるほどにうまかったけど、その相方に強気にハイグラ行く、いやでもちょっとこれ危ないんじゃないって言われたら、ああ確かにそうだねでちょっとだけ弱気になってるっていうので仕方なかったと思う。それか IGL でもう普通に伸ばすか、完全ハイグラゴリラムーブかのどっちかだったと思う。このアリスさんの判断はね、この人がもしマブダチだったらバカ刺さってたと思う。ウィッケシーさんみたいな感じだから、マジ最強レベル。ウィッケシーさんも最強だけど、この人も最強だから。判断、まあだからこの人ともっとそのボロクソ言える仲だったらよかった。本当にハイグラ行くぞこらって言える仲だったら刺さってたと思う。あとシンプルに言語の壁。英語である程度会話できると言っても、その本当に細かいことまでは言えないから、いやここ言いたいけどまあいっかこんぐらいみたいになって、それもあると思う。アリスさん単体はめっちゃ強いけど仕方ないとは思うな。マイポリと組んでたらもっと上位だった、絶対に。俺は断言できる。アリスさんの判断は間違ってなかったけど、マブダチあったらって感じだね。ルナペポの調子悪かったのかな。いやルナペポもね、ドキンさんなら会話できたんだよね。まあね、ルナペポもね、ルナペポはルナペポでね刺さってないとこがあって、シンプルにルナペポってグランドファイナル1位2連取った時両方同じムーブでデイリーから裏の過疎地を潰すムーブだったのよ。なんだけど1試合目は刺さってたのよ。まあ終盤こけちゃってなんだけど、それ以外ね全部 W キー長引いちゃって、ワールドカップ対面相手が強かった、やりきれなかった。周りのワールドカップだからこそみんな被りたくないじゃん。だから過疎が増えて周りから打たれることも多くなって余計にやりきれなくなって、つまりここあれじゃん、ここが初動すぐやりきれて玉られなかった2個で、あやべリプライしちゃった。で残りのやつがすぐやりきれなくて、なおかつ周りから打たれてきつかったよねっていう。だから研究だね、研究というかもうちょい考えるべきだったね。だから今日のを踏まえてルナペ、でも今までルナペポたちはさ代わりの立ち回りを用意してるかって話なんだよ。本当にここ3シーズンぐらい同じムーブなんだよ。デイリーで裏潰してサージ稼いでって感じで。 普通に対面しないムーブを知らないかもしれない。練習してたとしても練習していないかもしれない。それがでかい。それのせいでルナペポたちが動きづらいと思う。とても。だからこの順位になってしまった。これはね、アジアだから刺さったムーブをワールドカップだったら刺さらないんじゃねえかってルナペポたちが少しでも考えればもうちょいいい順位になったかもしれない。ただ考えたとしてもワールドカップ出場決まってすぐそれが思いついて練習したとしても今までのムーブがな染みついちゃってるからな。その 2,3 シーズン1位取り続けたムーブが3シーズン4シーズンか染みついてるからこそそんなすぐに直せるものではないっていう。まさかワールドカップが来て俺自分たちがいけるなんて思ってないだろうから、ワールドカップのことまで考えてアジアでムーブ考えてるわけじゃないと思うから、染みついたムーブっていうのはなかなか変えれないと思う。それだね、それがこの38位って結果になっちゃったんだよね。ザゴミリムはな最強だけどちょっと焦ったね。ミリム、いやこの試合はしゃあなかった。この試合はザゴが焦ってた多分。この試合かな忘れたけど、この試合もしゃあなかった。それ以外は刺さってるんで、終盤はあいつらマジでうめえんだよ本当に。 EU に余裕で通用するぐらい。ハイグラムーブもうめえしローグラムーブもうめえし常にサード入るしマジでうめえと思う。よかった。すげえ学べた。明日に期待やな。ただザゴーミリムが光ってくんのは2日目からやでマジで。ザゴーミリムが光ってくんのは2日目から。まずレベルがだんだん下がるザゴーよりリプレイ研究するやつはいねえ。だから今回の1日目のリプレイをザゴーが舐め回すように見んのよ。もうやばいよこれ。もう最下位まで見るよ多分。舐め回すように見るよ。もう2日目ザゴーあれ目の下にクマを作りながら無双する未来が見える。ルナさんが使い無双かますって楽しみ。ルナさんペポさんも対面はマジで EU に余裕で通用するからね。 EU はその強いけどアジアより対面しない。レベルが高すぎて最終は実在ザゴ目ギンギンやで。もうマジバチコリ目ガンジマって多分2日目来るで多分。それでぶっ刺さってくる。ザゴはマジ2日目で巻き返すよ多分一回チルしてくるから。なんだ全員のリプレイ全試合見るんですか。いや見ない。全員は見ない。普通に上位勢のムーブ上位トップ10はマジ全員見ようかなと思ってる。ワールドカップはトップ10は全試合見ようと思ってるさすがにね。あとザゴミリムのムーブもね、あと自分のコテオリのムーブもね。ありねってください。バカじゃねえの5時間ぶっ続け配信&オールな。もうぶっ倒れる寸前だから一応に。ってことで、よいしょ、いろいろね直し、マイクのね音量をね元に戻しといて。一応アーカイブ残しとくか。限定公開にしないでおくか。カスタマイズ、あれどこだっけ。限定公開とかの設定あった。ああ、行ってくるわだよね。未来はあるよ。ただちょっとまあ2日目からだね。あいつらがかましてくんのは。起きたら終わってた。はい、GG。 ナルボツさんの世界大会出てみれば。次出るさ。はは。じゃあ締め。俺落ちるから。寝るから。よろしく。明日もだ。インタビュー。いや、無理。寝る。はい、じゃあお疲れ様でーす。日本語で。いや、普通に寝る。無理。寝る。じゃあ、おやすみなさい。お疲れ様でーす。2日目もね、配信するんでね、よかったらね、見てください。ということでね、お疲れ様で、バモスすげえ。いや、バモス、締めはすごくないかな。